Given to me, this is going to be a piece up here. Oh. Okay, thank you. Here we go. The December 5th, 2012 meeting of the City Council is now called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being video recorded as well as presented live on KCLV, Cable Channel 2, and are closed captioned for hearing impaired viewers. Please note some customers of Cox Communication who do not have a cable box may view this meeting on digital channel 89.5. The council meeting, as well as all other KCLV programming, may be viewed on the internet at www.kclv.tv. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV and the web the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m. and also on Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 1 p.m. For public comment related to the items on the agenda, citizen participation, and public hearing items, we will have available speaker cards which you may complete and submit to the city clerk up front here. Cards are available online in the clerk's office or at the rear of these chambers. If you do not submit a card, it does not prevent you from speaking under public comment, citizen participation, or specified public hearing items. If there's anyone present today who has need for hearing impaired equipment, please see the city clerk staff. And if you parked across the street in the parking garage and did not receive a validation ticket as you entered chambers, please exit to your right and then see the security personnel at the entrance. Before we proceed with the agenda, would everyone please rise for the invocation given this morning by Pastor Aaron Hansel, Dream Center, and please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Good morning. Let us pray. Lord, we thank you for your presence here with us today. I ask for your wisdom and your guidance to lead these proceedings today. Please be with these leaders and bless us and find us faithful as we follow your lead. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Well, that's why you stand next to the desk. Yeah, so you can lean. Morning, everyone, and just to let you know, Councilman Anthony did have some surgery, and we wish him well. Hopefully he's sitting or lying somewhere, and we miss you down here. He's probably watching from the comfort of his home with breakfast in bed or something good, you know. So before we get into the ceremonial portion of the agenda, I do want to take a moment to remember someone in our community sadly passed away recently. Shannon West Redwine, who retired in 2010 as the Regional Homeless Service Coordinator for Southern Nevada. Will be sorely missed by us all. Shannon was a person who was always helping others and worked very closely with my husband and members of the city council during those years. She was a hard-to-replace individual and an inspirational leader in her work with the homeless, and has consistently demonstrated her compassion for people and her commitment to our community. Please join with me, and I know you do, in extending our condolences and prayers to her family and those who loved her. At this moment, we're going to do a few things a little bit differently. We had a surprise visit this morning with a wonderful cause. We have two very handsome young gentlemen who are probably the age of my grandchildren. A little older, more like my children. We have Corporal Grant from Valley High School, if you would stand, and Corporal Brooks of Clark High School. Go Chargers. And they are here representing the drive in Toys for Tots. And we are thrilled to death about that because we want everybody who's here or watching to make sure that they help with Toys for Tots. And you represent them beautifully. The website is www.toysfortots.org. And we also are collecting here at City Hall. So please come down to our security desk and drop off your toys. We will have that open until December 13th. Is that correct? So you are wonderful representatives of your local high schools. We appreciate it. And very handsome representatives of the Marine Corps. Thank you, gentlemen. Thanks. I think people should be born with 3 arms. Okay. At this time, I'd like to invite Eric McLeod to join us at the podium to make a presentation on behalf of the IRS, the Internal Revenue Service. Ooh. All right, calm. Oh, is there one? Yes, ma'am. Okay. All right. Shh. IRS. That's not the best words. Why will he walk so fast? I just want to put the council fears at ease and let them know he's not here to audit any of you, I think. I'm not sure about that, but as long as he stays away from me, I'm fine. Before I turn the microphone over to Mr. McLeod, I do have to point out that one of our first buildings adjacent to our Symphony Park, the IRS headquarters building, and it thrilled my husband all the years as he was constantly pursued by every arm of federal government to have the IRS in that building paying property tax to the city of Las Vegas. So it was... So with all that being said, I just want to turn the microphone now over to Mr. McLeod.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I represent a office of the IRS known as SPEC, SPEC, Stakeholder Partnerships, Education, and Communication. What we do is partner with organizations to actually bring free tax preparation to the community for middle-income and low-income families. Totally free. Another part of that is basically financial literacy and education on credits that individuals are entitled to, whether they're refund or non-refund. At least you're being educated on that. Councilman Ross, along with the mayor,
is going to jail. Finally.
No, ma'am. He is actually going to be my poster individual based upon the city stepping up and actually offering a site to help those individuals within his district. That particular site helped out about 250 individuals. Of those 250 individuals, there were 82 returns prepared. Based upon the limitations that are set on the program, not everyone could be helped, but we were able to offer other agencies that could help them. They brought back a total of $120,000 for those individuals. Of that $120,000, earned income tax credit was about $69,000. Now, with that number, the $120,000, it's a multiplier factor of 3. You have the individuals receiving the money going back into the community, into those businesses, and those businesses basically putting the money back into the community. So with that, we would like to thank you on behalf of the IRS and United Way with this plaque of appreciation for your participation in the 2011-2012 Earn It, Keep It, Save It program. Thank you. So you can relax and loosen the tie. And I would charge the other council persons to please get into this program. Contact me. There's more to it. The Earned Income Tax Credit program has been proven to be the #1 program to help families come out of poverty based upon the other agencies that we partner with and the programs that we're able to identify and let them know that are out there to help them. Any nonprofit, for-profit organization that would be interested in the program.
You're such a good guy. You know, I have to say this, Mayor and council members. When the IRS comes to you and says, hey, we want to give you some money back to your residents, we want to give some money back, you don't pass that up. This is a great program. You've done a phenomenal job in helping us get money back into this economy, and it's a great program. Tuesday James and Michelle in my office both participated in some training, and we're always looking for volunteers. And Eric, the challenge is to the rest of the council members. Start one of these programs in your respective wards, because it is a great thing when we can help families put some money back in their pockets and then put some money back in the community. So we're also looking for volunteers. Am I correct?
Yes, sir, we are. If volunteers, you can go to the United Way website, or you can go on the irs.gov and actually post your information. I would actually be the one contacting you from the IRS, and we will put you in touch with the United Way. One other figure I'd like to put in there, with the sites that we do partner with, we have about 30 sites local here in Clark County. We brought back a total of $7 million back into this community.
Thanks, buddy.
Thank you, and congratulations. I remember that kickoff. I remember the kickoff meeting that we had. I never dreamt that Councilman Ross would end up loving the IRS, but I do. I think this is wonderful, and hopefully we will get volunteers. You do great work, and we are so, so grateful to you. Thank you, and congratulations. And your reward is... The first ceremonial item now, as we move forward, is recognition of Citizens of the Month. That's your reward.
That's my reward. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mayor and council members. Eric, thanks again. Very much. Appreciate that. This is a very serious issue I want to bring to your attention. Did you know that you can save a life with only 15 minutes of training? Earlier this year, we held several Save-A-Life chest compression-only CPR and AED trainings throughout the city of Las Vegas. 3 of those trainings were held at the Centennial Hills Active Adult Center in Ward 6. This invaluable 15 minutes of instruction is taught by our own Las Vegas and Fire and Rescue folks. The American Heart Association states that victims who receive bystander CPR prior to emergency medical services arrival have an almost 300% increased chance of survival. Tim and Connie Sattler attended one of these Save-A-Life classes and had to put their training to use. Tim, Connie, would you come up here and bring the boys with you, because they're part of it. Give them a great big round of applause, and I'll tell you why in a second. Good-looking family here. Now, these are your grandsons, correct? Okay. All right. This summer, Tim and Connie took their 2 grandsons on a camping trip to Yellowstone National Park. Within a few minutes of arriving at the campgrounds, they heard a woman from the next campsite calling for help. Her husband was suffering a heart attack. Immediately, the entire family went into action. Tim started compressions on the man inside of his RV, while the rest of the family went to get help. Unfortunately, there was no cell service within the campground, and the registration office was a half a mile away from their campsite. Connie and Tim's grandson, Tyler, ran to the registration office to call 911. You're Tyler, right? Tyler ran to call 911. Within minutes, Connie and her grandson, Nathan, found additional people that were able to help by giving compression-only CPR. Additionally, a nurse and an EMT were found to be camping in the area and had brought a defibrillator. The park ranger and emergency response were not able to arrive for 15 minutes. The fast action of Tim, Connie, Tyler, and Nathan, and the 15-minute CPR training they received from our own Las Vegas Fire and Rescue helped to save this man's life. I'm afraid to think of what could have happened to this man if Tim and Connie had not taken the compression-only CPR training. Now, before I hand the microphone to you guys, I want Chief Myers, would you come down here for a minute, because I want you to talk about Save-A-Life. To help us, help me and the City of Las Vegas recognize Tim and Connie for their efforts, we are pronouncing them Citizens of the Month for December 2012. And Tim and Connie, if you'll turn around and look over here. That sign will be on Main Street for the entire month of December. So bring your friends and family. Put it on YouTube. Boys, I'm sure you can figure that out. So before I give the microphone over to Chief Myers, Nathan, you want to tell us what was going through your mind? Oh, you're Nathan. Yeah. Okay. What was going through your mind?
Well, I thought it was really suspenseful that somebody was having a heart attack, and I was just really worried about what would happen to this man, and how the woman would feel, how she would be like without him.
Wow.
Her husband. But so I was really nervous, so I started calling for help and saying that a man had a heart attack. And we did get a few people.
Awesome. Now, Tyler, what was going through your mind? Because you were running that half mile, right? Tell us what you were thinking.
I was thinking that I knew I needed to get there fast, and I wasn't too familiar with the campground, and I had to stop for help a few times to ask a few people, and I ended up getting there and just cut in front of everyone and just told the front office lady, and she called for the 911, and then yep, did it.
And he ran and ran and ran and ran. Good man.
Got out of breath, but he knew he had to keep running because he had to get down to the office to let them know.
And he had to save a life, right? That's right. Tim, what was going through your mind?
Oh, just trying to help the man at the time, and that the course came in handy, very handy. Yes.
Awesome. So you guys took that 15 minutes of training. You saved a man's life. You two boys saw how important that was, right? And with us today also is our Fire Chief, Mike Myers. Chief, tell us about this program.
Well, thank you, Councilman Mayor, for having us up here. Wonderful story. What a wonderful family. As you can see, compression-only CPR works, and we offer a myriad of opportunities across the Las Vegas Valley every year. 15 minutes of training for compression-only CPR is all it takes. And I want to urge the citizens today, you can see that these types of things are happening throughout the community on a regular basis. And it takes a community to save a life. It's just not the local fire department. It's not just the hospital. It's trained citizens knowing how to do CPR and then acting in the moment of need. Again, very easy training. 15 minutes of compression-only CPR can save a life. So please, make the effort. Take the time to find out where these classes are. They're free. They're at a myriad of opportunities here across the city. And you will sometime in your life be asked to help, and maybe you'll have the training, and it really can make a difference. So thank you, and Sattler family, what a wonderful story, and thank you for taking the class and the time to help save a life.
All right, thanks, Chief. Thank you. Good. Connie, say that again so people can hear that.
We're very happy that we had the opportunity to take the class that you set up at the Senior Center.
And it's free.
I thought we'd ever use it, or hope we were going to ever use it, but we're sure glad we had the knowledge.
Well, thank you very much. And on behalf of the City of Las Vegas, the Mayor and the City Council, thank you for being here today, and congratulations.
Thank you. Great job. Wonderful. I bet you all the high schools are going to be after you to run track.
Just stand with your grandparents, get a picture.
Beautiful. What fun to have a weekend or a week with your grandparents up there. Beautiful area. But as they say, be prepared. So we're just very proud of you all. Thank you. Thanks. Thanks. For our next item, not quite sure here. For our next item, I'd like to invite our Director of Parks, Recreation, and Neighborhood Services, Steve Harson, to join us at the podium, please. Today we have the pleasure of presenting a brand new award for outstanding work by a group of city employees. This is exciting. The Action Team Award recognizes a team of employees who strive to be superheroes in the workplace, meeting our values of action, which stands for achievement, creativity, teamwork, integrity, and ownership now. The very first winners of this award are members of the city's I love this, Safe Key team. The city's Safe Key program operates at 68 different school sites and serves more than 8,000 children. They do this before and after school in care. I'm going to read the names of the team members and ask them to stand in the audience as we recognize you. Once they have been announced, please give them their very deserved applause. We're so proud. These are these people. Pete Priest, Joyce Barrow, Lalaine Collins, Susan Livesey, Michael Smith. Are you standing? I hope so. Oh, yes, you are so wonderful. Robin Knutson, Louise Lucci, Nicole Foster, Miguel Agosta, Joy Reese, Jessica Gore, Missy Fredrickson, Roy Leisure, Alex Romero, Renee Arden, Myra Duran, Leanne Crossley, Jose Vilizakis, and Renee Esparza. Wonderful. You are the best. Round of applause, everybody. And I'd like to ask Pete Priest, the group spokesman, to join us up here at the podium. And while he is on his way down here, let me tell you a little bit more about SafeKey. This year's SafeKey team implemented the Coordinated Approach to Child Health Club, or CATCH, increasing the physical activities and nutritional information for youngsters in the SafeKey program. The staff has also transitioned from taking payments at SafeKey sites to an online model. We're so hip. This has saved the city approximately $184,000. There's no doubt that the services SafeKey provides are lifesavers for many working parents. Parents know that their children are in a protected, safe learning environment when they're at SafeKey, and that is due to these dedicated people and the extended staff. I'm confident soon we'll be offering even more through this program as we use it to further the education of our very precious children. Once again, thank you all for all the work that you do and your loyalty to SafeKey. And now I'd like to give the microphone over to Mr. Harson and hear then from Pete.
Thank you, Mayor. SafeKey has been a program that the city has operated for over 30 years, and the success of it is because of this phenomenal team. They work long hours, they work with school sites, they work with principals, they work with students, and they work with parents. And again, they do an incredible job. The department could not be more proud of them, and we congratulate you, and we're so thankful you're finally getting the recognition you deserve. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I'd like to thank Mayor and Council. I'd like to thank Ed for nominating us. I'd like to thank Lisa and Steve for their continued support. I'd love to thank my group over there. You won't find a harder working group within the city of Las Vegas. And for all the things that you put up with in a given day, thank you, thank you. You make my job so much easier, and I appreciate working with each and every one of you every single day. I'm truly honored to be a part of your group. Thank you.
Thank you, Pete. And we have certificates for each of you. You cannot imagine, to say nothing, how much we appreciate, but certainly I know every single parent and relative of the children that you're watching and helping. My gosh, you really do the Lord's work, and we thank you very much. Thanks, Pete. And always, thank you. And if we spelled any of your names incorrectly, or if I mispronounced them, first of all, I apologize. But if we misspelled one, please get it back to us. We will fix it because we want you to have the pride in that award that we feel in each of you. And so for our next item, we truly have a superstar with us today. We've just had all these superstars. We have another superstar. And I'll let Councilwoman Tarkanian introduce him and explain the enormous impact he has had on Las Vegas. Councilwoman.
Good morning, everyone. That's not very good morning-ish. Come on. Good morning. Yeah, let's pep it up because you know what? It's a great day today. It is a great day. And today we honor someone with whom you may be familiar, Mr. Wolfgang Puck. 20 years ago, on December 11th, 1992, Mr. Puck gambled on Las Vegas. Not necessarily in, but it was in and on Las Vegas. In a city that was not necessarily known for fine dining, he took a chance and ignited a dining revolution with the opening of his iconic restaurant Spago in the Forum Shops at Caesars. Besides being known for all of his magnificent cooking skills and his posh restaurants, Mr. Puck is also very active in the communities in which he works. Here in Las Vegas, he has been a generous person, a strong supporter of the Cleveland Clinic Lou Rouville Center for Brain Health, and has helped to raise over $100 million for their work in brain injuries and brain damage. At this time, I would like to call up Mr. Tom Kaplan, the Senior Managing Partner of the Wolfgang Puck Fine Dining Group, to accept this proclamation. On behalf of Mr. Puck. Now, this is your proclamation, and please convey it to Wolfgang Puck with our sincere respect for what he's done. And summarizing, I'd like to say a few things that it says on there. When the world-renowned Chief Wolfgang Puck arrived in Las Vegas, the city was known for its all-you-can-eat buffets and 99-cent shrimp cocktails here in downtown. On December 11th, 1992, Spago Las Vegas opened its doors at the Forum Shops at Caesars and paved the way for top celebrity chiefs and restaurateurs and kicked off the city's metamorphosis into a world-class dining destination that continues to this day and has grown in this day. And I'm always picking up a magazine in a doctor's office or something and reading about the great chefs we now have. And, of course, Mr. Puck started that. Wolfgang's fresh and clean approach to cooking brought to Las Vegas dishes such as his famous smoked salmon pizza with dill cream and caviar, the Wiener Schnitzel with warm fingerling potato salad, all kinds of things that I can't even pronounce. With the success of Spago Las Vegas, the Wolfgang Puck Fine Dining Group opened 7 additional restaurants and has become a loyal supporter of the community through charitable and philanthropic efforts. And for the past 16 years, Wolfgang Puck has played an integral role in Keep Memory Alive's annual Power of Love Gala. If any of you have attended that, you know the fine food that is served there. It began as a small dinner at Spago, Las Vegas, and now it's turned into a star-studded event which has raised more than $100 million to support the Cleveland Clinic Lou Rouville Center. And so today, on behalf of the mayor and the members of the Las Vegas City Council, I have the honor to hereby take great pride in proclaiming December 11th, 2012, as Wolfgang Puck Spago Las Vegas Day.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm sorry Mr. Puck couldn't be here to join us today. He will be here next Tuesday. If anybody would like to come by Spago, he'd love to say hello to everybody. It is quite an honor to be part of this community 20 years ago. As you mentioned, Councilwoman, our colleagues thought we were making a big mistake coming to Las Vegas. Well, they were very wrong. And now in our company, which has grown worldwide, 40% of our business comes from the city. So on behalf of Wolfgang, our almost 600 employees who live and work here and support charities, as you've mentioned, and also Animal Foundation, the Smith Center, and so many wonderful causes here, this is our home and our community, and it will be for the rest of our lives. So thank you very much.
And, you know, please convey the deep appreciation of all of us to Mr. Puck.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. I sure will. We've known Mr. Kaplan these 20 years, and it's wonderful. My husband gets older, he gets younger. I don't know what the miracle is here. No, he looks exactly the same. I remember those days at Caesars when you were first in there.
I've got to tell you, Mayor, that when you see Wolf next week, he's going to tease you and say that I'm running for mayor in the future. That is not true. I just want to make that a public record. I am not running for mayor.
No, I think you absolutely should. What a wonderful, wonderful presentation. And everybody on council would expect the best of food every day up on the 7th floor. Okay, thank you. Thanks. Best of everything. We're very proud. And now our next item, we have another remarkable star joining us. And this is someone who attended the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, and is now gone on to become one of the best in the world in his craft. So, Councilman Coffin, your turn.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you very much. I am thrilled to present my friend an award today. And I want to say that I think while everyone in the city of Las Vegas by now certainly knows who Ryan Moore is, I don't think he's received all the recognition that he ought to have received from the people in this town he calls home. And you know, he's such a special guy. I first met him about 10 years ago when he was taking classes at UNLV as a student in journalism and communications with my wife, Mary Hausch. And he was an excellent student. And one of those people that my wife would come home and say, you know, there's a golfer there who plays a heck of a lot better than you do, Bob. But he can also write as good as you do or better than you do, too. See, so, you know, you never know. Ryan Moore, come on up and join me at the podium.
You play better golf than Bob.
Hi, buddy.
Pretty good.
Meet the council. We have a lot to say here, Ryan, and I know that you're going to be thrilled with what I have to say about you. Of course, not the first time you've received honors here in the state of Nevada, because up in Carson City in 2005, Senator Randolph Townsend and I presented a proclamation on your behalf at that time. Little did we know, although we predicted greatness for you, and we didn't know it would take that long.
Well.
All kidding aside, you don't mature on the golf tour. You don't mature on the golf tour until you're 30 or more, usually, because it's experience that counts out there as much as talent, you know, and youth and strength. Joining us today with Ryan, and we would like to extend a greeting to his wife, Nicole. And Nicole, you don't have to stand because you are carrying Tucker Maddox, Ryan Moore's son, right? Okay, we're talking about a serious addition to the family here, 6 weeks old, born October 19th. So welcome to you both, and additionally with us today we have JJ Jakovac. Have I spelled it and corrected, said it right, JJ? JJ is an important person on the team because out there on the golf course carrying that 40-pound bag of clubs for 7 or 8 miles and talking to Ryan and helping him choose shots, pick the line of the putt, and maybe not lose his temper out there when he's hit a bad shot. JJ's his looper, his caddy. And so, JJ, welcome. And Kenny Abalo, Ryan's business manager. Ryan, I have to say congratulations on having a small team. Many of these guys are so rattle-brained by the time they've been out there a while. They have psychology coaches, strength coaches, people who would induce them into a better philosophy of life when they can afford it. And pretty soon it's just them and the caddy, and if they're lucky, their wife. You know, the reason we're here today is because Ryan did something extra special. Besides being a 4-time All-American and only the 3rd UNLV player to win that honor, he also captured the GolfStat Cup title in 2004 and 2005. He was the top-ranked player for that entire season, having a scoring average of just over 69 per round. In 2009, Ryan won his first professional tournament, the Wyndham Golf Championship. However, 2012 was the year when Ryan Moore matured into greatness. I think we can say that without hopefully jinxing him, because if those of you who are watching golf were watching the progression of the playoffs this year, you saw our Las Vegas young man move from 66th in the rankings to somewhere around 20th in an incredible climb into qualification. Each tournament he had to do something extra special to make it to the next week. And he did it. He was close. He was in the top 5 2 or 3 times, always a threat. And now he put his mark of greatness on the rest of the Pro Tour. In fact, in October, Ryan was inducted into the Golf Hall of Fame on October 7th. I suppose it was my birthday. And Ryan's comment to a member of the press who asked him, well, how do you feel about being inducted into the Las Vegas Golf Hall of Fame? Ryan Moore said, and I quote, why? I'm only 29 years old. Well, today is his birthday. He's 30, and he's deserved it. So the nexus of things coming together on his birthday and being honored is wonderful. Ryan went out there and shot and really led door to door in the Shriners Tournament in October. Ryan went out there and shot a 62 at the Tournament Players Club in Summerlin. And on one hole, I saw a ball that he hit from 150 yards, hit the pin, hit the base of the pin, and bounced nearly into a lake 40 feet away. Well, he two-putted for a par on that one. But if it had stopped where it should have stopped, which was either in the hole or right next to it, he would have set a new course record. But 62 is nothing to laugh at. And instead of that going to Ryan's head, he stayed on par. He kept his mind in the game with his family and hundreds of us watching him. And he led wire to wire and won the tournament for his second win. So the Shriners are very proud of you, Ryan. I'm on the board of directors of the tournament itself, and I'm so thrilled that it could be won by one of our local, and I call you a local guy now. You really are. We lost you for a while, but then I'm so happy you made the choice to live in the city of Las Vegas, and I believe that you are now a resident in Councilman Ross's area. Yep. You live out near Durango and Cheyenne or something out there. I think that's in Councilman Ross's ward, so you will now get special attention from Councilman Ross. Ryan, we're so proud of you being here. I've short-circuited some of the wording that's in the proclamation, which we're going to present to you today, because I think it's important to move along and get you out of here so you can get back to practicing and get home and do your fatherly duties with Tucker Maddox. Nicole, we're proud of you for enduring this. I know it's going to be tough. This is not an easy life for a family. Pro Tour can be lonely, and I know that you'll be supportive, and I know you'll travel when you can. And Ryan will have you in his heart if you're not there with him right there on the golf course. Ryan, we're going to do something else too. Now, I haven't done this yet in the year and a half I've been on the council. We're going to present you with the key to the city of Las Vegas. Hold this thing, will you? The mayor always has something cute to say when she presents a key to someone. I can't think of anything except, wow, it's nice to have. But you know what? You've already had the key to our hearts. So now you've got the key to the city hall. Would you like to say a few words for us, please?
Sure. Well, thank you for this. That is, it's an honor. It's an honor to be here and just to be able to represent this great city and this community. You did lose me for a couple of years. I did go to UNLV. I lived here for a few years after that. Kind of went back, spent some time up in Washington, which is where I'm from. Then didn't meet my wife because we actually dated when we were in college a little bit. But we got back together, and she's born and raised Vegas resident, and I moved back here a couple of years ago. We got married, and I couldn't be happier. So thank you for the support of the town. It was great that tournament week. I just felt like I had everybody behind me and everybody cheering for me, and it's an amazing feeling. You don't get that, in other sports you're home half the time and you get your hometown crowd. So in golf I get it once a year, and so to have that support, it really did drive me to get my second victory. So it couldn't have come at a better time and a better place, and so thank you.
Ryan, congratulations. Your mom and dad are wonderful too. Mike, they come in town every year to see you play, and I know they've helped you in your business life. Mike's a golf pro, your dad, or he runs a golf course, and he's helped you with your swing. You basically are a self-taught golfer, someone who maybe watched other players, but you didn't go to the expensive golf academies. You didn't have someone who was pushing you from the age of 3 to get out there and copy some golfer. You built your swing yourself. And it's one that's lasted all these years, and it's built to stay. Don't ever change it. Remember, I warned you in 2005. Don't listen to all those guys that want to help you build a picture golf swing. It doesn't work. What works is what works. I think I want to just give you one more moment on this microphone. You are he founded a company already, Your Honor, before the age of 30. He's successful before 30. You have a company. I want you to say a little bit about it because this is your free commercial.
Well, yeah, I did actually. A few years ago, founded a golf shoe company called True Linkswear, and it was just one of those things, where just everything aligned, and I was actually having some problems, and someone who's on their feet all the time, I'm actually very conscious of what I have on my feet, and to be perfectly honest, I thought all the golf product offerings that were out there were less than fantastic. So, got together with a couple guys, and we formed this company, and we're getting pretty solid these last couple of years. I think we did close to 100,000 pairs this year, and this is our second year of existence. So we're spreading, and it's a great shoe. It's, like I said, it's called True Linkswear. You can get it. I think Golf Galaxy here in town has them, to be honest. But it's honestly helped me a lot. I can say it's one of those products I could definitely get behind, just because I loved it instantly. And when we were founding the company, the guys wanted me to get on board, and I said, well, you have to go make one. You have to go make a prototype. As soon as I can put it on my foot, I can absolutely tell everybody that this is a great product. Then I'm on board, and that's what happened. So,
welcome to the business world. Go Ryan, go Rebels. All right. Thank you again.
Okay. I would like to ask, where is your manufacturing company? Not in Las Vegas? Let me tell you. Tell your partners, only in Nevada, no income tax, no corporate tax. You are wasting money. Bring that here. Mr. Arndt sits right over there. He'll find you a place to put the factory. Correct? We'll make a deal. Right. We'll make a deal.
Yeah.
Do we have bargains?
We'll do whatever we can to get you. Okay.
And you can't take all the reward of private lessons. Congratulations. We're so proud. And thank goodness you're here, because you brought him back. And you have that wonderful, beautiful little baby here. So go Vegas. Okay, and for our final item, Councilwoman Tarkanian is going to recognize a group of talented performers celebrating their 50th anniversary.
Right. Would Elena Johnston and her group please come up to join me here? Yes. They like your bright blue tops up here. Yes. These ladies make up the Celebrity City Chorus, which is the Las Vegas chapter of the Sweet Adelines International. Sweet Adelines is a highly respected worldwide organization of women singers. I will tell you that all they're saying behind me is, we love them. We love them. That's it. It's a highly respected worldwide organization of women singers committed to advancing the musical art form of barbershop harmony through education, competition, and performance. This independent, nonprofit music education association is one of the world's largest singing organizations for women. Members extend over 5 continents and belong to more than 500 choruses and 1,200 quartets. Sweet Adelines choruses and quartets sing exciting a cappella, 4-part harmony music, barbershop style. The music includes special arrangements of today's ballads, classic songs, popular show tunes, and mainstream music. Members have said that singing the powerfully balanced sounds of barbershop harmony provides a rich, rewarding experience. Their motto is, harmonize the world. That would be really good. And so today we are going to honor you on your 50th anniversary in Las Vegas. They've been singing 4-part harmonies in Vegas since 1962. And the Celebrity City Chorus has promoted and performed this unique American art form in schools, churches, and many venues throughout Las Vegas Valley. They are dedicated to performance perfection and promotion and the teaching of the art of barbershop singing. Celebrity City Chorus continually promotes the appreciation of music and art form throughout Las Vegas. And so today, on your 50th anniversary, on behalf of the mayor and the members of the Las Vegas City Council, we do take great pride in proclaiming December 5th, 2012 as Celebrity City Chorus Day. I'd like you to say a few words, and then after that, we're going to ask them to give us a song. So we'll see if all this stuff is true.
Thank you, Councilwoman, Madam Mayor, council members. We just want to say that we think we are Las Vegas's best kept secret. We're a group of 70 women. We all sing a cappella, barbershop harmony, and we've been doing it now for 50 years. We've been in Las Vegas. We've helped with the Girl Scouts. We sing at charitable events. We've worked with the Muscular Dystrophy Association. We've reached out to the local high schools and are promoting young women in harmony. And so we'd like to sing a little song for you, if that's all right. Thank you very much.
Please let them do it by themselves first.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Elena. Put the mic over there.
I'd like to build the world a home and furnish it with love. Grow apple trees and honeybees and snow white turtle doves. I'd like to teach the world to sing in perfect harmony. I'd like to hold it in my arms and keep it company. I'd like to see this world standing hand in hand and hear an echo through the hills for peace throughout the land. That's the song I hear. Let's sing today. Put your hand in my hand. Help me find a way. Let's find a way. I'd like to teach the world to sing. I'd like to start today a song of peace that echoes on and on. It never goes away. That's the song I hear. Let's begin it today. Put your hand in my hand. Help me find a way. Let's find a way to teach the world to sing. Teach the world to sing. Teach the world to sing. We love to sing. Let's all sing.
That was Vegas Flair.
How do they get a hold of you if they'd like you to come perform, everybody that's listening?
You can go to our website, www.celebritycitychorus.com. Our phone number is there, and we would love to entertain anytime you need an entertainer.
Elena, it was magnificent. You really did a great job. I wonder if each of you would give us your name.
My name is Delia Price, and I've been a Sweet Adeline for 35 years.
I'm Becky Halverson. I've been a member since 2004.
I'm Frankie Cuccinata, and I joined in 1971.
I'm Joanne Hansen, and I've been with the Celebrity City Chorus since 2003.
And we might want to add that our esteemed councilman's mother, Bob Beer's mother, was a member of this group. She was. And did you get to listen a lot to this? 35 years ago. That's wonderful. Thank you for giving us something that's vintage Vegas. It's absolutely marvelous, Elena. Thank you.
Thank you. Happy holidays to you all.
So much. Oh, wait. Oh, I didn't give you your award. Well, I got so enthralled with the music, I forgot to give them their award. Here you are. And I hope you enjoy it. And anytime you see it, I hope you know how much we appreciate.
Thank you. We're very honored.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Well, I guess that's the end of our ceremonials. What a beautiful way to end it. So we are going to, I have 10 minutes up. We're going to take a 10 minutes break, and we will be back here at 10 o'clock. Thank you all. That was glorious. Ladies and gentlemen, if you will be seated again, please. We are on agenda item number 11. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters on the agenda for action. The amount of time any single speaker is allowed may be limited. All comments made will be cross-referenced to those specific items. If anyone submitted a speaker card or wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda, No need for an address, but please come to the podium and state your name for the record. We will set the time in this part at 1 minute. So, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. On item number 34, can you tell us why we're contracting with Arizona? Is there any local people that could have done that? And on item number 68, that neuter program, I don't think that's worked. I mean, I've trapped 14 cats, and we've hauled away 9, and I think 4 of them are pregnant females. So, I mean, we got a problem.
That was item 68,
68,
please? Thank you.
And item number 34, why we're contracting with Arizona, please.
Thank you. I see we have someone who can answer that in the audience. Yes, sir?
My name is Howard. I live 123 State. Oh, turn the mic on? Oh, my name is Howard. I live 123 Sir David. I wanted to ask about the map, districting map. They changed it around, right? Is that the new map?
I'm not sure what's up there.
At the end of the consent agenda, we're going to pull the redistricting ordinance forward, and I'll explain the changes that occurred from the beginning to the end. But the maps that you see there, Mr. Hodges, are the current maps. Those are the new ones.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much. I'm sorry about that.
Thank you. No, that's fine. Anyone else wishing to be heard? Morning.
Good morning, Madam Mayor and City Council. I want to speak on agenda item 7. Catherine Duncan, 1001 F Street. And I want to speak on the F Street item 77 when it's appropriate.
Thank you. Anyone else? Please come forward. Okay, hearing none, we will now move on to... Okay, please come forward, state your name. The button that says mic, or whatever it says, speak. No, hold on one sec, please.
Yes, James Chapman for the F Street project when it becomes 77, please.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to be heard?
For the L. Handbrake, I would love to speak on the F Street.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Good morning.
Good morning. Roxanne McCoy. I'm registering for Frank Hawkins that will be speaking on the F Street project.
Thank you very much. McCoy, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Bishop Leon Smith, F Street project.
Thank you. And anyone else? Okay, hearing none, we will now move on to item number 12. And these are business items for possible action. Any items from this morning's session that the council staff or applicant wish to be stricken, tabled, withdrawn, or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. And Councilwoman Tarkanian.
Excuse me. I'm in the wrong place.
On page 12, if you would. The only change, or is there anything, Council, any abeyance?
No, excuse me. It was blank.
Okay, the only thing is we are striking the closed session today. I don't know if that needs to be annotated here. Nothing. Okay, so there is nothing. Yes, Councilman Beers?
One of these items on our consent agenda, we had a question about the Arizona contract. Is this the appropriate time we want to answer that?
We handled it privately with Mr. Farlow.
I wonder if there's a citizen out there that might have the same.
If I may, Your Honor, it's just a contract. It's just an interlocal agreement so we can access the Arizona Department of Transportation database. That's all that is. It's not a contract for goods or services.
Thank you very much, Councilman. Terrific. That's your next role. Mr. Farlow, thank you. Appreciate it. That's clarified for you then. Great. Okay, thank you. Do you want to move then to? We don't need
I
to
move
do
to
anything.
approve.
And there was nothing there, so we're
Absolutely, there
gone.
was nothing there, and that's why I couldn't find it. It was
Okay.
blank, so I put it in the trash can early.
Thank you. We will now move on to number 13, item 13. For possible action to approve the final minutes by reference of the regular city council meeting of November 7th. Is there a motion, and may I turn to you, Councilwoman?
Yes. Move to approve.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote and please post. And those minutes are approved. Thank you very much. As we go into this, I just want you to know that item 24, we have a corrected map on item 24. But beyond that, items 14 through 67, with no exceptions on the consent agenda, are considered to be routine and are recommended for approval by the departments, may be enacted in one motion. Are there any other items that the council wishes to bring forward? None. None. Councilwoman, if I might turn to you
All right, and
to accept
vote on the motion
agenda.
is to approve.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve items 14 through 67 with the corrected map on item 24. Please vote and please post. And we are now moving, that carries. Thank you very much. We'll move on to agenda item number 68.
Your Honor, if I could
Yes.
interrupt for a moment with all due respect. Judge Kessler is with me here today. We have the redistricting ordinance on. It's item number 87. He has a flight this afternoon. I would ask that we move that item number 87 forward and hear it before the rest of the discussion items.
Okay, and the item again is number what?
87.
87. We will bring that forward at this time.
If you call that, and if somebody wants me to read it, I'll be glad to. And we'll
Yes, let's please read it.
Singers, Bill number 2012-28, First Amendment, an ordinance to adjust the ward boundaries of the city with a redistricting plan and provide for related matters. If I could, with your indulgence, Your Honor, go to the podium with Judge Kessler. Will explain the changes from the recommending committee and then present it to you for a vote.
Thank you very much. Okay. Your Honor, if you will. Judge Kessler.
Thank you, Your Honor. If we could go to the overhead, I think we're on it right now. The map that you see, before I turn this over to Judge Kessler, is the final redistricting map that came out of the recommending committee. It's a little difficult to see the changes, so I'm going to remove that map. I'm going to go to the map that reflects the changes between Ward 4 and Ward 6. The two areas that I'm pointing to are the two areas that were changed at the recommending committee. We presented it to Councilman Councilman Ross and to Councilman Anthony. I believe they're both in agreement with that, although I know Councilman Anthony's not here today. The final map are the changes between Wards 5 and Ward 3. The area that I want to point out that is slightly different than recommending committee, this is the area that I'm pointing to around Cashman Field. I'm sorry?
Brad, when we're looking at it upside down, can you?
Correct. It's actually not upside down on our map.
No, we're right side up.
We're the right side up at this point.
Yeah, this would.
But I think we could.
This would be north.
Can you point
Oh,
to
okay.
95 and 15?
I see what you're saying. I see what
to
you're
show
saying.
the main
Okay.
thoroughfares.
Okay.
Right.
No,
Thank
go ahead.
you.
Go ahead. I apologize.
I'm sorry, I know it's a little disorienting sometimes.
Yeah.
Even I look at these 3 or 4 times and wonder what I'm looking at.
And could you point to Cashman Field, please?
But this is the Cashman Field area, and when we discussed this at recommending committee, I think this block that I'm pointing to right here was the only block included in the shift from Councilman Coffin to Councilman Barlow. Because this has to be contiguous for population reasons, we added this block right adjoining it. This is on Wilson. It looks like 11th, 10th, and 9th Street. But I've showed that to Councilman Barlow and to Councilman Coffin. I believe they're both in agreement with that. And the other change that was made is on Fremont Street, and that is moving these parcels that I'm pointing to between
Ogden and Fremont.
between Ogden and Fremont, and 13th Street and 8th Street move into
It's Las Vegas
Commons.
Boulevard.
Right. And those are the changes. With that, I just want to make just a couple of comments.
Wait, excuse me, I'm so sorry. The blue that you just pointed to, the north boundary is what street, please?
The north boundary is Ogden.
Ogden, and on the west is what street?
Las Vegas Boulevard,
Okay, and on the east,
13.
correct? Okay, good. Thank you.
With that, I'm prepared to submit it to you. I do want to just make a couple of comments that, once again, I think this is about the 6th or 7th time I've had the privilege of working with Judge Kessler on redistricting, and there's no finer person in the country to work with, and I just wanted to thank him for everything that he's taught me and everything that he's done. Second, Richard Wasmuth. I've always neglected to mention Richard. He jumped in when Tom Perigo moved up to do all these maps, and he has been cranking these things out sometimes 24/7 to get them to you as quickly as possible, and he deserves a debt of gratitude too. With that, I submit it to Judge Kessler and you for a vote, Your Honor.
Well, I would echo those sentiments, and Richard, thank you very much for these maps. I know you probably are sleeping in the print room with them. Any comments, questions from council? Councilman Barlow.
Thank you, Mayor. And Brad, I want to thank you and your entire team for a job well done each and every year. I've had the pleasure of being, whether it's on staff or now on council as it relates to my second redistricting, and of course working with Judge Kessler. I want to congratulate you for a successful re-election to the state legislature. So thank you so very much for your service to the community. It's not always easy, Mayor, to adjust lines, specifically when you have an opportunity to develop relationships and go out and work neighborhoods and communities and business districts and develop relationships in order to represent the area in which you were elected to serve. And I'm going to lose a lot of great areas and a lot of great citizens as it relates to the reshifting of lines now in Ward 5. But I also am looking forward as far as gaining new residents out in the Northwest as well, now that my northern boundary is no longer Cheyenne, it will be Craig Road. And so I have yet more work to do as far as to develop relationships and get out and find out what those needs are in those areas out there, and I'm really excited about it. But I do want to say this to the residents in which I had the honor of serving since 2007. I want to thank you for being such great residents, and you will most definitely be receiving a jewel of representatives as it relates to my colleague to the left, Councilman Coffin, who will be absorbing a lot of the residents in the east portion of the district in which I represented, as well as Councilwoman Tarkanian, who will be absorbing the medical district, the area in which I worked tirelessly to bring development and working those residents in those areas as well. And so I'll be happy to introduce the council representatives to those residents, if in fact you all will like, because they are asking as far as some of the activities that I've done in the past with them, if the council, the new council person, will be doing those same activities. I said I can't speak for them nor their pocketbook, but I can introduce you to them and allow you to have that conversation with them. So specifically for you, Councilman Coffin, I mean, a lot of the seniors in that area, they're looking forward to meeting you. And the folks that I've had the honor of working with in the medical district, Councilwoman Tarkanian, they're looking forward to working with you as well. And they're really excited because they know all of the work that you've done around the Mountain View Hospital District and what you're creating as far as the medical district and the medical tourism that you're looking to bring into the area. They're really excited to participate and be a part of that movement from Ward 1. So congratulations, and I want to really thank everyone for their time and attention, and just say I'm looking forward to representing the newer area in which I will be picking up approximately 10,000 new residents in Ward 5. Thank you.
Thank you. I would say that when I took office, my husband said to me, over the years, the only issues that he ever saw were the issues of the dialogue that goes on over redistricting. And I will tell you, I have no idea what he was talking about. You made it a piece of cake, but the reason you made it a piece of cake, besides the efforts and work of Richard and you, Brad, certainly is the collegiality of this city council group. They are simply phenomenal in giving and taking and sharing and understanding what this process is about to balance the districts and the wards. And you were a great leader, and I ran home to Oscar and I said, "Nya, nya, nya, nya."
Well, let me say it was my pleasure to work with all the council.
This is the seventh time that the city has asked me to help, and it's been my pleasure to do it. It's been a thrill, and I don't know if I'll be mentally alert enough to do it in the future, but it certainly has been, to me, a great opportunity to work with all the councilmen. And I've known some of them for many years. Bob was in the State Senate, and I worked in the State Senate with Senator Kaufman, and certainly have worked with Councilman Barlow in the past, and it's been a pleasure to work with the second Goodman also. So I want to say that I appreciate that. I also have to say, all the years I worked with Brad, I think this city is so fortunate to have a city attorney like Brad Jerbeck. I probably have not met anybody who has a skill set as he has. And it's been really a thrill to work with him and understand how he operates and how much he's respected by everybody here. And I also want to thank the city planning people. Rich Wasmuth did work tirelessly in drawing maps and making the changes that have to be made in the process. And I have to say I am pleased with this product. The product meets the standards of one man, one vote, and this is a product that could not be effectively challenged under the Voting Rights Act. And those are the things that I think are what people have to look at when you look at redistricting. And I appreciate the ability to work with everybody and make sure that we have a product that's easily defendable if it ever was challenged. So thank you again, and it's been my pleasure to work with everybody here.
Thank you so much, and we are most grateful. I know the citizenry is as well, and of course we are proud of the gentleman with the blue and purple tie standing with his back to the camera. So with that, I would entertain a motion that we adopt the recommendations here on the redistricting.
So moved, yes.
And that would be First Amendment?
Including that, yes.
Very good. That includes the First Amendment.
And includes First Amendment. So there is a motion. Please vote. And please post.
Mayor, I have a follow-up question.
Please, go ahead.
Brad, for the sake of those here in the audience as well as those watching via television or internet, when will the lines become effective as far as the new districts are concerned?
Because this is adopted by ordinance, and ordinances are only effective upon signing and publication, it's my expectation the mayor will sign it this week. It'll be published in the RJ on Friday. It'll go into effect on Saturday. So the new lines are Saturday.
And what is the date,
Nope.
Brad?
Sunday, I'm sorry.
And what is the date?
The date would be
Sunday's
the
date.
9th.
The 9th of
9th of
September
December.
is Sunday.
Sunday's the
December.
9th.
December, excuse me.
The 9th of December, 2012. Thank you.
That also reminds me, there was one other person that deserves an absolute ton of gratitude, and that's our city clerk, Beverly. She has been the one running a lot of interference, running a lot of maps, running numbers, crunching things. I see her here on the weekends doing this stuff, and she deserves a ton of credit. So,
Thank you.
and thank you.
And that was posted?
Did you vote?
It was that we did vote. It was posted. It did carry.
Thank you.
Mayor,
Safe journey home, and Ms. Fretwell.
I just want to say thank you to the planning department, too. They did a tremendous amount of work. There were many maps that were being run over here from the Development Services Center late at night for consideration. I really do appreciate all of their hard work, making sure that the numbers, the population numbers are right, and that the demographics that Judge Kessler used were right on the mark for your decision-making process. So I just wanted to say thank you to them for a job well done.
Thank you. I know we agree with you and thank them. Sorry for the oversight. We certainly appreciate everything that they have done. And so now we move on to item number 69, report and possible action on the 2013 federal legislative agenda. And
are we skipping 68?
Why did I do that? I have some cards. I think that must have been, there must have been a reason. So sorry. We are on item number 68, This is a report to satisfy the annual requirement under Ordinance 6067 regarding spay-neutering of certain animals, all wards. And I don't know if Ms. Freeman, Officer Freeman, is going to address this, and then we do have the following who wish to speak to it. Karen Lane, Holly Stobersky, and it looks like Kristen Robinson. Oh, I know that name. Never knew that was the whole name. Okay, Officer, Chief.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. It's Chief Michelle Freeman. Thank you for having me up here today. What I'm here to report is our spay and neuter ordinance. In 2009, we had an ordinance adopted. 2010, we had it in effect. And in 2011 was our first report out, as we're required to do by the ordinance, to come and report to you on our updates and the success. So now, fast forward to today, and I'm here to report to you what our findings are. If I can draw your attention to the second, if we can just go to the next slide in the screen, I have some comparative data that I'd like to share with you, please. The animals impounded to the City of Las Vegas streets, we see there's been a 13% decrease. What this means significantly is that there's less animals being turned in at the shelter, which results in less animals being euthanized and less money being spent by the City of Las Vegas in housing and caring for these impounded animals. Next, I'd like to draw your attention to the shelter unloads. The shelter unloads are showing a 38% decrease. What an unload is us going to the shelter, the animal control officers, and dropping off our animals at the shelter. Why this is a significant decrease and why this is a significant point to make point of is because less animal impounds results in less time in transport and more time for our officers to actually be on the fields where we need them. The next area is animals running at large. The reports of running at large has decreased 24%. We believe that the spayed and neutered animals are less prone to stray, and that's how come that's a significant number there. Animals turned into the shelter by the City of Las Vegas public. We're seeing a 23% decrease. The reason that this is significant is similar to the reason that I had already mentioned the first time when we talked about our decrease with the animal impounds to the City of Las Vegas streets. We're seeing less animals being turned into the shelter, resulting in less animals being euthanized, less money being spent by the City of Las Vegas, and less care that we have to give and provide for them in the shelters. The data we're comparatively speaking about is from 2009 until present day 2012, as you may be able to see on the graph. We see these numbers decline, and we recognize that there are a number of variables driving these possible declines. However, when speaking with the partners in our community and with the experts, that our resident experts, our animal control staff, we do believe that significant reasons for the decline is because of these things and because of the spay and neuter ordinance. So we see this as a success story, and we feel very proud of this. I'd also like to say that we've been educating the public, and that's really helping out as well. So that's been very helpful. I would like to also mention, as you already did, Mayor, that there are people in the audience that would like to speak, and if you would, I'd like to just let you know who's here with me today showing their support, because it's really meaningful, and I really appreciate the time that they've spent on this and the help that they've given. We have in the audience Holly Stobersky from Heaven Can Wait. She will be speaking. We have Karen Lane from the Humane Society who will be speaking. We have Christine Robertson from Leeds Animal Shelter who will also be speaking. I'd also like to just mention a few people from Animal Control itself. We have Dale Smock from North Las Vegas Animal Control, Kathy Baker from Henderson Animal Control, and Zach Zarek from Animal Control for Henderson as well. And then I would be remiss if I didn't mention my very own finest that are in the audience today from our Animal Control for the City of Las Vegas. We have Lieutenant Scott Barney, who's here, and we also have Rich Molinari, who is our supervisor. So without them, I just wanted to say thank you from the bottom of my heart for all the assistance that they've given and the progression that we've made to today, because if it weren't for them, we wouldn't be able to be here. So with that, I'll turn it over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Those are wonderful numbers, and I know we're all very pleased to see this. And so if you would just stand by, because as comments come up, I would like to invite Karen Lane to come up, please, and make her comments, and then we'll just go right through the list you had. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor Goodman and council members. I'm Karen Lane with the Las Vegas Valley Humane Society. I want to say to all of you that we've been working very hard in the community and with you as elected officials and also with local animal control agencies to try to resolve the animal overpopulation in the valley. And we're very proud of the work that we have all been able to do together. And I would point out between Heaven Can Wait and the Las Vegas Valley Humane Society and also C5 that deals solely with feral cats, that we have been able to spay and neuter large numbers of animals, and we believe that's making a big difference. So we're very proud of that. I will say to you that for those of us who are nonprofits and like the city has suffered during these economic times, we're finding that our spay and neuter budgets are consuming a larger and larger portion of our budgets to the detriment of some of our other services. And I would wish, if you know, I understand that you do have the same economic issues that we're dealing with right now, but I would appreciate the city giving consideration to setting up a fund for people who do have a problem in spaying and neutering their animals because of cost, and some assistance with feral cats. We, along with Heaven Can Wait and C5, are assuming all those costs at this time. We are receiving money from Clark County for animals that are in the county. But that would be something that would really be helpful, because in the long run, by paying that money up front for spay and neuter, you're avoiding the money, which is a lot more, that you're going to pay to euthanize the animal. Thank you.
Question, if I might ask. The general public has an animal. They would like it spayed and or neutered. May they avail themselves of your veterinarian's services and at a different cost? Is that possible, that they could come to your locale or over to the lead animal shelter or wherever, but pay differently perhaps?
If those people, and which is what they're doing on a very continuing basis, they can contact Heaven Can Wait, the Las Vegas Valley Humane Society, or C5, particularly for feral cats. We will assist them even if we have to pay for the full cost of the spay and neuter, because we believe that it's more important to spay and neuter that animal. We're not in this business to make money. We're in this business to resolve the animal population problem in the valley.
But as a service to a paying customer in the public, would you charge the same fee that would come in, not with the feral cats necessarily, but with their own animal, and say, I would like to enlist your veterinarian service to spay or neuter my dog?
Yes, you can actually, Holly will be addressing that. Heaven Can Wait is a low-cost spay and neuter clinic that's available to anyone out in the community. And so they, but I would, Mayor, I would say this to you, a lot of the veterinarians in the community at this time have come on board and are also offering low-cost services to the community as well. So I don't want anyone hearing this broadcast to think that they cannot get their animals spayed and neutered. I think that's extremely important for them to understand.
Very good point. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you, Holly. And now, Karen Lane, please. I'm sorry, that's Karen. I do need Holly. Sorry. Sorry, Karen.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I'm Holly Staberski, and I'm here to speak on behalf of Heaven Can Wait. As many of you know, Heaven Can Wait is a nonprofit organization dedicated to Great, thank you. If I may start again. As many of you know, Heaven Can Wait is a nonprofit organization dedicated to reducing the pet overpopulation problem in this community. Since our inception, we have spay and neutered over 80,000 animals. In the past 11 months, we have sterilized more than 3,000 cats and dogs from the city of Las Vegas alone, either free of charge, be it feral cat clinics, or through our low-cost spay and neuter, which, going back to the question that you had, Mayor Goodman, if a citizen comes in and they're not able to pay even at a low cost, we have a sliding scale program that they fill out the application for, and they get the spay and neuter at a reduced rate. So that is absolutely available to every member of the community that comes to see us. To assist with the enforcement of the mandatory spay and neuter law that was passed by the City of Las Vegas, as well as Clark County, Henderson, and other jurisdictions, we want to be able to continue our efforts to provide these services at free of charge or at a reduced rate. However, as Karen mentioned, funding is a huge issue for us. The city of, I should say, Henderson has donated land to us. Clark County every year has been kind and gracious in allowing us a grant so we can continue to provide services to the residents of Clark County. So I guess I'm here today to ask you, what can we do to help you help us help you? We want to be able to every year for the agencies that are here today to come here on an annual basis and provide you with the successful results that the spay and neuter ordinance has had. And in order to do that, we need some assistance from the city. I'm just throwing out an idea, thinking outside the box. Perhaps we can add a $2 charge to the licensing fee that the citizens in Las Vegas pay to license their pet. And at the end of the year, the funds that are raised from that $2 fee can go into a fund, and organizations that feel they are worthy or that they have contributed enough to the city's efforts to reduce the pet overpopulation problem can fill out an application and submit an application to see if they can access that fund. So we just need some sort of a resource to be able to continue to provide these services. I'm really not sure who with the city we need to meet with to brainstorm, but we just need to come up with ideas so we can continue to provide these services.
It's an excellent idea, and I'm going to ask, rather than waste time, ask our city manager, where does one go with that great idea?
Chief Freeman is the best person for them to work with, and obviously Chief Coyne would be involved in that, and that's something that we could work on with the spay and neuter organizations.
Thank you. There you have your directive. She's 10 feet away from you.
I would appreciate that. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you very much.
And we really, really appreciate the city's continuing efforts to reduce the pet overpopulation problem.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. And now Christine Robinson, please.
Good morning, Mayor, council members. I don't have a fancy presentation like Chief Freeman here, but I'll do my best. I couldn't have said it better, Chief. Things are going well. As you know, the Animal Foundation, through contracts with Clark County, Las Vegas, and North Las Vegas, provide, in addition to a number of other public services, including spay and neuter services. So again, to answer your question, we do have a large spay and neuter program for the public, for which lots of folks access. Over the last 2 years, we've done 34,000 surgeries. And so those services are available, and people are making use of them. We'd certainly like to see that number go up. So we provide services for the local jurisdictions, and as a result of those services that we provide in the way of sheltering, we have historically brought in approximately 50,000 animals through our doors each year. I'm speaking to these more aggregate numbers because while I do think it's important to talk specifically about the city of Las Vegas, that's who you are, and those are the numbers you're interested in, I also think it's important to present the bigger picture, and we have the benefit of having those larger numbers as we support all of those agencies. And so I've talked about that 50,000 number many times here. And it's big, and it's too big, but we have good news. So what I'd like to do today is just briefly talk with you about surgery numbers first, because really that is the number that is it's on the front end of affecting the numbers that we really care about on the back end, which are intakes and ultimately the euthanasia of healthy adoptable animals. And so 34,000 surgeries that the Animal Foundation has performed through. We have 6 full-time veterinarians that work for us, and most of those have been through our public services. The numbers I want to focus on here today are the changes that we've seen in what we call return to owner. And those are, folks that, for whatever reason, have their animals end up at our facility. In the past, prior to you enacting the ordinance that you did, in the past, people would come to pick up their animals and they had a choice. We call those return to owners, and they had a choice. Would you like us to spay or neuter your animal or not? In 2009, that number of yeses, which created surgeries, was 310 yeses. At the end of 2010, that number was 1,390. What is that? 340-something% increase. It's huge. And that's just to give you an example. We've continued to see that number grow. And again, I want to make clear the distinction. 1,390 does not sound like a significant number. We're actually providing surgeries on 34,000 during that same time frame. But these are the animals that come into our facility. So they're actually the ones that are out running at large, causing these multiple litters to be born. And so that's kind of been our focus. So we're thrilled to see those numbers go up.
Could I interrupt you and ask a question?
Sure.
Is it automatic that animals that are brought in, not feral animals, but because I'm not sure what happens to all of them, but they are automatically chipped once you determine an owner, so you can, in fact, find that owner for that chip?
Nothing's ever an easy answer, right? The animals that are adopted out through our organization are all vaccinated, chipped, and spayed and neutered. Animals returned to their owners are all spayed and neutered and chipped. Not all animals that come into our facility are chipped, as many, unfortunately, do not leave our facility. So, yes, the ones that leave our facility are microchipped and spayed and neutered. So I've talked a little bit about surgery, and the short story there is we're increasing our public return to owner surgeries as well as our other surgeries, and that's good news for the community and its overpopulation problem. But what does that mean? What really matters are the numbers that impacts. And what I wanted to share with you are two sets of numbers. In comparison 2010 to 2011, our total intakes, so for the city of Las Vegas and all the other jurisdictions, our total intakes went from 46,000, approximately 46,000, to approximately 44,000, or a total increase of 3.1%. That's of dogs and cats. And what did that mean for that year? It meant a decrease of 4.5% in euthanasia of dogs and a decrease of 3.5% in euthanasia of cats. And that number gets better from 2011 to 2012. Again, remember that the ordinance was enacted in mid-2010. So those same statistics from 2011 to 2012 are a decrease in overall intakes. Are you ready for this? 9.8%. That's huge. So for the first time really in the history of our organization, our intake numbers are starting to go down. Now, can I say can I stand here and tell you, as Chief Freeman said, that that's a direct impact of the enactment of this ordinance? I think it's a complex issue and there's a lot of variables involved, but certainly the numbers speak for themselves and we are trending in the right direction. The last number I want to give you is euthanasia over that same time period. And from 2011 to 2012, we have seen a 13.4% decrease in dog euthanasias and a 14.7% decrease in cat euthanasias during that time period. And I know nobody likes to talk about euthanasia, but the reality is at the end of the day, that's really where we're trying to head. You know, get these animals spayed, prevent the numbers from coming in on the front end, and reduce our total euthanasias. So we're heading in the right direction. I'm happy to answer questions, and I'm also happy to come back next year, hopefully, and give you even better news.
Mayor?
Yes, Councilman.
Thank you so very much for the update. I know you laugh at me every time I bring this up, but in the last, 6 months, I've caught 4 cats, thanks to Chief Freeman and her staff for bringing the baskets out to my home. Today I looked in my backyard and there was a cute little fat cat look like it's pregnant. And I don't know why they choose my yard to come and have their kittens. Yeah, they're giving me loving, but who's loving me? So the question that I have, the question that I have is, what happens to the kids? I mean, the kittens and the cats that you all come and pick up from my house, and others. What happens to them?
Well, that's a big question. Different things happen to different animals. If the animal is feral, if it's particularly, a feral cat, that animal is not, and appropriately so, under our current circumstance, depending where it comes from, and again, there's issues of, and Karen, and I don't know if Keith is here, might be able to come and help me, but if there are trap, neuter, release programs and the cat comes in with an ear tip and it belongs to an existing colony, we will put, the animals will go back at, C5, as Karen mentioned, is an organization we partner with in town. They will come and take those animals and put them back out where they came from. If they're not part of that kind of colony, they certainly don't leave our facility for adoption purposes, and they would be euthanized. Does that answer your question? If they're adoptable animals, I mean, if they're otherwise healthy, if a cat comes in and it's otherwise healthy and adoptable after being evaluated by our behavior and medical team, the animal would go up for adoption.
Okay. The reason I ask is because my kids asked me. I had to release a cat about approximately a month ago because my kids called me and says, "Dad, there's a little kitten and it's crying, and you can't keep it in jail like that." So when I came home, I had to let the kitten go because I felt sorry. But I was able to catch it again and keep it away from my kids, and then call, of course, animal control. But folks need to know what's taking place as far as relates to the animals that are being caught, as far as what happens to them once they reach your facility.
Councilman, I'd like to add to that. Chris was on City Beat or our city channel. How many times did we show that it was absolutely fabulous? And I would highly recommend, when there are vacant times, that we keep showing. It was such a sensitive piece, so informative. Even the difficult part at the end, just absolutely fabulous to inform and educate the public.
Thank you, Mayor. That David Riggleman, Communications Director. The name of the special is 4 Lives, and we're airing it over the next several months on KCLV Channel 2. So if people want to check our website, they can figure out the times that it's going to play. It's LasVegasNevada.gov or KCLV.tv. The program schedule is on there.
Is that FOR or the number 4 Lives?
FOUR, 4 Lives.
And we have had people and calls and meeting people have commented on how beautifully that was done. Difficult. So congratulations, and David, to your staff too.
Mayor, if you don't mind, I'd like to address Councilman Barlow's question. Councilman, you can also, as opposed to calling animal control, because the city of Las Vegas does have now a feral cat ordinance, if you call either Heaven Can Wait, the Las Vegas Valley Humane Society, I'll be glad to give you our number, or C5, will actually come out and assess the situation. It may be that there's another feeder in the neighborhood that's feeding cats that are not spayed and neutered. But what we do in that situation is we can come out, spay and neuter the cats for you, or if you decide that you would prefer to feed.
Wait a minute. Not for me. There's a reason why I do not have pets. So my thing is I'm trying to follow the rules and the regulations as far as the number of cats that find their way to my backyard. And so I want to make sure that I follow the rules and capture them accordingly to my D&E, detention and enforcement folks, and pass it off to them, or pass it off to you, but nothing taking place on my property as it relates to spading and neutering on my property.
Certainly.
That wraps it up for me, other than to say thank you to all of our wonderful partners, the city, our other jurisdictions, some of which are here today. I think just that demonstration just there of Karen being able to come and answer a question about feral cat colonies. We have a very big job at the Animal Foundation and very much rely on our community partners, and hopefully they rely on us as well to help solve this problem together. So it really is a great group of people all out seeking to do the same thing. And thank you for your leadership toward that end.
Councilman Beers would like to make a comment.
Thank you, Your Honor. I was very fortunate to be able to come out and take a tour of your facility. Thank you for your hospitality. It was a very interesting facility, but there's an opportunity here for the younger set having a hard time finding jobs to volunteer. Is there not?
I'm sorry.
Volunteers?
Are you asked? I'm not sure of the question.
Do you accept volunteers? Is there an opportunity for kids who can't find jobs to come volunteer with you guys?
You bet. And all of that information can be found on our website at animalfoundation.com. We have a whole section on volunteering. We have many, many volunteers and need many, many more. We have a really great program, big orientation that gets everybody set to do the job. But absolutely, we love volunteers. Couldn't do it without them.
Wonderful. Thank you. And so everybody remember that, and we're going to show that on Channel 2 again and again. And what a wonderful way, Councilman Barlow, if you called Heaven Can Wait to have your children, don't release that little cat, have Heaven Come Wait, then go to the center, have them understand they can pick that cat back up and take it back out. It will be a learning experience, and it will be a survival one.
And
that will stay in your backyard, nobody else's.
and I want to get the number from the young lady here. You didn't provide me with your contact information for us to contact you, because I like resources. And also, it'll provide me an opportunity to share with my neighbors the great program that you all have as far as Heaven Can Wait. So not only for me, but for the listening audience, as far as how can we get in contact with Heaven Can Wait so that there's other opportunities and other choices as it relates to whether it be feral cats or animals that are appropriately tagged that are straying away from their resident.
So if the three of you would each give the phone numbers and repeat again your particular site, then the public will hear it and again, please.
Yes, we're probably not the best place for feral cats, but for dogs and cats that are owned animals, you bet. Animal Foundation, 384-3333. If I got that right. Animalfoundation.com has all of the information.
And that's the lead animal?
It's the Animal Foundation. We operate the lead animal shelter.
Okay, thank you.
Karen Lane, Las Vegas Valley Humane Society is 434-2009, or they can also email us at lvvhs, which are our initials, at cox.net, and they can communicate with us that way. And we do help in terms of referrals for spay and neuters, and we will also go out and trap or provide traps to people who want to trap themselves. So, and we also help recovery of those people who don't have anywhere to keep the cats after surgery.
And what is your name?
I'm Karen Lane. I'm president of the Las Vegas Valley Humane Society.
Thank you, Ms. Lane.
Good morning again. My name is Holly Staberski on behalf of Heaven Can Wait. Our telephone number is 227-5555. Our website is hcws.org. And going back to what Mayor Goodman suggested, Councilman Barlow, once a month we have our feral cat clinics where we spay and neuter up to 400 feral cats per session. Okay. During those clinic hours, we have many volunteers, school-age children that will be there helping with the recovery. They see how the whole process works from when the animal is first brought in by a trap, whether it be from C5, Las Vegas Valley Humane Society. Anyone who brings in a feral cat will come in, they're shaved, get ready for surgery, and then the children help with the recovery, and then they see how the animal goes back to the community, to the colony that it came from. So if your children are at all interested, please contact us, and again, this will all be with school-age children. They'll be in a group together, and we would love to educate them.
Okay, great.
Mayor,
Please.
if we have learned nothing else from this presentation today, I hope your constituents leave knowing that there really is no excuse in this day and age to not get your animals spayed and neutered. The resources are there, the opportunities are available, and we will help you do that. So hopefully that message was sent here today.
Great. Wonderful news and a great report. And please?
Your Honor, can we address this again next year?
I would hope we will have reports continuously.
And I'd like
annually.
to see that $2 fee.
Yes, Councilman, thank you. Councilman Coffin.
Your Honor, thank you. I really wholeheartedly endorse this. And we've had personal experience with Heaven Can Wait, for example. We've had, I think, 3 visits to the spay clinic. And, you know, we've really helped try to keep the population down in our neighborhood. But people keep dropping them off near us, and they find a home because I find our home. Because there are cats around there, they cluster to other cats. I mean, they are social beings. And so there's a little female out there, and I want a personal commitment from someone who will come and help me catch her, because we can't. And we need to have some real skilled people come and bait for her. She's smarter. She's laid down 3 litters without us being able to catch her. And we're behind, and Heaven Can Wait. We need you.
So Karen, Holly, or Chris are your ladies. Thank you. It's a great report, Chief Freeman. Thank you very much. And so now we'll move on to item number 69, and a report and possible action on the 2013 federal legislative agenda. This is all wards, and I see Mr. Olivas, and I see somebody who may come from a different state. Mr. Olivas, good morning. It's yours. Hi, Vicki.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. For the record, Ted Olivas, Director of Administrative Services. I'm joined today by Vicki Cram from Patton Boggs. She's our lobbyist back in D.C. We're here to provide you a brief overview of our 2013 federal agenda. You should have a copy, each of you. It looks like this. And you should also have a copy of the short presentation that I'll provide. The final version of this document is essentially the same as the draft that we handed out a few weeks ago. As you know, the agenda is the result of discussions that we had starting back in September with all of you, the City Manager's Office, and each of the departments. It's a compilation of many topics you're briefed on throughout the year, such as the Ice Age Park, downtown revitalization, new markets tax credits, CDGB funds, public safety initiatives, a lot of things that you hear about throughout the year from the departments. We have subject experts in each department that help craft this document, and it's the document that we bring back to Washington each year and share with our federal delegates. As you know, Vicki uses this to lobby on our behalf throughout the year. This agenda structure is similar to our federal plans from previous years. We've consolidated some of the sections, but essentially it's the same of what we've seen in years past. Section 1 just provides a general overview of who we are, what we do, particularly our history. We talk about the City Council, the City Manager's Office, and some of our initiatives. Now, we also have city maps that we provide. We do not have those maps in your books today as a result of your redistricting decision that you made earlier. We're going to update those, and we'll get copies of those for you. In Section 2, this is an overview of our efforts to revitalize downtown. It's on behalf of our Economic and Urban Development Department. There's some highlights here on the slides about some of the stuff that they've accomplished in fiscal year 12. But this section includes information about our downtown, about our redevelopment agency, about our current economic status, major initiatives during fiscal year 12, some of our recommendations, and our regional economic development efforts that we've been involved with over the last 18 months or so. Section 3 highlights our transportation positions. This is for our Public Works Department. It states our commitment to reducing the cost of transportation, reducing vehicle miles traveled, increasing safety, and creating reductions in greenhouse emissions. These are similar to our policy positions from the past. But it also includes some transportation policy recommendations, which are a multi-year reauthorization of the service transportations programs, alternate transportation funding, the I-15 Mobility Alliance, which we think is very important, Interstate 11, Tiger grants, those things related to transportation. And it also provides some information on a few of our long-term transportation projects, which are listed here. Section 4 is kind of an overview of our foreclosure situation that we're currently in, what we've done, and recommendations for in the future. This was provided on behalf of our Parks, Recreation, and Neighborhood Services and Economic and Urban Development Departments. Section 5 is our sustainability and energy initiatives. This provides an update on our initiatives, goals, policies, financing opportunities, and recommendations in that area. Excuse me. Section 6 is our public lands agenda. This provides information on the Tule Springs National Monument Bill. You may have read in the paper today they found a saber-toothed cat or something, bones out there. So there's a lot of paleontological resources that are out there. This relates to the Ice Age Park, of course. We include information on the CSN land to the north, the Nevada Cancer Institute land, and the Recreation and Public Purpose Act, as well as public and private partnerships.
That NCI land, that's the land at Wallapai and Alta?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
That is correct. We also have information on the Southern Nevada Public Lands Management Act and parks, trails, natural areas, and some of the projects that we have in that area. Section 7 is kind of an A to Z topics of interest from a federal perspective. It includes many of the topics that we've talked about before, many of the topics that you hear about throughout the year. We do have some new sections here, particularly a section on education. You'll notice in the left column. Also, we have some information on our Strong Cities, Strong Communities Challenge, which is down to the right, and our multiple protocol label switching. That's something new. If you recall, Councilman Barlow, last year we talked about D-Block, that was data block. This is the new protocol for the public safety broadband network that IT is working on cooperatively with Clark County as well as Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. It also includes some additional wording on the Marketplace Fairness Act, which Vicki will talk about shortly. Section 8 is our priority projects on behalf of Public Works and our Economic and Urban Development Departments. It identifies projects of importance to the city should federal funding become available. And finally, our last slide is of our federal delegates. Many of you have worked very closely with our representatives, particularly Councilman Coffin and Councilman Beers in years past the legislature. We look forward to working with them. As you know, we go back every year in January and we present this plan with the mayor on your behalf, and we'll be talking with each of these offices. With that, I'll turn it over to Vicki for a short update on what's going on in Washington.
I just ask a question before you do that. Where you had the block grants, the CDBG grants, which are part of what you're covering here, can I just ask what's happening in the policy with the CDBG? Isn't it last year we were told it was going to all go to homeless? And this year I was called and told that somebody who had a literacy program was told not to submit the grant because they already had determined, and we haven't even had the judging yet. I just wonder if maybe at some time we could talk about that more? Because
absolutely.
I don't know if it always should be one emphasis or, say, even 3 emphases. I think it should be the best program for whatever is needed at the time.
It's an important program to the city of Las Vegas and jurisdictions throughout the nation. What we'll do is I'll get back with Steve Harson and his group, and we'll provide the mayor and council an update.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Vicki Cram with Patton Boggs, LLP. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm going to do a brief overview of what happened in the 112th Congress, what's currently happening in the lame duck, the fiscal cliff negotiations, and talk about opportunities and challenges facing us in the coming Congress. The 112th Congress, which is currently wrapping up in a lame duck session, is notable to date for its partisan rancor and lack of productivity. When it adjourned for the elections, the 112th Congress had approved only 196 bills enacted into law, well below the output of the 104th Congress, which produced legislation resulting in 333 public laws. It took over 20 short-term extensions to pass the Federal Aviation Administration Act. But one significant act that Congress did pass this year was and the President signed into law on July 6th, was Moving Ahead for Progress in the 21st Century, MAP 21, which reauthorizes highway and transit programs through September 30th, 2014. It's funded at current funding levels, which is about $40 billion for highways and $10.5 billion for transit. Overall, the bill includes extensive program consolidation, environmental streamlining, and expedited environmental streamlining, and increased innovative financing tools. One of the issues that we worked very hard on in this bill over the past year was an amendment to the Senate version of the bill, also to the House version, which never actually made it to the floor, to maintain funding directly to localities for bikes, pedestrian paths, safe routes to school, which is very important to us. Additionally, the city has been actively engaged through the fiscal year FY12 and FY13 appropriations process on maintaining programmatic funding levels of importance to the city, like the Community Development Block Grant that you just referenced, Councilwoman. Home programs, economic development programs, public safety programs, veterans and homeless assistance. In addition to the Urban Area Security Initiative funding and designation, despite efforts to limit UASI to only 10 cities, we have managed to keep it funded to a larger number of cities, which includes the city of Las Vegas and our region. We have kept CDBG funding at $2.95 billion, HUD VASH vouchers, those are the veterans vouchers, at $75 million, and the home program, housing program, at $1 billion. These were FY12 levels, which are continuing into FY13 because despite efforts by House and Senate appropriators, none of the FY13 bills were passed into law, enacted, prior to the start of the fiscal year on October 1st. On September 28th, the President signed a 6-month continuing resolution, which will fund the federal government through March 27th, 2013, which is only half of the federal fiscal year. That will have to be either resolved in the remainder of our lame duck session or dealt with early in the next year. In addition, this year saw the introduction of the Las Vegas Public Land and Fossil Beds National Monument Designation Act of 2012. It is H.R. 6072 and S3346, and it also includes land for the College of Southern Nevada campus in the northwest area of the city. The city has been actively involved in working with stakeholders and other regional partners in helping the congressional delegation develop and draft the legislation. Las Vegas has also been very active in seeking federal grants and recently was successful in securing funding through the second round of grants through the Strong Cities, Strong Communities program. We were one of only 3 grants awarded, so that's very significant. As everyone in the world knows, we're now in the middle of a lame duck session, principally to seek a solution or a grand bargain framework to avert the fiscal cliff, which is the combination, as everyone also knows, of expiring Bush-era tax cuts, the Obama payroll tax cut, expiring tax provisions, many of which are of interest to the city, like the low-income housing tax credit or the new markets tax credit, and the imposition of across-the-board spending cuts called sequestration mandated by the Budget Control Act, all of which, unless Congress acts, will take place at the end of the year. Last week, the administration put forth a proposal to avert the fiscal cliff, which would occur in 2 steps. I won't go into the details because it was immediately rejected by the House. It also included a somewhat stale infrastructure proposal at $50 billion, which is not that we don't support infrastructure, but it's just been the same proposal that they've put out several times, so it was pretty roundly rejected. On Monday, House Speaker Boehner responded with a similarly unrealistic, from the point of view of achieving compromise, $2.2 trillion deficit framework. And right now, we're in a little bit of a stalemate on the talks. The stalled pace of negotiations is in measure based on the White House belief that it is the upper hand in the negotiations, based on the results of the recent elections. Despite a lack of progress, those directly involved in the process believe that both sides want a deal to avoid plunging off the cliff. The contours of the final deal are most likely a down payment on deficit reduction drawn from both tax increases and mandatory spending measures to be followed next year with tax reform and entitlement reform, which would pick up additional revenues. The thorny issue right now is what is the size and scope of the down payment. It is highly likely that any deal will stay off the spending sequester, which would hit city programs like CDBG and Home and others with an 8.2% cut. The lame duck session is also the last chance for legislation to pass this year. We have been very active in the past week, thank you, Mayor, working to pass the Marketplace Fairness Act, which was unsuccessful so far, which is a bipartisan bill that grants states the authority to compel online and catalog retailers, no matter where they are located, to collect sales tax at the time of transaction, exactly like local retailers are already required to do. This is not a new tax, but a compliance issue. It would bring additional sales revenues to the state and the city. In addition to being supported by the U.S. Conference of Mayors, National League of Cities, National Governors Association, it is also very strongly supported by Amazon and Zappos. It was filed as an amendment to the Department of Defense authorization bill in the Senate, but was not offered as that amendment, and the bill has now passed. But we will be looking for future opportunities to be able to attach it to a piece of vehicle that's moving either in the lame duck or early in the next year. Another bill which may move in the lame duck session is the Tule Springs Fossils Bed National Monument designation. There may be a public lands bill that comes up in the lame duck. If not, we will be working on it next year. Looking forward, I just want to mention a couple of issue areas I think Congress will address, and we have sort of factored them into this proposal that we've given you of our legislative agenda. One is, again, another transportation reauthorization, because the one that they just passed last year is so short, we'll have to start very quickly again to get ramped up on that, and particularly, again, fight for bike and pedestrian set-asides, and other issues, particularly funding issues, will be very important in that bill. The President's reelection in the Democratic Senate will provide a great likelihood that the TIGER program, transportation grants, will be continued, which is a great opportunity for us to pursue. Rail issues will also be up next year because the transportation reauthorization did not include a rail title. The Water Resources Development Act, which governs the Army Corps of Engineers, will be up for renewal next year. Water financing, there is a bill that's been introduced in the lame duck session, which would provide low-cost, low-interest loans to finance large water infrastructure projects, both drinking water and sewer projects. Senator Boxer has introduced it in the Senate, and we've been very active in developing this legislation, and we'll be pursuing it in the next year. It won't happen during the lame duck. There will also be some efforts, I think, on the foreclosure crisis, on housing issues. They may be addressed through the grand bargain, although that's not likely, the fiscal cliff deal. But Senator Merkley of Oregon has proposed to establish a 4% interest rate for all homeowners who are current on their mortgages, and also to create the Rebuilding American Homeowner Trust, which would buy mortgages from those who owe more than their homes are worth but are current on their payments. I think that's a piece of legislation that we would probably want to support very strongly. There will also be, of course, tax reform.
Excuse me, Vicki, could you explain that? How does that work? They're going to buy, and
Well, it hasn't been actually drafted into legislation, and they're looking to try and do a pilot program in a couple of key states. But it would be a fund that would be able to buy the mortgages and for people who are underwater but current, and then eventually resell those mortgages. There's a very fascinating YouTube. If you look up Senator Merkley from Oregon, he has a whiteboard, and he goes through the exact way the legislation would work and how it would be funded.
I think that puts a little pressure on the banks, doesn't it, to do that?
Yes, it does.
And I think from what I've read, There was concern the last time that all that help getting the banks out of their problem ended up causing problems for many people, and this is a means by which they could perhaps take care of that with stricter regulations on the bank. So they won't be making profit off that difference.
Right. Next year, also as a result of the fiscal cliff, there will be an attempt at tax reform. The last one was 1986. And I think the one thing that we're going to want to be very, very vigilant about is that everything will be on the table, including eliminating tax-exempt status of municipal bonds. And so we will be very active to try and prevent that from happening. And immigration reform. There's broad support in the business community, and given the changing demographics of the United States, I think both parties will be interested in addressing some sort of immigration reform. And then one last thing, grants and earmarks. As you know, the 112th Congress has operated under an earmark moratorium, and already the House has adopted another ban, which effectually means that there will be no earmarks in the coming year. This makes our ability to secure federal grants even more important. We've had a pretty good track record. Because we anticipate another round of Tiger and potentially sustainable communities, we will be very avid about going after those grants and getting the support that we need for them. Finally, the challenges in the next Congress will remain similar to those in the past: partisan divisiveness and dwindling federal resources. We will continue to push for federal funding, role, and commitment in the areas that we are engaged in: housing, education, transportation, public safety, homeland security. We will continue to collaborate and work closely with our extraordinarily creative, hardworking, and dedicated congressional delegation to serve our mutual constituents and citizens. I'm honored to be able to work with all of you on the city's behalf. Thank you.
Thank you, Vicki. It was informative, depressing, however.
I know.
Who's pushing that municipal tax thing?
Well, it's part of it. Nobody is specifically pushing it, but because they're going to try and look at reforming the entire tax code, every tax deduction will be on the table, including your mortgage interest deduction. So one of the revenue raisers, potential revenue raisers, would be to eliminate the tax-exempt status of municipal bonds.
Wow. Well, Ted, is this, you would like our vote to approve the proposed agenda? Is that the way?
Yes, Mayor Goodman. We'll be taking this back in January and sharing this with our federal delegates.
I will move to approve the 2013 federal legislative agenda and direct staff accordingly.
Thank you, and thank you again. Let's vote on that. There is a motion, and let's vote, and please post. And that carries. Thank you both again, Ted and Vicki. Appreciate it. We move on now to item number 70, report on the status of the HR Human Resources Department and the Finance Department. This is in reference to all wards. And Mr. Tarwater, I think you're on tap.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Dan Tarwater, Human Resources Director. I'm here today to give you a very brief overview of the Human Resources Department. The three key areas that we would like to profile today are recruitment and staffing, compensation and benefits, and labor and employee relations. All three of those relate to a council priority: excellent customer service, comprehensive fiscal stewardship, and organizational excellence. It also relates to our own department strategic goals. In recruitment and staffing, we have a high performance and diverse goal. Why? Because there's so much competition here in the Las Vegas Valley. For compensation and benefits, we strive to be sustainable and competitive. We did a Think Forward initiative a year or so ago, and compensation now has a term called gain sharing, which is a funding mechanism we hope to get in all of our labor contracts and use as a model going forward. Pay as we go, and flexible benefits, affordable in any economy. And then lastly, the labor and employee relations being fair and equitable. We manage 5 major labor contracts. We have 3 secondary contracts with Metro that we share, and our whole goal is to provide a safe and respectful workforce. In this core area, recruitment and staffing, you can see the services that we provide. Recruitment, professional and timely, and the new employee orientation process being meaningful and professional. Those are two key areas in this service area. The deliverables or activities, you can take a look at some of the statistics here. We have over 900 customers that come through our front desk every month that visit us, that want something from us, mostly a job. And then there are other key statistics here. Our average recruitment for appointed positions is less than 50 days, and our average recruitment for classified, creating a list, is 40 days. Those are all governed by union contracts and civil service rules and regulations. This is a profile of our recruitment life cycle that we launched just last week, actually, with NeoGov. And what it does is it allows applicant tracking, shared website for job postings, and job description profiles. To make it simple, a citizen can go online, apply for the job online, send it to us. It flows all the way through our system until we actually do a job hire, and then it's saved and retrieved in the NeoGov program.
Excuse me, Mr. Tarwater, are those updates responsive immediately that we've received your application, and then as you go through the process, you have not qualified or whatever?
It does. It has a response profile. You can go in, and it has an update profile for you, too. It lets you know the jobs that you have an interest in, whether they're open or not. So it's very, very accommodating to us. Many of the public sector organizations have this program, and it gets glowing reviews. This gives you another profile of one of our intranet sites here at the City of Las Vegas. You can go on and click on the job descriptions in the lower left screen here. Also look at what the salary range is, so it's very informative. And when you click on the actual job title, it shows you the job description. In the upper right-hand corner, we profiled a month ago our brand new recruitment brochure. We're very proud of it, too. The second core area, compensation and benefits, these are the service areas that we deliver in compensation. Job descriptions are the key. It starts everything rolling. A wage assignment on the job description, and then it rolls to our benefit programs. That's what attracts people here and keeps people here. The deliverables or activities, you can look at some of the statistics there in the box. 600 jobs and pay ranges were evaluated over the Siegel study this last 2 and 3 years. The quarterly reviews that we do in our comp program, a continuation of that. One of the areas that gets left behind sometimes is safety. We have a corporate safety program that have very few people working in it but cover the entire city. Last 2 years, we had over 6 OSHA complaints against the city. 4 of those were discharged due to our experts in the area. 2 were reduced fines down to very minimal. And these were all potential fines of 6 figures going forward. Our group does an outstanding job in this particular area. This gives you a better profile of the job descriptions that you can see on our intranet and the wage ranges. The other 2 areas in benefits, open enrollment, we've gone through a new change in our benefit program for group health insurance, and it just gives you a highlight of how hard our group worked. They processed 1,700 enrollment forms and packets. That's almost 95% prior to January 1 effective date, and then they set up a customer relations process going forward because it is a major change going from our old program to a fully insured program. The last core area is employment and labor relations. Contract negotiations with all of our 5 labor groups, and then partnering with Metro for their 3. Concession negotiations over the last 2 years, very difficult, but it needed to be done. Dispute resolution, which I'll talk a little about in just in a few minutes, is one of the most important programs we deliver. These deliverables or activities, if you will, in this core area in labor relations, we have over 200 consultations, that's one-on-one conversations a month over dispute resolution with our employees and with our management staff. That usually results in an average of 5 disciplines and 5 grievances per month that we manage. The labor management meetings work through the process each quarter with our city manager's office. Every quarter we have a meeting with each one of our labor groups, and then every week we meet with our LVCEA counterparts to work out all the issues and improvements in our programs. This, too, is a sample slide on our intranet that you can go and look at all of our collective bargaining agreements, click on them, and some are historical going back for the last couple of years. You can see the changes. And one interesting item that you can't see on here but is on our profiles, you can actually go online and file a complaint, which we accept formally, and we put it in our tracking system and have it resolved. And this leads me to my summary. This is really the core areas that we represent. I just want to let you know that we have probably the highest quality human resources staff in the Valley, and maybe in some parts of the country. You won't find a better group to work with. And with that, we measure benchmarks through staffing ratios with our professional association, and as we understand it today, the number of employees working in our HR department per 100 employees population is lower than almost everyone in the Valley. Our general fund budget is a little over $3 million, but our internal service fund budget is $172 million because it has employee benefits, property management, liability, workers' comp, and all those high-ticket areas. So with that, I'd answer any questions, and most importantly, invite you to a tour in our department.
Comments, questions? Council? We're overwhelmed. Well done.
Thank you.
Overwhelmed. Thank you. I would entertain, there is no motion, so I will not entertain a motion. But thank you very much, Mr. Tarwater. And we have Mrs. Falder. We are moving on now, or this is a second part still? So
Yes,
part one was a sensation. Here's part two.
Thank you, Your Honor. Candace Falder, Finance Director. I'll be a little more brief. The Finance Department is made up of 4 distinct divisions. We have the Accounting Operations Division. The manager is Mary McCoy. Financial Services, Vanetta Appleyard is the manager. Purchasing and Contracts, Yolanda Jones, and I'd like to introduce her to you today. She joined us 2 weeks ago as the new Purchasing and Contracts Manager. Yolanda. We're very fortunate to get her. She was the Purchasing and Contracts Manager at Clark County. She agreed to join our team when Kathy Rainey left. Finally, the 4th division we have is Strategic Analysis and Reporting, and Phil Stokinger is our manager there. Just want to give you a little insight into what services the Finance Department provides for the city and for you as a city council. In accounting operations, we manage over 207 sewer accounts with an average billing calls each month that we receive on those counts of 3,500. And the number of statements we sent in fiscal year 12 was 372,000. In accounts payable, we pay the bills that are processed through. And our supplier list, we have 25,800 suppliers that are maintained on that list. Payroll operations, we produce an average of 3,900 payroll checks each pay period. With that, there's 500 different unique pay elements that are used, covering the benefits, the pay, the leaves, but there's 500 unique elements. That just speaks to the complexity that our ladies in the payroll office have to deal with every pay period.
Candace, excuse me, is there a discount for paying your sewer bill all at once up front instead of in payments?
No, ma'am, there's not. It is
Was
a
there a
convenience.
reason why not? Too complicated? Too costly?
That's something we're working on. We are looking, Mary is currently in an implementation for a new sewer process, and we'll take that under consideration and look at that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Financial Services has several areas within that division. We have the budget area. We have 144 unique funds that we manage here at the City of Las Vegas. Those roll up into 37 reportable funds when we report to the Department of Taxation and when we publish the budget. We have $1.2 billion in appropriations this fiscal year as we execute this budget. Under debt, we have a AA bond rating, and Vanetta and her group oversee $554 million in outstanding debt. Treasury operations processes approximately over 47,000 transactions each month. They receipt in $23 million each month. Mail sorted and distributed on a monthly basis, about 7,000 pieces. Checks processed, sorted, and mailed, 2,600, and lockbox documents that are sorted and distributed is an average of 532 each month. In addition to these areas in financial services, Vanetta's group has cash and investment management. They oversee the grants fiscal administration for the city, SIDS fiscal management, and position control and staffing projections is accomplished out of this group. Under purchasing and contracts, last year we had 50 competitive bids totaling $51.4 million. This group negotiated savings of $4.7 million to the city. And the local spend, in 12, it was 77%, or $166 million. And in 13, we're already tracking at $72 million of local spend, and we've increased that to an 87% ratio. Blanket and contract agreements, there's 310. And purchase orders created last year were over 11,000. In addition, there's established cycle times that this team maintains for each type of purchasing or contract that they're doing. Of that established cycle times, those goals have been set at a lower or quicker level to our customers than industry standards, and they are currently meeting those goals over 75% of the time. Our last division is strategic analysis and reporting. The three main areas right now that Phil is managing is a comprehensive annual report that is prepared and filed each year. Also, the Performance Plus executive team reporting. They work very closely with the departments on a daily basis, making sure that those measures are getting input properly, that they're analyzed and they're reported to our executive team, so we can use them as a tool as we execute our budgets. And finally, scorecard development and reporting is accomplished through this group. And there are, as you know, many measures that we've got out there. Currently, there's 557 measures across the strategic business plans in each department, across all departments, 557. Of that, 70 are corporate scorecard issues that we will be bringing to you and reporting on a regular basis. So to see that there's lots of measures out there that your departments are actually tracking and using to make their operational decisions. And this office is critical in coordinating and seeing what they can do to assist them in meeting their goals. With that, just a couple of summary items on our department. I have 68 positions within the finance.
Before you go, Kenny, Mayor?
Yes.
Yes, please.
Would you go back one slide, please?
Yes.
The local spend rate.
Yes.
For fiscal year 12 and 13 year to date. discuss that. Would you describe that for us, please? Because I think that's significant.
Yes, the local spend is what we are successful in putting with local suppliers from the Las Vegas, Southern Nevada area. We're not having to go out of the county, out of the state, to get the goods and services that we need to support our citizens. That's the definition of a local spend.
And those percentages, Mayor and council members, are significant in regards to those dollars.
Absolutely.
And the
They're
economy.
significant, and they're rising all the time. The team works very hard with the and the departments work very hard with purchasing to get this, so we spend the money, the taxpayer money, where the taxpayers
Right
live.
here. And,
Yes.
and I think that's significant for our residents and taxpayers to note. We're putting their money back on the street. And Ms. Fretwell, when you were deputy city manager, Doug Selby was our city manager, one of the first things he taught me as a new city councilman was we are taking our tax dollars and putting them right back into the community. And it's a reinvestment, if you will, keeping the economy going, keeping people working. So I just wanted you to highlight that because it's a significant point in your report.
Thank you very much,
Thank you,
Councilman.
Mayor.
It is. It's remarkable, and they're working very hard to do that. So in summary, we have 68 positions in the finance department. That is down almost 15% from 2008. We've had a reduction based on tightening our belts to get through these times. I have a $7.5 million general fund budget to accomplish that. But of those positions, they're funded across 5 different funds. I have individuals, the majority of the staff members funded by the general fund, but I have a few in special revenue funds, enterprise funds, and capital projects funds. With that, if you have any questions.
On the enterprise funds, those are self-supporting entities, correct? So
Yes, they
it's just flow through, is that what it, because you have to
Right, those
account for the
individuals-
dollars?
Yes, an enterprise fund functions as a self-contained business. They have to generate the revenue to pay for their total expenses within that fund.
But it all flows through your department? The funding?
The funding,
Right.
yes, flows through our department. In these enterprise funds, these are sanitation enterprise fund employees because the majority of what they're doing is the billing and the collections relative to the sanitation services.
Great, thank you. Thank you. Any questions, comments?
And this is a report, so no motion is needed.
No motion again. Second half of that. Thank you very much, Ms. Falder. Now we will move on to item 71. This is a report on the status of the Public Works City Engineer Sanitary Sewer Condition Assessment Program, and this is in reference to all wards, and Mr. Cervantes.
Good morning, Mayor and Council.
Morning.
Marcus Cervantes, Director of Public Works. And with me today is Tim Parks, who's our manager of the Sanitary Sewer Program.
Nice to see you both. Hope you had a good Thanksgiving. You don't look any fatter.
Mayor, just wanted to give a real short presentation on some of the activities that are occurring within our sanitary sewer planning group, just to give you an update on it. When we look at this group, there's several functions this group provides, several services. They handle requests for information that we get from residents or developers on the sanitary sewer system. They do the call before you dig. When a contractor calls in and says, I need to tear up a street, do you have any pipes in the way that may get damaged? They do the planning action as development entitlements come through, and they make sure that the proper pipes are put in when the developments come in, so we don't have to come back later and put in additional pipes. They do the sewer flow monitoring. This actually putting gauges down into our sewer system, see how much water's going through the system so that we have proper maintenance and activity of that. They do the sewer master plan update, and this is where we really update our plan for the future growth of the city to make sure that as the city grows, we're putting the right size of pipes in the new developed areas. They do the 5-year capital improvement plan where we program what the improvements are going to be over the next 5 years and make sure the funding's in place. You're asking about the enterprise fund. We make sure that the revenue's there to sustain whatever we need to build to keep our system up and running. They do oversizing and extension agreements with DSAR, Mayor. DSAR, when a developer's coming in, if he's required to put in a certain size of pipe, we don't want to have to come back later and tear it out and put a bigger size of pipe. So we work with developers to pay the difference in the pipe so that they put in the right size at the beginning and save all of us money. They keep our GIS database up to date with all our lines. All our sewer lines are actually on GIS, and we're actually working on a program where we're not only going to have it available internally, but available out to the public. So if anybody wants to see where the lines are, they know where they're at, particularly developers and contractors out there working in the streets. They review civil plans that come in to make sure that pipes are in the right location and connecting properly. And really the bulk of why we're here today is to talk about our sanitary sewer condition assessment program. And Tim is going to give a little bit of presentation of what we've done to date, what we've got programmed in coming futures.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. I'm going to start off today by giving you a little background of the collection system in general for the purposes of our condition assessment.
I'm sorry, would you say your name for the record? I completely forgot.
My name is Tim Parks.
Thank you.
So I'm going to start by giving you a little background on the sewer collection system. For the purposes of the condition assessment, we've broken it into two groups. There's 1,524 miles of small diameter pipeline in the system that's 8 inches to 12 inches in diameter. And then 204 miles of large diameter system that's 15 inch and above. The largest diameters that we have in our system is 84 inches. There's a little picture there that shows a 60-inch pipe, somewhere in the middle of that range. The oldest pipe in the system that we have, we believe, is about 1911. That pipe was installed down in the downtown area, primarily made of clay, but now you can see that we've got various different types of materials, the clay, a lot of plastic, reinforced concrete, cast iron. Some of the other ones I won't go into because they're hard to pronounce. So the large diameter condition assessment system, it's a 5-year cycle where we want to look at all that 15-inch and above every 5 years. So we initiated that in 2008, and so you can see year one, which was the first year of the program, we looked at over 450 manholes, over 140,000 lineal feet of pipe. It's kind of scattered about all over town. The year one findings, I'm sorry we're showing these so close to lunch, but bear with them. The first one you see on the left there, that's a concrete that's been spalling away due to the gases that occur in the sanitation system. The middle one there is a lot of grease in a line, so that's something that we would forward on to our industrial waste section for them to follow up. And then the third one there that you see on the right, that's a lot of groundwater infiltration occurring into our system. And the problem with that is that it takes up capacity in the system, and then it's unnecessary treatment that occurs back at our treatment plant.
When you find faulty piping, or whatever it's called, at a location through the manhole, how far, then what happens going backwards and forwards as to what you're going to condemn and take out? How does that assessment occur, especially in these old parts of town?
Well, what we do is we have a standardized rating system. So for each year, we prioritize, we do the rating systems, and that kind of sorts out what we need to take care of and what we don't. We have a prioritization system. And then you'll see as I proceed here, we end up putting all those into a prioritized capital improvement plan.
Thank you.
Yeah. So year two, 2009, 426 manholes, over 150,000 lineal feet of pipe, further extension around the valley. Year two, $3.3 million in repairs that was identified. The amounts that we stopped per year was just a reflection of the particular pipes that we assessed that particular year. On the left, you see a pipe that had a previous pipe repair that was obviously defective, so it's something that we would need to go into and take care of, and some further manhole deterioration. Year three, more numbers, $9.5 million in repairs. There's some additional groundwater infiltration at a service lateral that we would need to eradicate. You can see on the right, that's some pretty severe damage to a plastic pipe. That's something that we believe happens quite a bit during construction, and that's something that we definitely need to keep our eye on. Those are the kind of repairs that we need to get in and make as quickly as we can. Year four was completed in 2011, 500 manholes, 108,000 lineal feet of pipe. Year four, 35.2 million in repairs. You can see on the left there, there's some exposed reinforcement, which means that the concrete that was there is pretty much gone, so that is definitely something that we need to get addressed pretty quickly. And then on the right, you see another manhole situation where there's some segments missing there. So definitely something we need to address. Year 5, it's still underway. We're about 90% complete. We should be getting that report in January. So we'll have our full 5-year cycle completed in January.
Councilman Coffin?
Thank you. You are blessed with this subject because I asked for it.
Oh, great, interesting.
Because this is part of my little project that I think is going to be received well, unfortunately received well by us, only because we're going to have to figure out how to pay for it. That's not so nice, but, well, you've identified through, we've been able to pay for the assessment. How much have we spent on repairs?
Actually, I'll go ahead and I'll jump to the next slide. Since 2000, using a particular repair method I'll go back and talk about a little bit, we've already accomplished 27 miles of pipeline rehabilitation, and we've expended $40.3 million so far to do that. And we've been able to accomplish that with the enterprise fund that we were just alluding to earlier. We've been able to self-fund all of our repairs.
Councilman, just to elaborate a little bit on that, as was mentioned earlier, it's an enterprise fund. And an enterprise fund is required that the rates are set based on the revenues required to operate and maintain the system. And so because of it, all that we've identified for repair, we've been fortunate to have the ability to repair it because the rates are able to cover that fund. So the Sanitary Enterprise Fund covers not just the maintenance of the collection system, but also the operation and maintenance of the water treatment plant itself. And so those funds are allocated to those type of repairs.
So that's getting more and more expensive as time goes on, as our town ages, as the pipes grow older. Of course, there's sometimes a very large capital expenditure when you have to repair part of the sewer plant. But the thing I'm worried about is that at least half of that map shows a very old town. And I think we're going to fall behind. And I sure hate to think that we would have to use the general fund to supplement the enterprise fund, because otherwise we're going to have to really increase our sewer assessment. Is that a fair statement, that it's going to have to increase to be able to keep up?
Certainly, Councilman, as time passes and these pipes are older, we're going to identify more and more needs. On our large diameter, it's a 5-year cycle. As soon as we're done with year 5, we start over year 1 again and reassess the system again, continually assessing them to identify needs. As Tim will point out on the next slide, the small diameter, because there's so much more of that, is on a 50-year program. And I think that's where we're going to start seeing more of a need. And we're finding that need already. When we started this program on this small diameter assessment, we didn't anticipate as much repair needs as we're finding through the assessment. And the way these assessments are done is we actually put a camera into every pipe, and it actually travels down every pipe and identifies what the needs are. And so you're right, Councilman, as our infrastructure gets older, there's going to be a greater need for maintenance.
Yeah, this is a very big concern to me because as citywide, it's billions, not all in this project by any means, but it gives people a good look at it. And, it's kind of an ugly subject. Anything below the ground is a mystery to people. But they need to know because they're writing checks. And for that, they need to know we're doing smart moves. And you're doing some smart stuff on repairs. You found a way to repair some of these pipes without digging up the streets and without tearing up every foot of pipe that's bad. And are you going to cover the sleeving aspect?
Yes, that's the slide that was previously.
Wonderful.
Okay, so yeah, this is exactly what you wanted. Yeah, this is exactly what you wanted to see. Is the city does have a preferred repair method. It's called the cured in place pipe, CIPP method. That method is where it's a felt sock that's impregnated with epoxy, and it's inserted into the pipe itself. It's with water. That water's heated, and then it's cured. And then when that pipe is cured out, they cut the lines, they reinstate all the laterals, and then what you're essentially left with is a pipe within a pipe.
Now, you've got to repeat that again. You said the word sock, and I don't know whether a lot of people caught that. It is a flexible fabric sock.
Correct.
That you insert in there, and you push it down, and that is what you impregnate. It's fabric of some kind. I don't know what it's made of.
Yeah, it's a felt, which is saturated with an epoxy, so it can go in. It's actually the epoxy's put on the outside, and then it's actually inverted, like imagine inverting a sock. So it goes in on the other side, and then that water heats that epoxy, cures it out, and then you can just cut the lines out, drain the water out, and you have another pipe inside that pipe.
Thank you. Go on.
Yeah, so you can actually see the picture of that here. You have an unlined, deteriorated pipe on the left, and then there's the post picture of that same pipe after that liner has been installed. So you basically have a pipe within a pipe, and you can see some of the benefits that we see to trenchless rehabilitation, like you mentioned earlier. There's less traffic disruptions. We can save about half the cost of having to actually go up and open up that street to do that repair. Because it's a trenchless technology, it's a shorter construction schedule, they can get in and out a lot faster, and then it's a full structural repair, so we regain a 50-year lifespan of that pipe. So talking about the capital improvement project that we kind of alluded to that earlier, there was a large treatment plant project that was deferred, and that actually freed up quite a bit of money for us to be able to do a lot more of these rehabilitation projects. And so over this next 2 fiscal years, we've got 17 projects that are going to be either in design or construction. So you can see FY13, 12 projects total, $28.1 million that we're going to be spending to get those lines repaired. And then in fiscal year 14, there's 5 more projects, $21.3 million that we're going to be spending to really get caught up with these defects that we've been finding in the system. The small diameter sewer pipeline condition assessment system, Jorge alluded to earlier, it's a 15-year cycle to look at all that 8 to 12-inch pipe, and that's simply due to the vast mileage of the pipe that we actually have in that system. That's about 85% of our system is that small diameter system, so it's going to take us quite a while to get through all that. But we've been doing it since 2010. We're in the 3rd year. We've already looked at over 4,500 manholes, 220 miles of pipeline. You can see that we've concentrated in the older areas of town where we believed that we were going to have more of the problems, and that's kind of what we've seen is we've found quite a few problems in that area to the tune of $7.3 million so far that we're looking at having to do. And so for the O&M department, they're primarily taking care of all the critical repairs that we've had so far, and that's going to be like an ongoing system for them. That's going to be something that every year we're just going to give them another list, and they're just going to keep pounding away at those numbers.
If I may, just as a benefit to some of our residents that may be watching this presentation, we often get calls from folks that ask, who owns that line that runs from the main line of the street to my house? If there's damage or it's leaking. And that line is really owned by the resident. It's called a lateral, and the lateral is owned and maintained by residents. And so the repair really is their responsibility. However, the next council meeting, we're bringing to you all an agreement where we're entering with a firm that's called it's called Utility Service Partners. It's a firm that's been vetted through the National League of Cities that provide an insurance policy for homeowners at their option if they are interested to enter into an insurance program where if one of these laterals gets damaged, they pay for the repairs. And so we'll be bringing that contract to you at the next meeting for approval.
And is that from the center of the street? It
That is-
belongs to the resident?
That is where it leaves the house and enters the main pipe. The main pipe may be in the center or kind of offset to the side, but where it hits the main pipe in the street. So it's from the house itself through the property line into the main pipe.
And what type of public awareness are we doing as you come forward in future council to talk about this insurance to
What they will
take
do,
care
Mayor,
of
is they
that?
will do a large rollout in January. They will do mailings to all the residents, notifying of this new program, some of the advantages and what the costs are, and the folks will have the opportunity at their option whether they want to enter into that program or not.
That's excellent. Is county using it, or Henderson, anybody else?
I believe Henderson is considering it. I don't think they have yet, but they're considering also doing a similar thing.
So maybe if we do it jointly, we can get even better rates for the residents?
It could be. We could certainly talk to them about that.
Can you talk with all the municipalities and see
sure
if
will.
they,
We sure
so we
will.
can get the best price ever? Great. Thank you. That was a great report. Any questions? I hope we've learned enough as you continue to go out into the suburbs that you know what is the best pipe to put in and the best manner to do everything. I'm sure you learn as you go, especially with the older stuff. Thank you very much. Great report.
Mayor, could I just ask that Tim show you the final slide on this report? Because
It's not ugly.
it is kind of ugly, but I think it's important, because if we weren't doing this kind of preventive maintenance, these preventive repairs, these are the kinds of things that happen. So, Tim.
Okay, please show it to
Roll
us.
it.
We will all close our eyes from, oh my, a sinkhole.
Yeah, so I'll just give you some of the background.
That's in California, I'm sure.
Arizona. This is the cost of
see?
failure.
Knew it.
It happened in Tucson, actually, back in 2002. The limits of the collapse was for an entire block, 2 lanes wide, 24 feet deep trench that ended up happening. It was a 35-year-old, large diameter reinforced concrete pipe. They ended up having to replace 23,000 lineal feet of that pipe. That's, over 4 miles of that pipe that they actually found that was bad. During the repairs, the necessary rerouting of wastewater, 38 million gallons a day. It was a $24 million project, and we don't have the numbers of the fines and litigation that was as a result of that, but I'm sure it was just much more than that. And in $24 million, that would have been our whole capital improvement project, for fiscal year 13, and it required 7 months to repair. So that's a good reason why we're doing what we're doing.
Well, and hopefully you're mentoring them and all the communities around this country, because we have the best. Thank you. That was a wonderful slide. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, because we have visitors here that have requested to make comment on item number 77, I'm going to bring that forward. And before we hear from the city attorney, if that's all right. And so we will go to number 77. I'll put something here so I know where I am. And this is an abeyance item, discussion for possible action regarding cooperative agreement with the State of Nevada Department of Transportation, NDOT, pertaining to the design and construction of the F Street reopening improvement project along F Street between Bonanza Road and Washington Avenue. This is in Ward 5, Councilman Barlow. And Mr. Cervantes, if you will go ahead and make a presentation here first.
Yes, for the record, Jorge Cervantes, Department of Public Works. This item is a cooperative agreement between the Nevada Department...
Excuse me one second.
I just wanted to make sure that Councilman Anthony is live on the line for you to participate in this.
Oh, correct. Mayor Pro Tem, are you there?
I'm here.
Okay. Is everything coming through nice and clearly? You can see everybody perfectly?
I'm in great shape, thank you.
Good. Okay, please, Mr. Cervantes.
Yes, this item is a cooperative agreement between the Nevada Department of Transportation and the City of Las Vegas on the reopening of F Street. This agreement defines the maintenance and funding responsibility of each party. Design on this project is complete, and it's ready to go out for advertising for bid pending the approval of this agreement. I did want, Mayor, to submit a revision on one of the attachments for the record, and I'll give this to the city clerk. This attachment shows 2 easements that are part of this agreement. In the body of the agreement, it defines the 2 easements, but the original attachments only showed 1, so this revised one matches with the body of the agreement. And
Can you show that on,
I can certainly do that.
please? And then let us know what that is, so I know there was some conversation here. If you just repeat what you just said.
We missed it.
Okay.
Yes,
You're
this
okay.
is a replacement of an attachment that's part of the agreement that identifies 2 easements that are part of the project. One easement is part of the structure and one easement for maintenance. The original attachment only showed 1, the correct one should show
Thank
2,
you.
so submit that for the record.
Thank you.
And with that, Mayor, I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Okay, well, let's start with council. We'll have some public hearing, and if I may, okay, so I'm trying to see who came first on this, but I have, where are those? Well, let's just take it in order. Anybody who wants to take the microphone, please come forward, state your name, and
Mayor, as those in the audience who's willing to speak on this item or who's wishing to speak on this item, I would just like to point out for the record that this item is an abeyance item that I obeyed 2 meetings ago, I believe, November 7th. And I know that there were several council members that had some additional comments or questions for staff, and so I felt that it was only prudent that I hold this item in advance to give the council members an opportunity to get their questions answered by staff. And so I'm happy to see that this item has come back forward before the public so that we can determine what direction we'll be moving forward.
okay,
Thank
and
you.
we've heard from Ms. Duncan, Mr. Chapman, Strambrick, Roxanne McCoy, and certainly our new bishop. We look forward to hearing from you, Mr. Leon Smith, when time comes. Pardon? No, you're still welcome to comment, so please, gentlemen, you go ahead, and please state your name for the record, and
Certainly. My name is Richard Boulware. I am the Vice President of the NAACP. I am a lifelong resident of this community. I grew up next to the mayor.
You were not gray-haired at that time.
I did not have this beard and gray hair. I also grew up at the many parties with Councilwoman Tarkanian and her husband. And I come before this council to make sure that we pass this to reopen F Street to correct a wrong. I have been in this community for all of my life and have seen it sadly neglect a part of Las Vegas that has not seen the attention that it should have seen. My family was one of the first families to actually not live in the west side of Las Vegas, and we had to buy our home through another family because black families could not live anywhere else except in West Las Vegas. And sadly, unfortunately, we have still not been able to remedy some of the effects of discrimination in this city. But we are working towards that. F Street was closed in an unfortunate circumstance, which I think we all recognize. But I think that this bill put forth by Councilman Barlow and supported, obviously, by the City Council is a strong stance to correct what was a wrong. I think it is important that we address that issue. I understand that there is money involved here, but we cannot have this community continually be neglected and continually not receive the attention and money that it should receive for the wrongs that have happened here. And if those of us who know about it, who have lived in this community, do not speak up for those who can't be here because they're working, for those who can't be here because they don't have transportation, nothing will happen. It should not have been closed. It should be reopened. That community should not be isolated. It is an integral part of our community. It is a historic part of our community. I urge this council to move forward as quickly as possible to remedy this wrong to a community that has suffered too much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Boulware. Good morning.
Come on. My name is Frank Hawkins, and I'm the president of the NAACP local branch. And I just want to stand and thank you that have supported this bill in the past, and I know that this is the final vote, but we would be appreciative if you would continue to support it. It is important to the community. There's no need to go back and forth. You guys have heard it. Those of you that were here over the past few years have experienced it, but we are asking you to continue your support, and we appreciate it. And it's not about, we know that there was a 6-to-1 vote before. We hope that there's a 7-0 vote, but if not, we understand, but we're asking for your support. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, my name is Superintendent William McCurdy. I'm with the Church of God in Christ, Nevada First Ecclesiastical Jurisdiction under the leadership of Bishop Leon Smith. I'd like to address this item. I think I know most of all of you that are sitting here, and maybe not Councilman Beers as well as I know the rest of you that are sitting here. I'm here in support of the F Street project reopening. As you're well aware, the Nevada State Legislature recommended the city to go ahead and to reopen F Street. Seemed like this had been a dilemma, been a problem with some members of the council because of various issues and various reasons why they had issues with this project. But I'm going to urge you, as I heard a mayor tell me one time, he says that I'm going to point you to some boards, but you got to work in behalf of your community. And I serve on a lot of boards that even you have appointed me to, and this council have appointed me to. I represent the city of Las Vegas on several boards in the past, for the past 20 some odd years. I've also worked for the city of Las Vegas for the office of city manager and other entities in this city. But one thing I do know, and I thank Mr. Kaufman for his concern and his interest in the project, and I know you might be in opposition. I know you served in the state legislature along with Senator Horsford, who seemed like to be the object of this whole discussion because some of you might feel that it was done wrong and you didn't know these particular issues or items that you're seeking to know today, or you want to stop the project. But what I like to say to this board and to this council is that we need to open up every area for the quality of life for West Las Vegas. West Las Vegas have been in dire need of services, have been in dire need of economic development. I've served on Las Vegas 2020 board, and serving on Las Vegas 2020 board during the term of Mayor Oscar Goodman that appointed me to that board, that I often seen the need to build infrastructure in West Las Vegas. And I look at the street name. One part of the street is named City Center. The other part is named S Street. And to me, that is the city center, is S Street. And I lived in West Las Vegas all of my life, and I continue to live in this particular area. I'm pleading with, Commissioner or Councilman Kaufman to please reconsider. I know I know your stance, and I really wish you would reconsider and help bring a quality life to West Las Vegas. And I know you're going to need some of those same people that maybe push this through during the state legislature on your federal agenda going forward. And I learned one thing in politics that you guys taught me: no permanent friends and no permanent enemies. So I'm coming as a friend of the city, a friend of the community, that we work in the best interest of all the citizens of the city of Las Vegas, no matter what segment of the community that they live in or what segment of the community that they are in. At this particular time when this happened, I had a lot of relationship with our former city councilor, who's now the county commissioner, when this vote even occurred, when this thing came to the decision that it came in to close this thing. And I'm going to close with this remark. There's a woman by the name of Ethel Pearson. I don't know if you remember Ethel Pearson, but during this same particular time, Ethel Pearson fought to keep F Street open. And that particular time she won, and the state decided to keep F Street open when they decided to close it. She laid down her life fighting for that street, and there was a park eventually named after her at that particular location. I'm pleading with you, Mr. Councilman, please don't oppose us. Please don't fight us. And I know you might have reasons to do that, and your reasons is really your reasons. But the thing about it, I think all of you want a quality of life in West Las Vegas. You want West Las Vegas to receive everything your wards receive. And that's just like closing down Mojave right at Washington to get into Freedom Park or the Gary Reese Park now. So, please don't cut us off. And if you know anything about West Las Vegas, if you have driven in that community, that is surrounded by the church community. And as you know, in the church community, we live all over this valley, all over the county, and we go back into the historic West Las Vegas to church. And that's just like going up to, Owens, Lake Mead, where the Mormon temple is, and putting the big, block wall in front of the temple, keeping people from getting access to the temple. So I'm pleading with you to support Councilman Barlow in his effort. I'm also here to represent the 44 Churches of God in Christ in the Nevada First Ecclesiastical Jurisdiction, because being the Commissioner of State Affairs for that jurisdiction and the churches in that jurisdiction, we support Councilman Barlow in his effort to vote the right thing to reopen up S Street. Thank you very much, Mayor, for your consideration. Thank you very much, Councilman Kaufman. And, I'm a believer in you, and I support you in a lot of things, and I just need you to go with us to help us to rectify the wrong that was doing. And I've talked to Senator Council-elect Horsford in reference to this item, because there's a lot of things I did not understand. But here I was doing the best interest for his constituents at that time, just like when you in the state senate, you got to represent your constituents in the entire community.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name's Roxanne McCoy again, and I just want to briefly state that I am a member of the community. I've lived in Las Vegas for the past 23 years, and I support F Street being reopened. I'm a member of the NAACP and various other organizations here in the Las Vegas area, and we are in support of the F Street being reopened. So in support of Councilman Barlow and the citizens of West Las Vegas, I'm supporting F Street being reopened. Thank you.
Ms. McCoy.
Chapman. I'm part of the F Street Coalition. Some of my colleagues are not able to be here. We're asking that all of you would vote for the completion of this opening. We put a lot of time and effort in it. When we first heard that F Street was being closed, we took immediate action regardless of what happened in the legislature and all of this. We had to act quickly. We finally got a stoppage on D Street being closed. We've been housed in. This happened. I've been out here since 1958. I've seen a lot of issues here, prejudices and all of this other stuff. We can't go back and throw a lot of blame now. What's done was done, and what is today should be more up to date. I think that we look at funding and how everything is spent, but the money you're spending here today, I've been in certain businesses, Las Vegas Country Club Estates Development. I was hands-on, being trained to be a VP, and all of these other things. I think special interest has involved itself into this type of thing, knowing one of the persons that has some real estate developments. I can't point fingers. I cannot speak in particularly of names, but we know how the game is played. When certain ghetto areas are there, we close those areas down regardless of who we hurt, and all of these type of things. Our interest is our own self-interest, and that's what this country is all about in certain areas, when the haves and the have-nots. But we have to consider, that's why we have so many criminal areas and everything else with former associate mobsters and people like this I can say I associated with. But the thing is, it's all done now, and we're trying to bring law and order. So when you look at F Street and failure to open up F Street, we had staged the marches on the Strip and everything else. We don't want to start over again if you decide that you said, well, we're spending too much money. But this type of funding that you have, we noticed that all of the funds now in this global economy are always an issue. But the best interest for those funds is to utilize those funds in the best interest, but not at this time to say that we need this money for other projects, either for education or anything else. We was in with education, and I was part of the educational system. We passed $1 billion bond to open up schools and everything like this. This is our area. This is our Nevada. We are not just upbeats. We're not just people coming in from other parts of the nation not knowing what Nevada is all about. But when you look at this overall area, the experiences of all of us as young people, all the things that have been done either against us or for us, we would like for you to open up your open, gentle hearts and look into what situations you would be in if this was happening in your area. We often bring up the area, say, why not build something and structurally close over here in Summerlin where the money is? We always look at poor neighborhoods that block us out. You send us your homeless and everything like that. We're God-fearing. We take care of them. I don't want to say this, Mrs. Goodman, altogether, but we love Oscar Goodman. But he sent his pigeons over to us when he had the money to put pigeon control down south. You tell him that. No. We can always meet at the Nugget. But you tell him also that when things like that happen, then we have to bear the blunt of those type of things. F Street is a public area where you would have a disaster if something happens on the 15th, and if it closes and you block out all of your streets. We have what we call a detour. When you detour, you have no way out either. So you don't know in the future. We're getting older. But the thing is, if we would just take a quick look at what actually took place there and how that Mr. Kaufman was saying he was twisted, their arms were twisted, our hands was twisted. Well, I'm not that political, but I know that the late Bill Raggio, you was not going to twist his arm to cause him to vote for anything that he wasn't in favor of. So he voted, I believe, in favor of the F Street opening. But I would appeal to all of you, let the special interest group know that you can't buy out an area like in the old days of the Rockefellers and the Gettys and the J.P. Morgans and all of these people. We're not in that anymore. So when we got buildings going up and you can look across and see a ghetto and everything, the question I'm always familiar with, working with these guys, if you go out on Karen and you look at the Las Vegas Country Club Estates, you notice that we built Georgetown West. Georgetown West was built because of the skyline across there. We didn't want to see the old Vegas Village. We didn't want to see all of that interfering with this nice view from that country club that we spend millions of dollars on. And then after it was developed, you got a skyline across there. So we built two-story condominium area, townhomes. And that was developed because we wanted to block that area out. If you look at your building that you got down here where the government building is, and you got this high rise, you look over into this area, some businessman will say, what are we going to do about that slum? What are we going to do about that depressed area? We need to do something about that. That's what I feel in my heart, that we got special interests involved in some of these areas where you are representing. And I don't want to start any trouble, but I have been in trouble. I worked closely in the 60s with people that had troubles that you don't even know of. But I would appeal to you to please vote and let's get this off the record. The legislature has spoken. It's similar almost to the Supreme Court, saying let's get this done. It is done. You're in favor of it before. Why not vote for it today? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chapman. Next, please, and state your name. And make sure their
greeting to the council, to the mayor and the council for this particular season. I'm kind of moved about some of the things that I'm hearing, and this letter is for the clerk.
And again, would you state your name for the clerk, please?
RDL Hambrick. I live at 603 West Adams Street, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89106, at the corner of F Street. I'll be very quick here on what I will have to say. I was really enthused by the meeting we had on the 25th of November. But in regard to the closing of F Street and the many delays, I have requested and asked that this be expedited many times. And due to the hardship of all veterans in this community, which I am the first vice to the West Coast under the President of the United States concerning those veterans, one veteran is worth for more than $70 million in order to get over there to that county building to get his papers that he needs. But a lot of times they're going over there walking with cane and without shoes, and sometimes in their hole in their shoes. There was a documentary by the Inspector of the American. It is also said, they asked a question before the council or to the councilman, why did you waste $17 million closing F Street? So that question was never answered. But on July 11, 2011, Mr. Magruder, I had talked to him a couple of times before, he allocated $60 million to the city of Las Vegas and to do some work on I-15. So they did start that work on I-15, but they worked a few days and then they went somewhere else. And finally, I would just like to conclude, as a veteran of 3 wars and a Medal of Honor, I respectfully ask you to expedite this right away and not to tamper with restricted funds. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, and thank you for your service to our country.
Good morning. My name is Chandra Summers Armstrong, 1931 Fair Avenue, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89106. Good morning, Mayor and City Council members. It is a pleasure to be here this morning. I have been working with the community, with Trish Duran, who is the chairwoman of the Stop the F Street Coalition, since September or October of 2008. We have put many miles on our feet, on our shoes, walking, marching, calling, meeting, crying, discussing, fussing, arguing, hoping that the members of the City Council and the community at large would understand how important this is to us. We thought we were over the hump when the legislation was passed that would allow funding for this. And I know that this is a decision that is difficult for you today because you have other fiscal challenges that are facing you. But I think that you need to know that sometimes we have to look at inequities and wrongs and ethical challenges, and sometimes they mean more than money when we're talking about a community that has been sorely misused and abused and ignored for a long time. I've lived in Las Vegas for 23 years and in West Las Vegas since May of 1999. And I love this community, and I love the people who are my neighbors, and the people who I marched with, and the people who are working so hard that there be change, equitable and respectful change and growth in our community. And I believe that the reopening of F Street is a pathway to getting that change made. And its closing was the death knell of change for our community after so many other wrongs and slights over the years. And I just implore you all to please allow this funding and allow this street to be reopened, right a wrong, wipe away something that is really disrespectful and shameful for the city of Las Vegas to have even undertaken. I thank you for your time, I thank you for listening, and we look forward to your cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and the City Council people. Before I introduce myself, I would like to thank you, Mayor, for pulling this item from where it was to where it is. And when you did that, sitting back there thinking the previous Goodman who was sitting where you are, I had the pleasure of having a concern about there were 49 people that was going to lose their jobs. And I came to him and says, look, we have to do something to make sure those people keep their jobs. And out of the 49 that was going to lose their job, he saved 47 of them. And when you pulled this item from where it was to where it is, I thought about the previous Goodman that was sitting there. So that, I want to thank you.
Thank you, and then you'll tell us who we are.
Absolutely.
Okay. And
My name is Gene Collins.
Thank you.
I live at 1411 Virginia City Avenue. For over 40 years, I lived at 1101 Eleanor Avenue. It was Eleanor Avenue address across the street that that I was living when F Street was closed. As you know, when F Street was closed, we held a press conference. Councilman Barlow, I was, in your ear, and I don't know if we was yelling and screaming, but we was talking about F Street. I would like to bring something to you all's attention. And there was issues here before, and I know someone said that this is an economic issue. Well, I can remember right across the streets a place called Sean O'Grady's, where the man by the name of Snow came in from Florida, and we gave him $17 million. And the only thing that we can see for the $17 million, I think, is a boxcar that's sitting there now. Councilman Coffin and I, when the flood control building was an issue, we had to raise $800 million. The area in which I live, whenever it rained, I cannot recall one instance where there was somebody from the community was washed away because of the flood. But because of where you live, whenever we had a rain, somebody died. So when Councilman Coffin and I got together in the legislature and said we have to do something about the flood control, I brought that information back to my community. And I told them what the issues were. And they told me that you cannot put a materialistic value on a human life. So it was all right for you to vote for us to raise the $800 million, even though the flood didn't affect where I live and those who I represented. There was another issue, Councilman Coffin, that was very heated, which was Dr. King's birthday bill. We were on the same side of the aisle on that. And let me tell you something else, Coffin, where we were. Where you sitting right now is a result of what we did. Nobody questioned how much it was going to cost for this building. Nobody in the community in which I live opposed the building of this building. We got a mob casino right down the street. Nobody opposed from our community that we take the money from the mob museum and use it for something else. In other words, nobody said that. There were other issues, the Cleveland Clinic and every issue that the same thing that we did in the legislature benefited from where we are today. And nobody questioned why we should spend the money or we could take the money and spend it elsewhere. And I didn't call either one of you all. The reason why I didn't call you, because you all know what is right and what is not right. So therefore, I didn't have to call you and my friend and allude to the fact what I just did. I didn't have to do that. I know you well enough, and you know me well enough to know that if I call you, there's an issue much bigger than doing what's right. So that's why I didn't call any of you, because when the rubber meets the road, I thought that you, and I still do, that you are going to do what is right. That's what we base our total concept on, what is right. And so therefore, I didn't waste your time or my time by reminiscing on the street being closed when you all knew that I was on the firing line when it was closed the first time. And so knowing this, I just said that I will say what I had to say when I come down here. So when we start talking about taking the money and spending it elsewhere, the things that I alluded to, we could have said that we could spend that money elsewhere too, but we didn't. We chose not to do this because this is a beautiful building right here. One of the beautiful buildings that's in this state, not just in this state. So somebody had some foresight on what we did. And I'm glad that we were a part of what we are doing as we speak. And for that, I hope that I didn't change anybody's mind, because I was thinking when I was sitting back there that a lot of times that when your minds are made up, you can get up and kill a bill by speaking. So I started to say before I got up that if I'm going to kill this before I speak, I wouldn't want to say anything. But, you know, I'm still saying that I hope I didn't offend you by speaking. So if I did, just blame it on my head and not my heart, because my head and heart is a different thing. So I want to thank you all for allowing me an opportunity, and my good friend, Mrs. Tarkanian, and my good friend, Brother Ross, down there, who I've known for almost 30 or 40 years as well. And Mrs. Tarkanian, I knew when she first came to town. And so, Councilman Barlow, I want to thank you for all of the work that you have done, and I know I hadn't made it easy for you. So, but I want to thank you for the hard work that you've done. Councilman Coffin, if you can see a way of supporting this, my friend, I sure appreciate it.
And Mr. Collins, you forgot the Concentrated Employment Program in 1969, 70, and 71. Right. You were a young man. I didn't recognize you.
All right.
But you sure forgot. You knew me well.
I'm sorry. I know where you're going. I know where you're going.
All right. I'm on you.
I know exactly where you're going. I'm sorry. Okay. And you're right.
Good to see you. You
Thanks.
did get older, though.
All right.
Didn't we all? Yes, ma'am. Please state your name.
Beatrice Turner. And I want you all to know today, when this first came about F Street being closed, and I got that call that morning about 8:30 in the morning, not Katie, not nobody. I'm the one that said, oh, no, we ain't going out like that. I'm the one that got on the phone and called everybody. Do y'all know our street being closed? And I was told this, Beatrice, be quiet, because we might can get paid and get something else. And no, that ain't how it's going to be. The street shouldn't have been closed. I'm not going to support it being closed because I grew up at my grandmother's house at 510 West Mac Williams, right there at F and Mac Williams. I remember sitting a many days on my grandmother's porch watching her walk from the Fremont Hotel coming up F Street to come home until my mother bought her a car, and then she went to work at the Frontier. And now these folks talking about, no, let's not open the street unless we gonna get paid. No, ain't nobody gonna get paid. The street gonna be open. And all those in the back talking about, no, we need to get a check for it to be open. There ain't no check for them. The street is to be open. The street shouldn't have never been closed. And I'm the one that came out saying, calling I spent the whole day on the telephone calling about, do y'all know F Street gonna be closed? We can't let that happen. We're not gonna let that happen. And I'm the one who did it. And you got folks say they didn't. No, y'all said, let's take the money and run with it. That was what y'all said. And I said, no, we ain't going out like that, and we still ain't going out like that. And you haven't seen me in your old city hall. You ain't seen me at your new city hall, because I've been sick, and I have my good days, and I have my bad days. But today, I was going to make it my business to come here, because it's time F Street be opened up now. Because before I leave this world, I want to know I can go back down F Street. And I want to tell y'all today, this is a lovely building. And y'all do know when I pass away, I'm going to be cremated. And this is going to be a lovely place. They can come spread my ashes right here. And then in your front yard, Mayor Goodman.
Thank you, and I would tell you, you've been in our home for 36 years, and I hope you're with us a long time, Ms. Turner. But I also want to take this opportunity to congratulate Leon Smith, for those who are watching, who's been appointed as the new bishop for Nevada, overseeing the Church of God in Christ. And this is the highest rank in file for the faith-based community, and we all congratulate you. Congratulate you, sir.
You're so kind, and thank you again. I'm Bishop Leon Smith. I have resided in this community since '58. I got my education, secondary education, a master's degree at UNLV. I've seen many improvements in this city, and it kind of saddens me a little bit because much of the improvements have happened in other areas outside of the West Las Vegas area. We probably have had some opportunities for improvements. Other things has happened with the ventures, with the plans that have taken away economic development in our area. Many of our educators fight daily, work hard daily to educate our youth. I have also been an educator. I heard you talk about CETA. I worked in those programs as an administrator as well.
Were you not then Leonard Smith? Leonard?
Yes, I have.
I see you now.
In the community areas most of my academic life. Even with the Department of Prisons, I worked as an associate warden and retired from that area. I'm hoping that our appeal today is not falling on deaf ears. I'm not just fighting for a black community, but I'm fighting for a human rights. It is only fair that you reconsider opening F Street. You talk about Mrs. Pearson. I was also one of those people that fought for the reopening of F Street in the 60s. This is not a new fight for me. I have stood for many advancements of our people, of our city. Those of you that had made up your mind to make a negative vote today, even though it might not seem appropriate, I appeal to you to reconsider. F Street need to be open, not only because it closes out a people from access, but it closes out an economic development possibility. I'm hoping that our community will not remain stagnated. We must pursue growth. We must, even at the church where I preside, we have a business there daily, but that is not the end of the vision. And I really appeal to every one of you today. I'm not on a racial card today, but whether you be black or white, male or female, represent the great or the poor, it is only right to reconsider positive action when it comes to opening up F Street. I do appreciate your hearing, and thank you.
Thank you very much. Please come forward.
My name is Anthony Hodges, and I live 123 Sedalia. This is an old ball game that's been played. The highway department, NDOT for the state and all that. Furthermore, it should have never been closed. It should have never been closed. That's number one, okay? NDOT need to pay the money and not the city. The state had no business shutting that underpass. Are you listening to me? Should have never been shut. And the city council had no business having to pay the bill. The state is responsible for it. Them and the federal government, and we all know that, they should have never been closed. That's number one. And Beatrice, you do your thing, whatever. But the name of the game is, should have never been closed. And the city shouldn't have to pay. It's the state, and the feds ought to jump on the state.
And your name, sir, please.
My name is Jerry M. Neal. And I'd like to thank everybody for being here and all those people that came to participate to fight for the reopening of F Street. I can't help but be reminded of something someone told me a long time ago. It says, so a person thinketh, so is that person. Can you hear me? Okay. I don't know any of you that much, and it's hard to trust you. I know maybe one or two of you, and I believe I can trust you. But I always tell my people in Marble Manor and public housing that if you really want to understand what's going on around us, maybe you should come over there and stay with us for a while. Maybe you should come visit. And if your intentions are not to help us or help everybody, because it ain't us no more now. I mean, you got white folks, there's black folks, you got black folks, there's white folks, you got, I mean, it's so mixed up now until you almost don't know who's who, unless you take a blood test. So the best thing, I think, would, to try to satisfy all our people, all the people, black, white, red, yellow, Mexicans, whatever, is to try to make sure that the people in the United States of America can get the help that they need. it's up to you, because you're way smarter. No, well, I'll take that back. You might not be as smart, but you got a lot of sense. You got a lot of action. You got the opportunity to be able to make a change for all of us. And if you don't, when election time comes, I'm going to campaign against you. Have a nice day. God bless.
Thank you. Sir, your name, please. And the red button that says speak or microphone.
Hello, I'm Steph Taylor. I'd like to say I'm in support of Councilman Barlow and the reopening of the F Street project there. I've heard a lot of things, and a lot of them I agree with. I do also say that it's needed. If in order to have true economic redevelopment in that area, F Street needs to be open. It really does, because there's no way in the world you're really going to put money into a community where you're almost at a one-way in, one-way out of that community. Okay, we do need the help there. They need the funds there. Also, I'd like to say, look at the other point. Some of the people in that community really could benefit from a job there. There's a lot of companies who did put in a lot of training to people who could get these type of jobs. And a lot of African Americans suffer for lack of education or training for this type of job, but they do have a lot of service providers through Workforce Connections in the WIA Act, and they're ready and trained. So I ask, when they do open F Street, can they also look at putting some of the people in that community to work? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else?
Good morning.
Morning.
I'm Assemblywoman Dina Neal.
How are you?
So I'm not going to really add too much to this conversation. There's been a lot said, but what I wanted to state was when I first heard that this issue was coming back up, and there had been 20 or so meetings over the past, I guess, year or more, the biggest issue that came up was that you can't build trust up in a community and then take it away, because what was missing was the actual trust that the city would act appropriately on behalf of that community. And so if you withdraw from that, then you start rebuilding that same process again of the trust process. And it's been many years to even get to this point where you can actually engage a community without the bickering, the fighting, and the drama. And it's like, why recede? Why go back there? And especially when some of the things that I heard, which were politically motivated, and the lesson that I learned, and I've only been served twice, which was, you can't take politics personal. It's not personal. It has nothing to do with you as an individual, but you have to serve the community which you're set up to serve. And if you're elected as a body, you have to make sure that the will of those people is actually done. And that's all I really wanted to say, and that I hope you guys make the right choice and that you move towards opening F Street, because it was an actual wrong that just needs to be corrected. And, I know there's a financial burden, but, sometimes we have to take a hit for the things that are right.
Congratulations on your reelection. On both, absolutely. And if you would announce your name, please.
Thank you. My name is Harvey Munford. I've been a resident of Las Vegas, believe it or not, since 1966. And I've also been a resident of 809 Sunny Place since 1973. So I'm a long-standing, part of the old original group. But I'm just here to sort of.
Could you have someone to raise the mic up so Mr. Martin can stand up?
It's all right.
I'm sorry, it doesn't go up.
Want to pick me up?
Yes.
Pick me up? Oh, okay. Okay, good. But I just want to commend and extend appreciation to my colleagues for taking the time and the sacrifice their time to come down and express their feelings on the issue and the project relating to F Street. Because I know it means a great deal to them. It's something that's almost a passion to them. And as some people have already said previously, we've had a lot of meetings. And I was with the entire F Street project since its inception. Matter of fact, my constituent standing next to me was the first person to alert all of us to it. She called me first, and then the word got sort of spread. But anyway, I said, we've had a lot of meetings, and we discussed this project extensively. And we always felt that the city of Las Vegas was totally and completely behind us, because he was at all the meetings, was very supportive and very loyal to this project. And now I feel I hear there's some doubt. You have some concerns about wanting to go forward with it and support it. And to me, it just comes down to a few things in terms of, I find it a little peculiar. I'm an elected official, and you're all elected officials. Our primary purpose and commitment as elected officials is to look out for the welfare and the concerns of the people. All of these residents out here, they're all taxpayers. They all have an investment in this entire community. And something should be returned to them and given back to them. And this F Street project is part of that. And you being all elected officials, I see my former colleague, Bob Coffin. We've served together. I see my former colleague, Bob Beers. And he's also my student, and he knows better. You can't believe I taught Bob Beers in school, and he was a good student. Those are the good old days. But I'm just saying that it's incumbent upon you to realize what your responsibility is, what your commitment is to the people and to the community. And I just leave it in your hands and your conscience and your feeling that you just, make the right and the very proper decision. And the Councilman Barlow, I commend him for really, alerting all of us to come down here too and to be prepared to fight for something that's right. And Councilman Tarkanian, I've known her a long time. I know she has integrity and she has honor and she has decency and she will do the right thing. So I just leave it in your hands and just do what's good for the people. And you'll have my support in Carson City. But we'll see how we can work together in Carson City too. So thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. My name is Catherine Duncan, and as Assemblyman Mumford stated, I brought this serious situation to his attention in 2008. When I called Mr. Mumford, it was because of the situation that was going on at the time. There was a lot of racial unrest going on at the time. If you know what F Street looked like before it closed, those of you who go on F Street every day, because I'm a property owner on F Street, my sister owns property on F Street was atrocious. No one would want to drive under F Street at the time. There were people living under the bridge. We had even gone so far as put porta potties on the bridge for the homeless people to live there. So when I saw the sign that F Street was closing, I didn't call Mr. Mumford and yell because the street was closing. I yelled because we were not notified in advance. We were not given proper opportunity to make arrangements for the street to be closed. Some of the people who live on the street during the construction, asthma. They had to move out of their homes during the construction. Some business owners had tenants, and those tenants moved away, causing them to lose income. We had already been working on ways to revitalize our community. Everyone here calls it that community and over there and them. But I'm here to talk about us and our community and what our aspirations are and were at the time. While F Street was open, we worked diligently. We met at the Town Tavern. Those of us who are landowners and business owners and residents, we met every Saturday morning for a complete year to figure out what we wanted to happen in our neighborhood. And we knew that we wanted the redevelopment agency to support the revitalization of the town tavern. We knew that the city's position was, we cannot develop in your community because the churches are in the way. These are the conversations that we had with the city. And we said to you, the churches are not in the way of redevelopment. The churches are the way to redevelopment. And we encouraged you to help celebrate the churches and to use the visual improvement funds, not only to put a visual improvement on Olympic Gardens, but to put a visual improvement on the churches in our community as well. We thought that they were deserving. We came to you and we asked you to help the town tavern, because at its height, it employed 125 people. The redevelopment agency at that time set aside $2.5 million to go into the town tavern redevelopment. But then F Street closed and those funds were snatched out of the redevelopment agency, and the engineering firm was paid to design the F Street reopening. So that hurt. Talk about losing faith in your government. We're sitting here thinking we got $2.5 million coming to our community finally. And when F Street closed, those funds were snatched away and paid the engineering firm to reopen F Street. So that's just a little bit of the past of what's happening on F Street. Let me tell you what's happening there right now. Because the city still continues to use the same method of delivering notice to the citizens that it used in 2007 when the street closed. Right now, they're in front of 1001 F Street, our property, and they're cutting the sidewalk. You think I got a notice in the mail letting me know that my sidewalk was going to be cut? No. What we have is environmental justice problems right here. Executive Order 12898, and the city attorney will probably tell you that if you're going into a community to do some work and the people don't read, you have to knock on the doors and talk to them about it. It says that they don't speak your language, you have to get an interpreter. You're required to go above and beyond your normal way of advising the public in neighborhoods that have people who are illiterate, people who don't have jobs. You have to go an extra effort, and we fail to do that. We fail to give proper notice based on Executive Order 12898, and for that, we must remedy. There has to be a remedy. And we're told that in order for us to get remedy, we have to sue our government. Imagine we would have to stop our daily lives, repairing cars, doing hair, to come and sue you to do the right thing. And we believe there has to be a remedy to mitigate the adverse impact of the closure of F Street. Before we can even talk about reopening it, we got to make some people whole. What is the future for our neighborhood? We talk about justice. When we plan to fail, I've heard you say it over and over again. When we don't plan, when we fail to plan, we plan to fail. And we have not done a concentrated cooperative planning effort in the historic West Side. We've done planning for West Las Vegas. But the historic West Side is unique, it's different, it has its own individual characteristics. So we have to plan for the historic West Side, but what we've got going, every city department is working on something different. The redevelopment agency is working on Jackson Avenue, historic preservation is working on D Street, the public works is working on F Street. Everybody's all over the place and no one's working together. So we ask, what's our city, what's that neighborhood going to look like in 5 years? We don't have a comprehensive neighborhood master plan. So we don't know when you open F Street, open it to what? What's going to be there when you open it? Are we going to go back to the porta potties and the homeless? Or are we going to work with the community to develop our image and our infrastructure for the future? North Las Vegas is planning to build, we got 640 acres dedicated to a new university. Why aren't we working with the city of North Las Vegas to build intercity light rail from that new university all the way to Henderson? That could come right through the west side. Wouldn't that be something for us to start talking about? We're spending all of the energy the last 4 years concentrating on one hole in one wall. And we still need to be concentrated on the whole neighborhood. I'm sorry if I seem a little passionate about this, but for 4 years, I've had my neighbors complain that my wife had to leave because she had asthma, and they're telling me that I can't do anything about it until they reopen F Street. Why would you even consider reopening the street until you've addressed the issues that you caused when you closed the street in the first place? Why do we talk about reopening a street without a master plan? We got to get the politics out of the F enclosure. It's time for the politics to be over. Let's do a serious plan and let's do the right thing. I know we have to spend the money for the purpose intended. Lord knows we wouldn't want to do anything illegal. But do we have to open the street tomorrow, and can we take a little bit of time and figure out what we're doing here? What are we doing here? Put the politics out of it. Ask everybody what will it do to their lives when F Street gets reopened? What will your life look like when F Street reopens? What would your life look like when F Street's reopened? I know what mine will look like.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. At this point now, because I think everybody's had a chance to speak that had asked, and those, I'm going to now close the public hearing portion and going to turn this over to, I see, Mr. Cervantes. Would you care to come forward and your comments, please?
Sir, I'm just here to answer any questions that council may have.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'm going to turn this over to you. Well, we'll start with Councilman. Oh, thank you very much. Okay. Oh, excuse me. Is this a brief response or a lengthy?
Very brief.
Okay, please go ahead.
Thank you to the community for coming forward. And Beatrice, I miss you. Good to see you.
Thank you. Okay, Councilman Coffin.
Your Honor, I think those who are in favor of a motion or a item on the agenda should have the privilege of speaking on behalf of that item.
Okay, from the council, I'm going to take the lead on this because I have voted on this before, and when I was running for office, I was asked by several people as I was running, have I ever had an argument with my husband of now 50 years? And I said twice. Once was at the closure of F Street. And at that point, I had said that I was totally opposed to closing F Street. Of course, I was not in government, nor did I know what the legislature had mandated, nor was I privy to any of the discussions. But I know the community. Because of that, and in the past votes that we've had, realizing the economic problems we have, realizing the enormity of the funding that went into closing, and now is out there on the table to reopen. This is a symbolic issue, in my opinion. It is about inclusivity. It is about cohesiveness, coordination, and becoming one, as opposed to being exclusionary and isolative. And so I know that our different council people have made their votes in the past on this particular issue, and it is part of our government to have freedom of speech. And I know there are other issues and other concerns, and so I just want you to know in the open forum that while the cost is there, and I wish it weren't there because we have so many, many needs of which you are all aware, that this very money could go to. But I think this surmounts it. And I do believe politics is personal, not that it's not personal. I took a lot of heat during my campaign, and I took it personally with lies and things with which I had to deal. But above everything that happened, I knew that my focus was on us being one. I love this city, having been here since 1964, very familiar with so many of you when you were younger, and working side by side with you, living in the same house for 36 years, being married to one person for 50 years. I know that our focus has to be on all of us together. It doesn't matter what race you are. It doesn't matter your religious beliefs or someone else's. What matters, this is Las Vegas, Nevada. This is our home by choice. All of us who live here. We need to be one group moving forward, and I am so sorry this cost has been here. I am so sorry we are having to put more costs back out, but it's beyond dollars. Dollars don't matter. What matters is family. And we're a family. We are a family who call this place home. So I am going to be with reopening. I wish the costs weren't there. but I am fully supportive of reopening something that should have never closed in the first place. And I hope it becomes an area that Councilman Barlow and before him Councilman Weekly have worked so diligently with the city in redevelopment, in making the West Las Vegas area a better place every single day, every single week. And I am passionate in heart about education, which is the key. And we need to fix the city schools wherever they are inner city schools, and that will solve so many of our other problems. But what I assure you, this is not about isolating anybody or any group. We're a family of people. Las Vegas is our home. And I stand by reopening this street. And I am just sorry it has to cost us so much, because we all know where those dollars have to go. So anybody else have at it? Since you asked, Councilman Coffin, anyone else, any comment?
Your Honor, if no one else wants to speak in favor, I thought Ricky would because it's his measure.
Oh, and Councilman Anthony, are you still there? I forgot you're up above.
I'm still here.
Any comments?
Not at this point.
What did you say? Not at this point. Not at this point.
Okay, I'll be happy to speak then. Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. And Councilman Barlow, thank you for deferring this from November 7th to today so we could get clarification on the contract. Not one person who has spoken to us yet has spoken to the issue on the agenda, which is an agreement, supposedly a cooperative agreement with the state of Nevada, NDOT, to pay for the construction and to define who pays what. Well, the contract came back, in my opinion, in an unfair fashion, because it required that of the possible $16 million of construction, we pay half, the state pays half. And yet, there is not one provision to enforce an equal sharing of the cost in this contract. And I asked Mr. Cervantes as recently, I guess as recently as this weekend, we still have the same situation that existed on November 7th, which is this contract calls for, if should the costs exceed the estimate at this point, the Las Vegas city has to pay the difference. If the costs are below the estimate, the state does not allow us to share in the savings. So we pay and we pay. And Mr. Hodges spoke so eloquently, and the only person to point out, I might add, that this really should have been the state's responsibility, is the state's responsibility. State did the survey, state did the notification, state did everything. The planning, the design, well, in cooperation with the city later, but the point was, it was a state project. Now, because this has wandered far afield from the agenda item, I appreciate the fact, Your Honor, that you said that I could address this issue in toto, and as every person who has spoken has really addressed the whole issue. I've got to go back and take the scab off the wound again and go back and do it. It's not my pleasure to do it, but I have to because I was there at the beginning. Or not at the beginning. I didn't have anything to do with designing this closure. I didn't even know about it myself because I wasn't on the city council, and the council never asked me how I felt about it. But I did hear about it, of course, in 2009. And at that time, I had introduced a bill along with now Senator Tick Segerblum to help preserve the neighborhoods, particularly the inner city neighborhoods, which would include the historic West Side. And that decisions made about neighborhoods like that are greater than they meet the eye, and naturally there should be more attention paid to that. I don't know if it actually included a discussion of how notices should be given to neighborhoods that some sort of public works project was going to happen in their neighborhood, or nearby. I don't think it addressed those existing statutes. And so the bill came over, passed the assembly, and I think it might have been unanimous when it came over. And then when it got to the Senate side, great discussion occurred in the Government Affairs Committee, which I did not serve on, but I heard about it because there was a lot. Now, I've told this story before, but that was a year and a half ago, and I think it needs to be part of the record. The discussion in the committee, some of it is written, some of it's unwritten, revolved around essentially, we have a lot of people that are saying something went wrong over in Las Vegas, something went wrong on the west side, and that the city's been cut off, that the west side's been cut off completely from the rest of the town. Well, I didn't hear all the testimony because I had my own things to deal with. And, but in the hallways, and by the way, this is toward the end of the session, in the hallways was a lot of discussion. I could see our city lobbyists who are here today running around with their hair on fire because they were basically being told, you have to build this thing, you have to tear down this street, undo all the stuff that's been done. And we said, why? Well, it was alleged that proper procedures were not followed by the state. And at that time, the city was, we were told the city didn't do things right. And we were misled. We were misled by our leadership. The leadership said the city had been, the area had been cut off. It was a Friday afternoon late when this bill came to the floor. It was a deadline day. It was a day, and I know Harvey, Gene, you didn't have to live through that nightmare, but Dina Neal and Harvey now have to, where you have internal deadlines. Bills either die or pass if they don't get treated on a certain day on a certain deadline. And the assembly bills needed to be passed or killed on that Friday evening before midnight. So the amendment was dropped about 5 o'clock. We had heard this discussion in the hallways. I think all of us felt pretty bad about what had happened. The formula looked like there was going to be sharing of cost between the city and the state. And in fact, at that time, the estimate was $40 or $50 million. We said, and I got to go back into Wednesday or Thursday of that week, those of us who were on the committee said, well, haven't you discussed compromise with the community? Haven't you, and I'm talking about the majority leader and members from the assembly leadership and members, hasn't there been a discussion about righting this wrong? Is this the way you do it? You knock down a brand new freeway and you open up a hole in a freeway and give it back to the neighborhood exactly as it existed before? Why can't we spend some money, and the terms were millions and millions, assuming that something wrong had to happen. Let's spend it there. Let's do things for the neighborhood. We were just stonewalled and told, no, 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 you got to fix this wrong. You got to set it back right. Right means the status quo ante, like the same old thing, the same little road, neighborhood street going right through. Well, you know, we kind of wonder, what is this about? Because dozens and dozens of streets, neighborhood streets, have been closed in this town over many, many years for freeway building. They are designed in the best way possible by competent engineers, and in this case, I suppose engineers here and engineers in Carson City, who are colorblind people. They didn't have any idea that there would be a race uproar over this. And the thing was finished before any protest came up. I don't know why the landowners who were in there that objected didn't raise the issue sooner in the process. But notice was properly given, and meetings were held on the environmental aspects, the usual and customary procedures. And it is debatable whether or not that is enough. Now, the state has changed its procedures, and it is more encompassing. So I was kind of a little surprised about Catherine Duncan saying something about not getting enough notice, so there may be something we have to address at the city, but that's another circumstance. The point is that the procedures were supposed to be followed. We were led to believe that they were not followed, that an illegal act had taken place. So not just insensitivity to a neighborhood, but illegality. So common sense did not prevail. We voted for it. Well, I don't think it might have been unanimous in the Senate. It wasn't, I'm not sure if it was unanimous in the Assembly, because the thing had to come back to the Assembly for agreement, and at that point there might have been votes against it. In any event, I read the minutes and I talked to people afterwards, but I didn't really get so upset about it until I came on board this ship here in June last year. Found out from our city staff the blackmail and extortion that had been forced upon the city to push that bill through, to push that amendment onto AB 304 and to push it through. That our city staff, who if they were called up here to talk, and I'm not going to embarrass them now, but they know, and they've told each and every one of you here on this council what happened. Many of you know this story. They were told all our redevelopment money would be taken away. A bully in the legislature, a boss, threatened the city of Las Vegas. Now, none of us knew this. An agreement was made with a gun to the city of Las Vegas's head. And no council member from this city came up there and said what was really going on behind the scenes. I didn't find out about this until I came on board when the good mayor and I were being briefed in June last year about the real circumstances that happened behind the scenes. So I made it a point to try to redress this grievance because, you know, we talk about insult and mistreatment to a neighborhood, but when you talk about forcing a community, all the taxpayers of a community, to spend a whole lot of money to address a grievance, that's a little different. That is not fair. Dollars do matter. I know the mayor has said they do not matter. They do matter because here we have a situation where it's unfair to everybody to really essentially tear down a beautiful freeway to set it up again the way it was before without any, and as Catherine Duncan said, without any plan. Because I'll tell you what, and Catherine Duncan knows the answer to this, there is no plan. There is no money. If you spend this money, there certainly isn't any money. There still is today a chance to do two things. We've been pushed around by the state before on the original bill, and we're being pushed around on this so-called cooperative agreement, which is about as fair as the original bill. And so my request has been to delay this action so that we could negotiate hard. You know, the governor never knew about this. $8 million was come up with. You know, the way the bill was written in 2009, a specific tax source. Our city, our 1 penny of property tax that we get for roads, essentially our share of a 5-cent countywide, was dedicated in a statute to pay for this. Well, maybe 5 years ago, that might have been enough to finish the project. As of last year, it wasn't enough. It was only good enough for about $8 million. So it didn't look like this project was going to be built. Unknown to the mayor, the governor, and unknown to his staff, the head of the Department of Transportation, Ms. Martinovich, made a commitment to certain legislators and other people that she would find the money. And she found $8 million from various sources, your general taxpayers' source of money, high gasoline tax, some federal money to be reallocated, altogether about $8 million, so the project could go forward if it could be built for about $16 million. And we don't know if that's true because I don't know very many projects with prices of public works are starting to go up again, so we don't know if we can finish it. So here we are with a golden opportunity to redress the grievances against the city of Las Vegas, and I do not want to see this council rubber stamp a one-way contract to go on top of the one-way piece of legislation that was passed. So I feel that, you know, I got to say thank you to people who did speak, Your Honor, because no one called me a racist this time. But I got a lot of that the last time I scraped the scab off the wound. So to those of you who spoke, I truly appreciate your comments, and I loved the experiences I've shared with Eugene Collins. We had a lot of fun over there bringing back old memories. But this is not one you would want to have experienced, Gene, because it would have made you feel pretty bad when you found out that you'd been lied to, and that, in fact, beside F Street, you go a couple hundred yards in one direction, and there's D Street. You go another couple hundred yards in the other direction, there's H. They go through. I couldn't fly down on a Friday night and say, whoa, wait a minute, hold this vote. I got to see this cutoff if it's true. It wasn't true. In fact, F Street, yes, it was closed, but replaced by a very good thing called the DF connector. And H still exists. You can still go through that way. Well, why the heck did we do this? The city, I think the council should have spoken up. They should have come up in an outrage and said, wait a minute, you guys can't do this to us. I have never seen bullies fail to shrink from a challenge from somebody. They always give in when challenged. The staff was left to fight this battle by themselves. And without backup from Las Vegas, how in the world could they have been expected to carry the day and to at least tell us the truth? No map was provided to illustrate to the rest of the community, the rest of the legislature, how this really would not have happened. Well, okay. Some people who own land over there are upset. There are people with grand plans. Some limited liability companies owned by who knows who own land. They have been very much a part of the protest. They have been very much a part of the putting people into a frenzy over what happened. And I do not know who they are. San Francisco base of one of them. We've got a whole list. But hell, I'm not a cop. I can't go investigate who owns what, without some sort of legal authority. You just can't penetrate these limited liability companies. But the landowners that are going to profit if this goes through are going to laugh all the way to the bank at the city council and the legislature for having done their bidding. And it is not just a neighborhood issue. It's about dollars. Now let's talk about what the waste is going to be. It's not $8 million of city money or $8 million of state money. It's probably $30 to $40 million. $30 to $40 million if we approve this. Why? Well, you build a freeway. You build a nice one. The state and our head of public works, Jorge Cervantes, have said $5 or $6 million was saved so that you didn't have to replace 4 bridges by keeping F Street open. But they kept H and D open, and they did it within the dollars that were available. No one said during the construction process that, whoa, wait a minute, you're going to have to reverse yourself and take that out of there. So you got the construction cost. Not just the $5 or $6 million that was saved, but the $5 or $6 million that was spent to build just that little segment. I mean, it's a lot of money per mile around here. You're talking about multi-lanes of freeway with first-class federal-grade construction. So I'm telling you, that's what the waste will be, probably $30 to $40 million if we follow through. And I frankly believe, I still believe, that it's not too late for the legislature to reconsider this matter in a session that starts in 2 months and recognize what really happened. And they reverse themselves and appropriate money for the West Side. Appropriate money to put into the community that could have been done in a compromise 4 years ago by clear-thinking people. Now, the name of my great and dear colleague, Senator Raggio, was brought up. If you look at the minutes of those Government Affairs Committee, Senator Raggio, who represented Washoe County, Reno City specifically, did a darn good job of representing his community. He made sure in that bill that not one dime was going to come out of any projects in that community out of state funds. Yeah, Bill Raggio did a hell of a job. He made sure they were fine. As soon as everybody signed off with Raggio, then he voted for the bill. Why? He's not harming him, and he's going to make the leader happy, who has control over everything. So I've said this, I've tried to restate the behind the scenes and the stuff in front. It isn't at all as simple as it appeared, but it is not too late to reverse our steps, because we should demand a fair contract on this so-called cooperative agreement, on the spending of this money, before we dig a hole. You know what's going to happen? You start to dig this hole. The second the first backhoe goes in, or the wrecking ball goes in to carve up that freeway, we are going to look like fools. Just damned fools. It hasn't hit yet, but when it does, and the traffic starts to get diverted, and the cones go up, and the lanes are narrowed, people are going to wonder what the hell is going on here, and what are we doing it for? Oh, we got to cut this hole in the freeway. We got to make things right in that little neighborhood. And it is a little neighborhood with a few hundred people. And I think that,
please,
order,
let's be
please,
respectful,
Your Honor,
please.
order. I think important to remember that the backlash on the city council and the legislature will be very, very harsh. I could sit back and say, the legislature did it, it's not my fault, and wash my hands like Pontius Pilate and say, I can't do anything about it, but I think we can. And I'd like to hear some of the boo birds out in the audience say they would turn down $5 or $6 million spent in the neighborhood. That is a pretty good thing to do. And I'd be all for it right now. Fixing schools that HVAC that didn't get fixed on at least a couple of schools over there, so the kids are going to have to sweat in the summer. We couldn't do it because the school bond thing didn't, the school tax proposal failed. But we could fix those schools. We could do lots of things. What I'm saying to you is exactly what we were trying to get through to the representatives of that community in 2009. That is why I will not support this agreement. I'm sorry to say it, but that is the way I feel about it. Thank you, Your Honor, for that time.
Thank you, Councilman Coffin. Councilwoman Tarkanian?
I just wanted to add here, because I know, and Beatrice, you know, I've respected a lot what you've done. We've worked together well, but it isn't fair to ridicule him from the audience, and it isn't fair for others to think he's a bad guy, because I will tell you, he is the only person in the state who has worked diligently to determine what exactly happened up there at that legislature. The only person. And he came up with good information. And that's why I've been very torn over this. Because I will tell you that when this whole thing came up and they told us what we would have to pay, I said, this isn't right. This isn't right. This was a state problem. NDOT did it. It was a state problem. And they're making the city pay almost all of it. And then I was told that the majority leader of the Senate threatened us that we would lose the RDA funds. If you look back, you'll see that that was the time we were voting on continuing RDA. He threatened us. And he threatened us hard because I said, well, can't you go up and tell him this and this? No. I mean, I was led to believe that if we didn't go this way, we were going and pay all of it. If we fought to try and have the state pay more at that time, we were going to lose the RDA. And what have so many of you talked about today? You've talked about the improvements that have been made. And RDA funds have primarily gone into this area of the city. I get heck all the time from people in my ward. They wonder when the heck they're going to get some of this. It took me 4 years to finally get some RDA. But forgetting that, the thing is, he's done a really good job, and he's telling us in his conscience what he feels should be done. And, you know, to me, he's very persuasive as far as all the financial things are concerned. But I also know I don't trust the legislature. Sorry, Mr. Coffin. I don't trust the legislature. I saw what was done to us by that majority leader, that very leader that threatened us and threatened to take the RDA, which had done so much to help that area and help Ricky's ward. So I don't trust the legislature, and I can't take a chance in letting something that's morally incorrect, which is what our mayor, that's what you are, yes, you're a good mayor. That's what the mayor said, and she's right about that. I don't trust anybody else is going to correct it. And so we'll bear the burden of this. Now, if the legislature, if my good friend Harvey Munford wanted to, he could go back up there and try and put through a bill to help the city.
And reimburse us.
And reimburse us. That's exactly. He could do that because it was the state. It really, truly was. And because we were threatened and we were bullied, I myself, who usually will stand up and fight hard, I didn't want to lose all that we were doing in making that area more vibrant in Ward 5. So I went along with it and didn't say anything then, and I regret it. I should have said something, and maybe I didn't know that the legislators didn't realize, because I was led to believe that the legislator that was telling us already had all these people that were going to kill us. And that's what I was told. They will kill RDA. And even though I didn't have it in my ward yet, I knew what was happening in Ward 5 that was so good with RDA. But again, I don't trust, excuse me? Yes. I say, if you really care about the other people who live in this city, pressure, you don't have to threaten, but just ask the legislative representatives you have. And I will ask Harvey, get out there and fight for us. And I'll ask Tick, because he does live in my ward. Get out there and fight for us and make sure that, we get some reimbursement, because every penny that goes into that takes money away someplace for something that we really desperately need to help the people in that area. I just wanted to say that because I respect Mr. Coffin. I've seen the support you've shown to all of us throughout the city, whatever our ethnicity, and I just want to say I respect the amount of research that you've done, and my vote today is not anything against what you've done or what you've said, because you know what? You've been a great teacher. I finally learned, innocent idealist that I sometimes am, I finally learned what happens up there in the legislature at the last minute. We found what happens in the hallways, and that's where it's done, not in the public where it should be done. But in any case, I feel morally for the people who live there that if we don't do this, I don't think it's going to be done correctly, and so that's why I cannot vote in his direction today. I just ask you, don't judge him harshly. He did what he felt in his heart and conscience was the right thing.
Well said there. I can. I'm going to, because we have people on other issues, and we are very concerned, obviously want to hear this through, with the permission of our city clerk and the agreement and approval of the city attorney. Hello? I'm seeking your approval. May I go ahead and ask, put a motion out to obey certain items in the midst of this discussion and ask for a vote?
Yes, I think that we just need to make a record on it. What you're going to do is just temporarily, for another couple of moments, suspend this discussion. We're going to stay on this item. We're going to return to it in just a moment. In the meantime, you're going to call items forward that we don't have time to hear because of the schedule today, and then you'll take a vote on those items and then return to this item. I think if the record's clear on that, you're fine.
Do I now make a motion to suspend the discussion, or don't I have to do that?
I don't think you need to. I think it's clear for the record that this discussion is suspended, unless the clerk needs a motion. She does not.
Okay, are we okay?
I can ask you to make one motion to obey all of those numbered items at one time.
Okay, what I'm going to do is make a motion. We are suspending conversation for a moment. And I am going to make a motion so that those who are here for other issues, I am making a motion to obey item 74. Give you a moment to look it up so you can see what that is. And then items number 80 through 86. And dependent upon our next calendar, obey these. The motion is to obey them to the 19th of December.
Correct.
So with that, I am making a motion. We would like to make a motion, so if you could put my little icon up there, so we could vote. Any problem? Anybody has an issue? Hearing none. I have made a motion which is not coming up. So again, we're obeying to the 19th of December, item number 74, and items 80 through 86. And there's the motion. Please vote. And please post.
Councilman Anthony, could you make your vote for the record, please?
Yes.
And please post. Unanimous. Thank you very much. We will now resume the conversation. And thank you. So, Councilwoman, you have concluded your comments?
Yes, I should have also said, though, that Ricky Barlow, who represents that area, has also done a great job in working hard. And I think getting across to us why this is morally important to do because of things that have happened in the past that all of the rest of us might not have been aware of. I just wanted to add that.
Okay, and Councilman Beers would like to make comment, please.
Thanks, Your Honor. Some of the speakers have suggested this is about isolating that neighborhood, and obviously you look on the map and it's not, because there are two streets 150 yards either way off F Street that provide access. In fact, better access and to better stuff than was there before. There's been some suggestion that this is about racism, and probably it is, but not the way it's been suggested. I don't think the city acted or the state acted with racism. I think the value, the symbolic value assigned to this F Street underpass is this history of racism that we had in our city. Mayor Gregson and Hank Greenspun, the famous summit at the Moulin Rouge, and did the institutional piece of it. Society trailed along over the next 20 or 25 or 30 years. Will this help the residents? No. There's just simply no benefit to the residents that this will impact their life. There's not very many people there. They've already got the access. This takes money away from other efforts. Like Councilman Coffin said, we could put a new HVAC system in some of those schools, and now they're going to have to go without for the summers because that ballot question failed. So I just can't support putting $30 or $40 million into this kind of a symbolic gesture. That's 7 or 8% of this, the budget. So maybe it's only 4 to 5%, but it's a big piece of it, and I just can't do it. So I'll be joining Councilman Coffin.
Thank you. Is that the exact number? Mr. Cervantes, I'm sorry to, I mean, you certainly don't need to stand the whole time in our discussion, but the number, the dollar cost to reopening to us, to this city.
The estimated cost right now for the construction of the project is about $13.1 million to build, of which the city's paying $8 million, the difference being paid by NDOT up to $16 million.
So $8 million is the cost of the city.
Yeah, I threw out that larger number because, and I don't want to interrupt. I'll give you back the floor. Just that that's what you will be wasting if you do this.
No, absolutely understand. But I
And
just
Your
wanted to
Honor, some call
clarify
me a young man still, but I do remember when the estimate of the pipeline to White Pine County was less than $1 billion, or about $1 billion, and it's now at $5 billion. So I've seen a few of these projects go awry.
You learn every day, and I'm beginning to echo Councilwoman Tarkanian's comment. You know, the legislature's the legislature. So we're here and now. So at this point, Councilman Anthony up there, comment or no?
No comment, Mayor.
Okay, Councilman Barlow.
Thank you, Mayor. And I would like to thank you, Mayor, and the entire council for your comments. And of course, I would be remiss if I didn't thank the Nevada Department of Transportation for their due diligence, working with the City of Las Vegas, really receiving just as much feedback, positive and negative, as it relates to this item, just as much as the City of Las Vegas. I, of course, would like to thank the City of Las Vegas Public Information Office, Mr. David Riggleman and Diana Paul, and your entire staff, because you all have been locked in step with this item from day one to the present, and therefore I must say thank you for being a part of this process as well. The residents of West Las Vegas and the Las Vegas community, because it's not only, Mayor, members of the historical West Las Vegas community that have been involved in this issue. There's been a number of residents in North Las Vegas, Henderson, and the outlying areas that have come and rallied in support of their position as it relates to this item before us here today. Of course, to the faith-based community and all of the pastors that have been involved in this conversation from day one, I want to thank you all, and of course your parishioners, for your input as well, and the NAACP for standing behind this item and speaking on behalf of the residents and their constituents as well. Not to beat a dead horse, Mayor, but there have been well over 18 meetings that the city of Las Vegas hosted in the community since 2009. Needless to say that there have been more than 18 meetings from constituency groups such as the F Street Coalition that formed due to what has transpired in this historical community. So when you combine the 20-plus neighborhood meetings along with the 18 on record, it's close to a little bit over 40 meetings that have transpired in the last 3.5, going on 4 years now. There's a lot of finger pointing. He say, she say. At the end of the day, I'm in a position to make a decision. And sometimes that decision, Mayor and council members, is not an easy decision, but we are elected to basically vote on not only facts, but sometimes we have to vote in ways that don't necessarily make sense, but it's for the good and the betterment of the community as a whole. Now, there's a number of things that have been said today, and I don't want to go back and unravel those comments, but there are a number of things, Mayor, if you will, I need to take off the table that was mentioned. It was mentioned by my colleague, Councilman Coffin, that there's no master plan for this little neighborhood or this little area. Well, personally, I resent that, Councilman Coffin, because I don't represent little things. I represent the city of Las Vegas as a city councilman, just as you do. And so to, in my opinion, disrespect my community like that, I don't appreciate it. I represent good people. I represent taxpayers. I have the most diverse ward in the city of Las Vegas, the most diverse, economically and ethnically. Therefore, I don't represent little issues. I represent issues that other wards don't have to address, and fortunately for them. And I'm not saying that it's unfortunate for me, because I knew when I was sworn in by former Mayor Oscar Goodman what I was getting into. And I knew that every day was not going to be Disneyland, as we used to call Ward 6, Councilman Ross. Right? Camelot. But that's just a running joke up here. And there's been a number of council members that have since gone, and council members that are currently on this board that have supported the initiatives and the push and the drive and the development, the redevelopment, the economic development in Ward 5. A lot of people believe that Ward 5 is just historical West Las Vegas. Well, let me educate you, for those of you that believe that Ward 5 is just historical West Las Vegas. Ward 5 begins Bruce to the east, Rainbow to the west, Charleston to the south, Cheyenne to the north, until Sunday. Then the lines will change due to redistricting. And then I'll have a piece of Disneyland, Camelot. So I represent a large district, 100,000 people. And West Las Vegas is just a small area compared to the overall capacity and size and scope of the community in the city of Las Vegas in which I represent. Now, it was mentioned that D and H Street go through. Well, once again, I want to correct the record. D and H Street does not go through. F Street went through. And so if we can go to the overhead, if you will, let me just educate those of you that are unfamiliar with what I'm referencing. This is a new and improved street. And what are we calling this street, Jorge? Is this City Center? City Center. Is it, I mean, City Center Parkway? City Parkway, City Parkway. And we're looking north on City Parkway facing Ogden. And as you can see deep down the throat of this visual, and this is street level, at the end of your site there is where F Street is disconnected. Now, real quick, I would like to ask for Flynn Fagg to come to the microphone just real briefly, because I have a question for you, Flynn. Mr. Fagg has been working on a concept and a program for the city of Las Vegas as a whole, and in particular in downtown Las Vegas, wards 1, 3, and 5, ironically, represented by my colleague Councilman Coffin, as well as my colleague Councilwoman Tarkanian and myself. Walkable communities, connectability, pedestrian, vehicular. Flynn, what is walkable communities, and what is the vision and the concept and the parameters around walkable communities, and why are they so important?
Let me go ahead and address that for you, Councilman, through Mayor Goodman, obviously. Flynn Fagg, Department of Planning. The Planning Department embarked on an effort to develop what we call walkable community plans approximately 2 years ago. What we were looking to do is to address some of the city's sustainability issues, but also to look at ways that we could reinvest in the city's more mature neighborhoods. By developing walkable community plans, what we're doing is we're assessing neighborhoods that basically have what we call good bones, that have commercial areas in close proximity to residential areas and have civic facilities. And so we've identified a number of those throughout the city. We've already adopted plans in Wards 2 and Wards 1. We're working on a plan for the historic West Side right now, and then we hope to begin a plan in Ward 3 here shortly. In walkable community planning, what we do is we look at the existing network of sidewalks and streets and bicycle lanes and look at ways that we can improve connectivity. So again, we can address sustainability issues by reducing vehicle miles traveled, which helps to improve air quality. We can also improve convenience for residents by making it quicker and easier for them to either walk or bicycle to the needs of daily life, to those commercial areas that are in close proximity. But I think most importantly, what it helps us to do is to reinvest in the city's neighborhoods by adding improvements such as sidewalks, street lights, street trees, improving crosswalks, adding bicycle lanes, things like that, that helps us to reinvest in our neighborhoods. So that's one of the efforts that we have underway, and again, something that we have underway in the West Las Vegas area. One of the reasons why we're doing the walkable community plan in Ward 5 right now is to tie it into this project, to the F Street project. I think what was pointed out in one of the early meetings that was held about reopening F Street is that the project itself stops at McWilliams. But we need to look beyond that in terms of how do we connect the sidewalks that will be developed as part of that project to the rest of the neighborhood. And so the walkable community plan is one of the ways that we intend to do that, by identifying the areas where the sidewalk network isn't connected. And through coordinating with Public Works, we then look for funding to make those improvements upon the adoption of the walkable community plan.
Flynn, stay there just for a second. Can we go to the next slide, please? Because the colored slide, if you will. Because when we talk about a master plan for the community, the next slide, please. When we talk about one more. There we go. When we talk about a master plan, and I'm not sure if you can move that up, and I want to show Symphony Park just for a moment. Do you have the ability to do that? If not, don't worry about it, because I don't want to take you away. If you notice in the blue area, this is master plan. This is called Symphony Park. A lot of conversation and meetings have transpired as to what's taking place in Symphony Park. Lou Ruval teaming up with the Cleveland Clinic. Thank you. We have the Smith Performing Arts Center, the heart of the state of Nevada is what I'm calling it. The heart of the state of Nevada, okay? With other developments coming online. When you look right in the center of this master plan development, we've just created a street connecting right down the middle of Symphony Park City Parkway. It's connected from Bonneville to the south, and it stops at Bonanza to the north. If in fact F Street, when we talk about walkable communities and connecting communities, then if you notice that street, it looks as though that street runs underneath US 95, and it does. However, right now, there's a obstacle, which is a mound of dirt, which redirects now traffic to the east and to the west. Reconnecting that street, Flynn, from a planning standpoint, as the director of planning, does it not, and I'm just speaking, not asking or pulling you into this conversation, but I'm saying merely from a planning standpoint, does it make sense to have that street connected so that it can continue all the way out to where it deads in at Owens, from a planning standpoint?
Speaking just very generally, freeways tend to be very big barriers in terms of connectivity. And so by connecting that, yes, it does provide another way through there that gives residents convenient and easy access between both sides of the freeway.
Because as you can see, to the east and to the west, D Street dead ends at Bonanza, H dead end at Bonanza, and F Street up until 2008 continued through to Ogden, prior to the new street that we've just spent a few $100,000 to bring right down the middle of Symphony Park. So when we talk about a master plan community, there is a master plan, and this is one of the overlays. And as we move forward, and you talked about the streetscapes, phase one, and Jorge, you can speak to this, phase one of the sidewalk improvement plan through the CDBG grants that we just received is going in, as of right now, under construction, that Ms. Duncan so eloquently pointed out, placing sidewalks, curbs, and gutters in a community that never had sidewalks, curbs, and gutters, ever. And this is the oldest community where African Americans were only allowed to live when they started to migrate here in the 40s and 50s. So let me finish just 1 second, Jorge, before you jump in. So when we talk about taxpayers, there's a lot of residents that still remain in this community, that still own their homes right here, that they utilized F Street to get into downtown. We have a lot of regentrification taking place in downtown. We have a lot of revitalization taking place in the downtown. And we also have redevelopment projects such as the West Side School. We have streetscape projects such as the D Street Improvement Project that will be underway soon. We just completed the Martin Luther King Corridor, the most beautiful Martin Luther King in the nation. We have a lot of development taking place inside of the Enterprise Park, where the Dollar General will be opening their doors to the public at the corner of Martin Luther King and Lake Mead in February. There's a new bank that is coming in. We just opened the MLK Health Clinic, the new fire station. There is a nice development and a movement that has taken place throughout the historical West Las Vegas community. So for those, to include my colleague to the left, who state that there's nothing taking place and that this is a small community, it's bigger than that. It's about individuals connecting. It's about individuals conducting business. And what better way than to continue the revitalization downtown, where it spills over now into the residential community, because we have private investment dollars outside of the government dollars that was heavily used on the south side of US 95, one block, one city block away from this historical community that is now starting to gain the attention that it so needs. There's a lot of activity, a lot of positive activity. There's churches over there expanding. There's churches over there that are not only purchasing land, but redeveloping the land and bringing in more housing. Residents are starting to look at their community different now because of the spillover of what's taking place in the downtown community. We're expanding the redevelopment area. And Councilwoman Lois Tarkanian, who I stood locked in step with to get a redevelopment area in her district because she saw the positive activity that comes out of redevelopment areas through the hard work and effort of our Economic and Urban Development Department. So therefore, we just assigned $1 million a few council meetings ago for her to expand and have her own redevelopment area so that she can have some of the same positive development growth in her district. 90% of everything that you all hear about in the city of Las Vegas when it comes to projects and developments is happening in Ward 5. And if it's not 90%, I guarantee you it's within a plus or minus 3% of that 90%. Whether it be Zappos, whether it be the East Fremont Entertainment District, whether it be the downtowner, whether it be the Mob Museum, everything out in Symphony Park, the entire cultural corridor. These are all fabulous economic engines that are driving the excitement and the energy in the city of Las Vegas. We cannot forget about our older communities. We cannot. And as long as I'm the representative of Ward 5, you can best believe I'm not going to forget about my residential communities. That's why I established the Clean Ward 5 campaign. And the Clean Ward 5 campaign is just this. We eliminate all of the trash, glass, debris, and graffiti from the entire ward. You'll be hard-pressed today to go through Ward 5 and see a conglomerate of graffiti or trash anywhere. And if there is, please contact my office because it will be eliminated within the next 24 hours. And that number is 229-6405. I work very hard as the representative. Very hard. This is my full-time 24/7 gig. That's what I do because this is where I was born, this is where I was raised, this is where I was educated, and I'm not going to allow anyone to disrespect my ward. Fabulous Ward 5.
Can I apologize now? Or did I say more things that were wrong?
Councilman Coffin, let me say this. You're passionate about what you're passionate about, and I'm passionate about what I'm passionate about. And I'm not going to suggest that you owe me an apology. I can only share with you that I represent great constituents. I represent great businessmen and women who strive each and every day to make this city a better place, to reduce the unemployment, and to increase the opportunity of business development for the entire city to be the wonderful city that our mission statement on our website talks about. I support a number of issues throughout the city of Las Vegas from Wards 1 through Ward 6 because I believe in a beautiful, thriving community. I stand behind our mission statement. So therefore, my passion comes because my seed was planted here, Mayor. And what you see standing before this microphone right now, sitting before this microphone, is the fruit of that seed. This is where I've been educated, where my parents laid their head and says, Ricky, go out, keep your nose clean, get a good education, and come back and represent the community. And that's what I'm doing. And I'm passing that same knowledge, I'm passing that same passion on to my children to let them know that it's more to give because the more you give, the more God gives to you. And I truly believe that this council and this city has been blessed because we've given, Mayor, even when it wasn't nice to do so, Councilman Ross, but we took the risk. We took the chance And if it wasn't for the former mayor and council members before I got on the council, when I was just a staffer, that council was making bold steps then. And I was the beneficiary of a lot of those bold steps. Just as the bold steps that we're taking today, we won't be on the council to cut those ribbons, Mayor. But the fact of the matter is, we took the risk for the betterment of our future tomorrow. So when there's issues that come before us, and when residents come before this council, we have to listen to the residents. Because the residents know what they want. Even when we sit here and I go, you know, I don't think that's good for your neighborhood. Until one resident said, well, Ricky, you don't live in my neighborhood. So allow me to have in my neighborhood what I want, what we want. And I had to take a step back and reflect, because they're right. Because some residents, they want sidewalks. Some residents in RE areas don't. Some residents want streetlights. Some residents in RE areas don't. Some residents want speed humps. Some residents don't. These residents, these great residents in this community have spoken loud and clear since 2009 what they want, irregardless of what Ricky Barlow wants. The residents have spoken to this council and spoken to me and said, this is what we want and this is how we want it done. And so therefore, we went through the long litmus test of all the meetings for the last few years. Now, in closing, let me say this, Mayor, because I apologize for being so long-winded, but let me take something else off the table. It was mentioned that there was no council members that went up before the legislature. Just for the record, May 15, 2009, Ricky Barlow, on behalf of this mayor and council in 2009, testified before the state legislature. It's on the record. Bike trails, sidewalks, streetscape improvements, all a part of the overall master plan, not only for Ward 5, but for the city of Las Vegas. Because when Ward 5 looks good, the city of Las Vegas looks good. When Ward 6 looks good, the city of Las Vegas looks good. When Ward 4 looks good, the city of Las Vegas looks good. When Ward 3 looks good, the city of Las Vegas looks good. When Ward 2 and 1 looks good, the city of Las Vegas looks good. I am a councilman for the city of Las Vegas. However, I represent Ward 5. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I do want to make sure I address a couple of things here.
Let me just say one thing quickly,
All right.
and that was magnificent, Ricky.
It was.
But I want to say that you go through things like this and it's a turmoil and it rips you apart inside because you want to make the best decision. And I understand what he's saying about the residents because I know in Ward 1 we've worked in that direction a lot. But Ricky, the only thing I ask is all of you men and women who have come to us and spoken with us, and we've listened and we've tried to make the right decision, and those who have differing opinions, let's just accept whatever the vote is and then move on and work hard together. That's all I'm asking.
Thank you. Your Honor, appreciate the recognition. When the president of the Ward 5 Chamber of Commerce testified up here, Catherine Duncan, and said there was no master plan, I don't know, perhaps Councilman was listening to her, but I'm not sure at any event when I spoke then I repeated what Catherine said. So, you know, if that's a disrespect or I used to call insult to a neighborhood, well, I'd certainly apologize to an insult. If I repeated a falsehood, certainly that would be an important thing because, you know, a lot of the master planning is going to need money, and the master planning is going to need this money that we're going to spend away here. So, you know, that's the kind of thing we're up against. The dilemma is you could stop this and spend the money. The other thing is I really believe you've done a good job bringing home the bacon for Ward 5, and I think you'll continue to do that. And I'm sure that in the long run, some sort of plan will result in all the efforts, as we are helping everybody. So if you feel it personally, I will apologize to you today. I got to tell you, I did apologize September a year ago to the entire council for my vote in 2009, because I didn't know what I was doing, and I was horrified when I got here and found out the real truth. So I guess I better put it on the record again. I apologize for foisting this on the city, and just so sorry that it happened. And that's why I'm trying my best to reverse it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilman Coffin. This has been a very difficult time for all of you, for all of us, and for our prior council. We are an open meeting law community here for our city council. Everything's out there in front. You hear everything. No four of us can get together at all, ever, unless it's a social gathering, I guess. Up at the legislature, it's very different. And so what we've inherited and what you're asking for and what we're dealing with are these incredibly valuable dollars that we so desperately need in all the communities everywhere. And I certainly appreciate your revisiting how you saw it when you were up there, Councilman Coffin, and trying to explain the issues and the magnitude of this economic issue that we're dealing with at this moment. And understanding, too, and I'm not sure how the council is going to vote. But there does come a time, because we are not there at the legislature, I would very much hope that if, in fact, this does pass, that assemblymen and everybody that's up there in the legislature works very diligently to refund these dollars back to us should this pass, because we're desperate to have them. We're desperate in every ward to have them. We have foreclosures in 6. We have so many issues everywhere, and as someone mentioned, the issues with our city are children. How can we be sacrificing them and putting them back in schools where they don't even have air condition? So my biggest concern is, as the council votes here, and Councilman Anthony orally will be voting, this does not, and I know looking at you, that you understand the dilemma that's here. These dollars, $8 million, $13 million, are huge. And that we got in this situation not privy to the discussions. There are legislative meetings that go on all the time, and we're not privy to those discussions. We can go up and lobby, but we can't do much more than that. And so here the edict came down of what was going to happen. And what we've inherited and which we're dealing with right now is the result of those kinds of meetings. These are open meetings, so you're hearing our conversation together. We have never, all of us, sat down together. We can go from meeting to meeting, 2 other people or 3 of us sitting together. And yet when we have another discussion, somebody may say the most salient, most important piece of the conversation. But the other 3 members weren't even in there, so they don't hear it. But everything's open. Everything is open here. Everything is not open at the legislature. And so what we're dealing with here, the pain that we all see every day as our constituents call us about the issues they're having, the desperate need for the dollars to fix the sewers, to fix the roadways, to fix and provide funding for new businesses. But, in my opinion, there was a great wrong done. And while I would love to believe that the legislature would right the wrong and pick up the bill, I don't have the trust, because it's not open meeting law bound. And I know it's time for us who live in this world today. Federal government's in a mess. There's not money out there. These are desperate dollars. But the issue is, it's time for us. We are the people. We are the voice. And City Council is sharing with you everything, and I respect Councilman Coffin, and I respect the fact that he's looking at this in a financial tunnel of all these other things that keep coming into our council members asking for dollars we don't have, property taxes we no longer have, and looking to try to find new ways to get money. So when I understand Councilman Beers, I agree with what they're saying, but not symbolically. And so my vote is hanging as it was. I am not going to change it. I think this was a symbolic insult and awful, and so I'm going to stand with this. But I want everybody that's even listened to this dialogue today and heard from the residents to know that every single council person is looking at the whole as well as the individual parts and deals only with the facts of what they have and trying to make the best assessment. Whether their heart and soul feels differently, they're trying to look at this as an issue. And so I respect whatever they're going to vote, and all I can be responsible for is myself. And so I just want to thank you all. It's been very difficult, very lengthy, and I know it's painful. And so I hope we will all, regardless of what does come here, move forward with this and take the positive action going forward. Everything move forward. We're one community together. And so, Councilman?
Yes, Mayor, thank you so very much. And I'll be swift. But I would be remiss if I didn't mention our colleagues. Assemblyman Harvey Mumford, who is here, Assemblyman Stephen Brooks, Assemblywoman Dina Neal, and Assemblywoman Irene Bustamante, who was here in the audience earlier. I want to thank them so very much for their participation and interest in this item. And also I would like to thank newly elected State Senator Kelvin Atkinson for the email that he forwarded as well. And so thank you to the legislators, and look forward to working with you all in Carson City. Having said that, I would like to,
and getting us a rebate.
and working towards a rebate, as the mayor and councilwoman mentioned as well. On item number 77, which is an abeyance item, Mayor, discussion for possible action regarding a cooperative agreement with the State of Nevada, Department of Transportation, NDOT, pertaining to the design and construction of F Street reopening improvement project along F Street between Bonanza Road and Washington Avenue in the amount of $8,100,000 Capital Improvement Capital Project Fund, CFP. I would like to move to follow staff's recommendation for approval, subject to all conditions.
Thank you very much. There's a motion. Please vote. And Councilman Anthony, how say you?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, Councilman.
And please post. And that motion carries. And no, I will ask you all, just please, as Councilman Barlow and everyone asked, please speak to your legislative representatives and push, push, push.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you.
Anthony?
Thank you. Do you want to take a 5-minute quick break? There's some lunch for you
I
and
prefer
staff.
that we wait
Bless
until
you.
Coach
Do you want to take we'll give you 7 minutes so you don't get indigestion, or do you want to keep going?
Mayor, could we wait for Coach Munford to leave?
Are you a little frightened
I'm
there?
a little nervous.
All right, what's the pleasure here?
I
Food
think
or no
Mr.
food?
Munford should come up here.
What do you want to do, eat or not eat? Okay, let's take a 5-minute break regardless of what you want to do with your 5 minutes. We are recessing for 5 minutes. Did you have a green stoned thing? It's on the board, what do you call it? Chalkboard, and they're a green,
I
like
don't
an
know.
earring.
Could be.
You go
Could
look,
be.
there's one.
I'll look. You want her down there?
Shall I make an announcement? Where were you? Oh, okay. They're going to make my answers. You're not going to do that. Have somebody who's great finding things, which I am, come with you. Go in the bathroom. Retrace. I did. Okay, and I'm paying for it if you can't find it. Absolutely not. No, we are not doing this. So go retrace things. And you'll call me. Okay, everybody, devour your last morsel. Come back to the fore.
Threw the whole abeyance thing away out. That's why I was taken off guard this morning. Here I went through the thing.
Okay, are we ready to get back to work, gang?
Yes, ma'am. Say what? Council, you got my planning commissioner too. He's in NAR. Who's that? Todd Moody.
Mrs. Bridges, it is 72 that we're starting with now.
You want to switch?
Okay.
Planning commissioner ran against me.
Recess is over. And we are now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Here we go. We are now on agenda item number 72. Excuse me. Discussion for possible action regarding, we are now in, just for everybody to know, city attorney. Possible action regarding complaint seeking disciplinary action against Mazen Hamu, DBA, MR Beauty Supply, and 99 Cent Store, 1935 Fremont, Suite A. And this is for violations of the Las Vegas Municipal Code. This is in Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Nobody looks like Mr. Jervik here.
No, if I could, Your Honor, let me introduce Dave Bailey from our office. He joined our office over a year ago, and he is going to be handling this matter.
Thank you.
Good morning,
Welcome.
Mayor and City Council.
Great.
I have two proposed complaints, number 72 on the agenda and also number 73. I can address those together to save time, if that's okay.
I think we take them separately.
Separately? All right. Number
Please.
72 is a proposed disciplinary complaint, and the matter is here for the City Council's approval today. Also to set a hearing for that matter within 60 days. So it's not consideration of the merits of it, but rather just approving the form of the complaint and then getting it set for hearing. The complaints and the exhibits to those are set forth in your materials that we've provided. They detail the allegations against the respondent, which involve business licensing and separate violations. Also, I have Mary McElhone, a representative of business licensing, here to my right. She and I are both here to answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you very much. Do we have any? Yes, Mr. Jervik has something.
I will just join in because I know that at least 3 of you are new to the council since we've had one of these disciplinary complaints. These is a 2-step process. Our office, when we receive a complaint from business licensing, if we feel there's evidence that would support disciplinary action, would prepare a complaint. Mr. Bailey has filed that complaint with the clerk. At this point in time, you would approve the complaint filing, order that it be served on the individual against whom we are seeking disciplinary action, and set a hearing date within 60 days, and the clerk will tell you those available dates. That's all the action that you would take today. At whatever date you set in the future, you would then have a formal hearing. We would present witnesses. The council would have an opportunity to ask some questions, as with the individual who we're seeking disciplinary action against. I just wanted to lay out the procedure for you because it's new to 3 of you, and
Yes.
I didn't want any confusion.
And here's the third musketeer who didn't hear a word of what you just said. So would you repeat that, please, as he is admonished for coming in late? Do you get it, Councilman Beers? Do you know everything that Mr. Jervik just said?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, you are smart and a quick take. Yes, Councilman Coffin.
Thank you very much. I would like to request, Your Honor, that we have a simple summation of the 4 counts to be made in item 72. I have a motion to make on this issue. I don't want to engage in a debate or discussion or too much detail gathering now, and I think that should be reserved for a hearing and or at some future time when there might be a further discussion.
And
But I
could
wanna
I,
hear
Mr.
the
Bailey, with
charges.
your permission, Councilman, is this not much like, then we become a court, a hearing, Mr. Jervik? Is that
This is a
proper?
quasi-judicial action, and you'll sit in that capacity. I think it's, as Councilman Coffin just indicated, the appropriate thing. It would not be inappropriate for you to hear the charges right now, as they would in any other complaint. It would be inappropriate to have any discussion on the merits of those charges, and we'll wait for the hearing for that. But at that
Thank
point in
you.
time, you will sit as quasi-judges on this issue.
Thank you.
Sure, I'll summarize those. Number 1, unlawful operation of a business, dealing in stolen goods, public or chronic nuisance. Count 2, unlawful operation of a package sale liquor business without necessary business licensing. Count 3, unlawful storage of liquor in a business without a necessary business license. And count 4, unlawful operation of a secondhand dealer business without a necessary business license for that.
Councilman Coffin, would you like to make a motion then?
I will, Your Honor, and then if anybody has any comment, they can make it on the motion, I suppose. I'll move for approval of the disciplinary complaints, that is item 72, and direct the staff to issue copies of the complaints for disciplinary action, to further schedule a hearing for these items at the January 9th, 2013 City Council meeting, where evidence may be received, the respondents heard, and the matter be resolved, and further direct staff to serve the copies of the complaints on the respondents.
Okay, thank you. There's a motion. Please vote.
You might ask.
Please post. Motion carries. Mr. Bailey, please go on with item, well, I better read it, 73. Discussion for possible action regarding complaint seeking disciplinary action against Goitam H. Hailu, DBA Easy Market, Nabaila, Nagi, Dahali, and Maison, pardon me, I know I'm doing a terrible thing to your names, Hamu, 1109 Stewart Avenue, for violations of the Las Vegas Municipal Code. This is in Councilman Barlow's Ward 5. And so, Mr. Bailey, will you continue, please?
Afternoon again. Number 73 is very similar to number 72 as far as the events that took place. Procedure exactly the same. We're here to consider approving the complaint and then setting a hearing. Again, a copy of the complaint and the supporting materials are in your materials. I can summarize those if you'd like.
Councilman Barlow?
Mayor, no need, and I appreciate you for asking. However, the complaint that I've read as it relates to business licensing, the City Attorney's Office, and also coupled with the Metropolitan Police Department backup report, I move for approval of the disciplinary complaint, item number 73, and direct staff to issue copies of the complaints for disciplinary action, to further schedule a hearing for these items at the January 9th, 2013 City Council meeting, where evidence may be received, the respondents heard, and the matter be resolved, and further direct staff to serve the copies of the complaints on the respondents. That will be my motion at this time.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. And please post. Motion carries. Thank you very, very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Number 74, item 74 has been obeyed to December 19th. Item number 75, discussion for possible action regarding an appeal of a work card denial for Angela Mason, DB at Pat's Chinese Food and Mini Mart at 1451 West Owens. This is in Councilman Barlow's Ward 5. And is the appellant here?
Mayor, if I may, just to speed up time, I have spoken with the employer, Mr. and Mrs. Jin, and they are not in support of this applicant, so therefore not in support of hiring the applicant before us here today on the denial of the work card. So therefore, I would like to move to deny item number 75.
And concurred, and I gather, I see you shaking your head.
Yes, Your Honor. Karen Duddleston, Business Licensing. We would also recommend denial.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. And please post. Motion carries. We'll move on to 76. Discussion for possible action regarding an appeal of a work card denial for Amy Tripp, DB at Cheetahs, 2112 Western Avenue. This is in Ward 3. Councilman Coffin. Is the appellant present?
Yes, Your Honor. I believe the applicant is present. Do you want to give your name for the record, please.
Okay, Ms. Duddleston, do you want to proceed? Well,
Yes.
whichever way. You want her name first?
Thank you, Your Honor. Karen Duddleston, Business Licensing Manager. The applicant has applied for a position as a cocktail waitress at a licensee that holds a topless club with alcohol license.
No, I'm not.
The employer I met with this morning, the key employee, and they have withdrawn their support of this applicant at this point in time. And because your code requires that there be an affidavit from the employer, and they have withdrawn that consideration, we would recommend denial.
Your Honor.
Yes, Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Your Honor. The question I have of staff is, are all the documents and signatures on these documents correct?
We received an affidavit from the employer twice. The first time we received it, the portion of the affidavit which requires the employer to stipulate that they have read the Metro report was not filled in. That document was subsequently filed with us again, and the handwriting in that section was different than the signature from the employer, therefore causing me to contact the employer. At the discussion this morning, the employer stated they had not been given that Metro report to review, and therefore, subsequent to that conversation, withdrew their support.
Councilman Coffin?
Your Honor, thank you. In view of that, and I now move that appeal be denied on item 76.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. And please post. Motion carries. Sorry. Item number 77, we have completed. Number 78. Discussion for possible action regarding a special event permit for 2 one-day events per month at the Bunkhouse Saloon from December 6, 2012 to September 5th, 2013 at 120 South 11th Street. Responsible person in charge is Charles Fox. This is in Ward 5. Councilman Barlow. Mr. Cervantes.
Yes, for the record, Jorge Cervantes, Department of Public Works. On the September 5th meeting this year, you all approved a 3-month special event permit for the Bunkhouse and asked us to go out there and do some noise levels readings based on the events. The folks from Code Enforcement Division did some noise readings, reported those numbers back to us. Based on the readings that came in, the Bunkhouse now requested a continuation of this special event permit to hold 2 one-day events between December 6th of 2012 and September 20th, 2013. Staff recommends approval.
Mayor.
Thank you.
I would like to follow staff's recommendation for approval subject to all conditions.
I would like it a matter of record. Are you Mr. Fox?
Yeah, Charles Fox from the Bunkhouse.
Thank you. Has appeared before us. So there's a motion to approve. Oh, excuse me.
Yes.
Councilman
On the
Coffin.
motion, I just want to say, that's coming into Ward 3 in about 3 days. So I just wanted to make sure, Charlie, that we have a strict observance of the noise and do your very best, because there's a lot of residents not too far away. So this would particularly apply for outdoor events.
Yes.
When you've got a group out there.
No, if you don't mind, the reason that we came back is because in the past the city had different ways of doing the outdoors events. We've been doing them there for about 4 years. And I think maybe there's going to be something coming before you guys to even change it further, because like the 2 one-day events per month is really not suitable for us downtown, because we have a lot of like Neon Reverb, which is a music festival that the city's been behind for a number of years. It's in the spring and the fall. Punk Rock Bowling is a really big event in, I think it's Labor Day weekend, Memorial Day weekend rather, and that's a 3-day event. So I mean, these are big events for the city, big events for our businesses, which really help us stay in business. And by handicapping us sometimes with just saying like 2 events per month, we lose out on that. I mean, I've been doing Punk Rock Bowling for the last 4 years as an outdoor event. It's a 3-day event, and now under this code, I maybe can't do it anymore.
And you had young people, as I recall, last time.
Say it again?
Last time that you were in front of the council, you spoke to the fact that you had so many young people that have no place to attend.
No, I don't think that was me. I mean, my place is a 21-plus place. So
okay.
It's a bar. You know.
Well, I think once after Sunday, the new redistricted areas are up, and make an appointment with Councilman Coffin, and
Yeah.
see what you can do.
Mayor, can I make a comment?
Yes, Councilman.
With your permission, and Councilman Barlow's and Coffins, both of you. There's got to be a way, you know, he makes a good point. These establishments that have these multiple events throughout the year, if you will, I mean, it's challenging for you to come down here every time you want to do a special event. Am I correct?
Yes.
I mean, and not being able to, so Mr. Cervantes, there's got to be a way, maybe we kind of look with other staff members to give these establishments a blanket permit, you know, and notify the city, and there's got to be a better way, was what I'm trying to say, to make it so difficult for him to have special events for his business or other businesses in the downtown area. There's got to be a better way to do it, is what I'm trying to say. So if we can explore that or just have that kind of discussion, and Mr. Fox, make that appointment with your new councilman. And,
Yeah, I've been talking with Tom Burkhart, and I think he's pretty much on top of it.
Okay.
And he's, I guess, the
I'm just throwing
liaison
that out
between all
there.
he is.
We're trying to send a message, especially to the business community. We want to make it easy to do business.
And Councilman, just to address that, we are actually in the process of revising the special event orders just to address those particular situations. And so all those were taken into consideration as we revise it to make sure we make some accommodations for those type of events.
Right. Because I think Mrs. Duddleston was working with you, and we were looking at the special events, and that's already in process. So, after Sunday. So there's a motion, please vote. And please post. Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Fox. So you make an appointment before you leave, you'll be in business.
And
Thank
let me
you,
say this
Mr.
about,
Cervantes.
let me just say real quick just about Charlie, that he's been a great businessman in downtown to work with. And I encourage you to meet with Councilman Coffin at your earliest convenience whenever your calendars line up, so that you can develop a nice working relationship with he and his staff as well.
Thank
All
you.
right, and it's been a pleasure. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Bye.
Okay, we'll move on to item number 79, discussion for possible action regarding a request to convert Bonneville Avenue and Clark Avenue from Las Vegas Boulevard to Maryland to one-way streets upon completion of roadway improvements. This is in Ward 3, Councilman Coffin and Mr. Cervantes. The floor is yours.
Jorge Cervantes, Department of Public Works. This project is a continuation of a project we completed earlier this year. We initially did Phase 1, which converted Bonneville and Clark one-way from Main Street to Las Vegas Boulevard. This project will continue those roadway improvements from Las Vegas Boulevard to Maryland Parkway. Both staff and Traffic and Park Commission recommend approval.
Thank you. Councilman Coffin?
Your Honor, it's part of a progressive project. We have, they're going to have to add a stoplight, I think, on Maryland Parkway, very close to the Y in the road where it changes from 4 lanes in one, two-way to 2 in each or 3 in each way. So that might slow traffic down a little bit, but that's okay because that's near a school. So I think it'll be a little, 2 schools. So perhaps it will lead to a little better observance of speed limits.
Which are what?
In
What are
any
the
event,
speed
it's
limits?
going to help the traffic move according to the RTC plan.
What is the speed limit there, Councilman?
Should be, it's probably 35. We're trying to change it all to 30. I don't recall.
Yes, it's currently 35, but we just recently changed it to 30 miles per hour.
Yeah.
Thank you. Are you making a motion?
I now move for approval of item 79.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. Thank you, Mr. Cervantes. Please post. Motion carries. We have obeyed to December 19th, agenda items 80 to 86, and we've done 87. So we're into 88. Bill number 2012-51. Mr. Jerbick, could you please read the bill for the record?
I'll be happy to honor Bill number 2012-51, First Amendment ordinance to repeal and replace Chapter 13.36 of the Municipal Code relating to the use of parks and other recreational cultural facilities and provide for other related matters. Your Honor, before the discussion, Mr. Steed is sitting to my right. It was brought to our attention after the recommending committee of the whole that while there was a considerable amount of discussion regarding smoking in parks, whether it should be allowed or not allowed, and distance separations, part of it was changed to a 50-foot distance separation from field lines. Another part remained at 10 feet. Mr. Steed is going to recommend a second amendment to the bill that I think will sweep in the intent of the council, so everything is 50 feet. Not that we're inflicting that on anybody, but that's what we've heard that your desire is, and he will make another correction and submit it for your discussion. Mr.
Okay.
Steve?
And it is, I am holding this as public hearing because we have Don Turner, who had submitted a card, and Daniel Reed from the NRA. And so please do come forward, and then we'll proceed from there. Councilman Ross, yes?
Thank you, Mary. Yes,
As we have these.
Yes.
And anybody else who would wish to address council. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, City Council, my name's Don Turner. I'm a resident of Las Vegas, 7602 Lake Louise Avenue in Las Vegas. I'm also president of the Nevada Firearms Coalition. We are the NRA state association for the state of Nevada, and I represent the firearms owners. The only issue that we have with this particular ordinance is that in the county of Clark County, because of a 1989 footnote to the statewide preemption law, every city and county has different gun laws. So only the city residents of the county of Clark that drive around through the county can be in violation of 5 or 6 different laws without changing any status in the way they handle their firearms. In 2011, the state reissued the law that pertains to allowing the cities to regulate firearms. It was NRS 268-418, and it does, since this is a repeal and reintroduction, it's our belief that the city does not have the authority to regulate firearms. It's preempted by the state law, and therefore we request that sections A6, D2, and D3 be eliminated from the code 1336-020 because they are not authorized by state law. Thank you, and thank you for your attention.
Mr. Jervik, you want to respond to those, please, just
Yeah,
for the record, please?
I think this is one we're just going to have to disagree on. My criminal division has researched the issue. I absolutely respect the position of the NRA and individuals who believe in changing this law. And as I've indicated to the council, there's a significant policy issue here. If you want to simply change it so guns are allowed in parks, this is the time to do it. As I indicated at the last meeting, the recommending committee of the whole, one thing you need to keep in mind, at least in my opinion, we think that you're grandfathered right now. We think if you keep it, allowing CCWs are probably still okay. But if you do remove it and you wake up months from now and decide that you want to put it back in, we're going to have no argument at all that we're grandfathered, and it will not be able to be put back in. That's the only comments I have to make.
Thank you. Any comments from council before I turn this over to Councilman Ross?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, please.
There we go. I speak pretty loud, so I didn't
All right,
know if
can
you
you
could
do it
hear
one
me
more
without the
time so
microphone.
they pick it up?
Mayor and council members, I appreciate the opportunity to be here. I'm Daniel Reed, and I'm the state liaison from National Rifle Association.
Welcome to Las Vegas.
Yeah, thank you. I've definitely enjoyed my time here. It's a great city. We're here today because of this ordinance, and I submitted a letter, and I trust that you guys have all had the opportunity to review it. It's simple in the fact that in Nevada we have preemption statutes. And what preemption what the legislature has done through preemption is they have reserved exclusive right to regulate firearms. And what this statute does is it goes in and it tries to regulate firearms on the city level, what these statutes have expressly stated that you cannot do. And so we're here to make it known that that this is in violation of law, and that it's not appropriate for the city to make laws to this effect. So, and I'd be happy to answer questions.
And in reference to the comments from our attorney, Mr. Jervik, any comments there?
He's going to have to refresh me on more specifics, but our legislative council has vast experience with preemption, and they help draft legislation, and they're in direct conflict with grandfather issues as well as whether this would be an exception, especially with what you're proposing to do here, which is a repeal and replace, which means you're taking out the statute that's going to make anything that could be construed as having grandfather status go away. And so then you'd be coming back in and you'd be regulating possession And that's spelled out very clearly in state law.
All I could say is what I've said before. I think we just have to agree to disagree on this. If the council decides to repeal and replace with the language that came out of recommending committee, we will defend a lawsuit. If we lose it, it'll be gone, and they'll have what they want. And if we don't, you could still always make a policy call and decision to remove it.
Thank you.
City, I have one more comment. What authority are you basing the city's...
I'm not going to argue points and authorities here.
Okay. I just was curious as to what law that you were basing the city's ability to make laws regarding firearms in light of the preemption statutes. So,
Councilman Barlow, you wanted to make comment, please.
Yes, I do. Brad, for point of clarification, I asked this question during briefings, and that is, coming out of the last city council meeting, we were going back and forward as it relates to CCWs. And what I'm hearing today, and as for a point of clarification, the argument is there should be open carry and CCW?
No, what I recall came out of the meeting, I think it's reflected in the law, is that the previous law said no firearms. That meant anything. And I think you asked a question, did that include CCW? We said yes. I think Councilman Anthony asked the question, does that include a retired police officer with a weapon? We said yes. No weapons is no weapons. And then there was a fairly lively discussion as to whether there be a boundary or not. And what I heard came out of that discussion was you wanted to prohibit weapons except with a CCW. So the only weapons allowed would be with a CCW.
Okay, that's...
Open carry would not be allowed.
Open carry would not be allowed. It's what came out of...
That's what came out of recommended.
Okay, so I wanted to make sure that I was clear there. And so, your name once again, sir?
My name is Dan Reed.
Dan Reed, Mr. Reed. So, Mr. Reed, your position is?
My position is that the city does not have the authority to enact any laws regarding firearms in this capacity. They do have the ability regarding discharge of firearms. That's what's spelled out in the statute. And so, with the preemption statutes, if we're going to take a position, we need to take a position, and that is, if you're making laws that are good or bad, especially in this case, you're still isolating a sector of gun owners who can carry throughout the state open carry, and they're being forbidden in parks. We need to come and oppose this because it's in violation of state law.
Okay, I understand your position.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, council, for the opportunity. Oh, I'm sorry.
You speaking of, and Mr. Jervik, and as a follow-up, repeat your position as far as if we don't do what now, we will never be able to do what when, if that makes sense.
Believe it or not, I actually understood that question.
Okay, good. Every now and again, I do something right.
Yeah, I think that the way we look at the law is that we think that the existing language is grandfathered. Again, we will just have to agree to disagree on that.
Fair enough.
We think that if you repeal and replace and keep the existing law in the new code, we think you're probably still okay. If you were to remove the prohibition against guns in parks altogether, and if you were months from now to say we made a mistake or we want to put it back in, you would certainly, we can both agree on that, not be able to.
Okay. Are we still speaking with the exemption of CCW?
As I indicated at recommending, there will be an argument most certainly that what you have done is rather than keeping the original prohibition in its pristine form across the board, you've changed it in some way, and somehow that dilutes your grandfather argument. That will be an argument that will be made.
Meaning splitting the CCW versus the open carry.
Right. If you put just CCW in, then that's it. That's the only time a gun will be allowed in the park, unless somebody looks at this ordinance, decides that that section of it is unconstitutional or in violation of state law in this case, and strikes it down.
Everybody done? Thanks, Mayor. And just to clarify for the council and the public's benefit, we're not talking about what the NRA and the Nevada Firearms Coalition is talking about today isn't about concealed weapons or open carry. It's about the fact that the state claims the responsibility for regulating firearms in the state of Nevada, and their opposition to any city or county trying to regulate them instead of the state is the preemptive issue. That's the issue. Am I correct, Mr. Reed?
That would be correct, Councilman Ross.
And I think that, did you want to go on?
Well, I was just going to say,
Through the mayor?
a good way to explain this is oftentimes what we think of as freedoms in our states and throughout our country is what the government hasn't said we can't do, correct? And with preemption, and so we can make laws that boil down what you can't do. And with the preemption statutes, what it's done is the legislature said the cities and counties and towns can't make any laws in here. And I misspoke with preemption. It's oftentimes they'll go so far and you can't be in conflict. And so what they've done is they've occupied the entire field, and they haven't left it up to the towns, the counties, the cities to regulate any further on this. And so what this ordinance would do is it would go in and it would go against the direct language of this statute. And so that's why we're here today.
And with that being said, Mayor and council members, Mr. Reed, I think that's going to have to be challenged.
Yes.
I honestly do. And I say that because let me say this first. Mr. Jerbick, I'm going to disclose I'm a member of the Nevada Firearms Coalition. I'm also a member of the National Rifle Association. I don't believe I have a conflict here, but for full disclosure reasons, I am a member of both of those organizations.
I think disclosure is appropriate. If there's anything about your membership in that would cloud your ability to make an impartial judgment here, you need to abstain. But if you doesn't interfere,
no, there's not, because I'm going to side with you as our city attorney and side with our city marshals in regards to attempting to protect them to the best of our ability. This is that fine line, Mr. Reed.
I would like to disclose I have a concealed weapon permit. Do I have to abstain?
are you packing now?
I'm not telling. I am not telling. I went through the airport control.
Good answer, Mayor. I'm not telling.
You're fine, Your Honor.
Well, let me put on the record that she is the mayor, so therefore she can open carry or conceal it at any given point because she is the mayor.
City councilman now is very nervous. He's getting up to walk over to become my dear bosom pal. Okay, Councilman Ross.
I've lost my train of thought, Mayor.
I bet you have.
That being said, this is grandfathered in, and I'm going to support legal counsel in regards to that. Certainly my memberships in both of these organizations is not going to cloud my judgment. This is that fine line that you and I spoke of when we're trying to protect the Second Amendment, of course, the Constitution, and at the same time trying to protect the men and women who serve in our police departments.
Absolutely.
And it is a very fine line, and we have to do as local governments everything we possibly can. Our biggest function is public safety. You get that, the NRA gets it, the Firearms Coalition gets that. We all get that.
Absolutely.
So with that being said, I think what's going to happen is you guys are going to have to make that decision whether to challenge the city's authority in that respect. I'm not saying go out and do it because I hate to see anybody sue the city, but this is an issue that needs to be resolved, and
Absolutely.
then we can be done with it. Mr. Turner, thank you for being here today. Those three items in the ordinance are very clear, very specific in regards to withdrawing them from them. I'm going to support, however, the city attorneys and you guys at the same time.
Councilman Ross, I thank you for your comments, and just for the record, we wanted to get it on the record, so if we do go to further litigation, we have made an attempt in this body to bring the facts to your attention.
Very good. Thank you, gentlemen, both for being here.
Thank you all for your time.
Thank you.
Oh,
We haven't even voted yet, so we don't know. This is an unusual, and I saw a hand go up. Councilman Beers.
Thank you, Your Honor. If I'd known you were a...
No comment on me. Just speak to the issue on the table, please.
If I'd known you were a packing permittee, I hadn't been worried about Assemblyman Munford as much as I was. I'm a member of those organizations as well, and as well, as a volunteer, created the website for the youth marksmanship program. However, I don't believe that this vote will impact me any more than, or any differently than it will affect any other citizen, and I do not believe that I will be abstaining.
That being said, Mayor, with your permission.
Okay, that being said, and thank you, gentlemen, for coming. Now, I think there's a motion, so we still haven't voted.
Before there's a motion made, If we're past the gun issue, Mr. Steed has the proposed Second Amendment language to read. There's 3 things he's going to state, and then Councilman Ross, if it's any different than what you expect, jump in. And then
Okay.
after that, we'd ask you to vote on the Second Amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Steed. Please proceed.
The first change would be subsection B of section 13.36020. That's the language that discusses smoking. It came to our attention that we hadn't clarified that we were not attempting to regulate anything within a certain distance of play areas or sports fields if that area is on private property or on the street. We're only talking about regulation of activity within the park itself. So we wanted to clarify that, and in addition, make consistent all the distances to 50 feet so that that new subsection would read, smoking in any form is prohibited at any of the following locations within a park. Number 1, in or upon any area that has been designated, posted as a children's play area or within 50 feet of any such area. And then 2 and 3 are the same as they were before, but always with 50 feet. That would be the one change having to do with smoking. The other thing I would recommend is that we add a new section at the end of the ordinance saying that Section 1 of the ordinance, which is the repealer, takes effect at 12:01 the day following publication. The rest of the ordinance takes effect the day following publication. That's a tool we often use to indicate that we want some overlap. So we're adopting the new language first. Just after that, the repealer takes place. So we want to set forth the council's intent that we're not breaking anything with respect to the regulation of firearms.
Yeah. We're talking about our parks ordinance and guns and smoking in our parks, of all the things. Public parks, yes, of all things. Go figure. That being said, I'm going to move to approve Bill number 2012-51 in its entirety and as amended.
Second Amendment?
On the Second Amendment. That's my motion.
Mayor? Once again, and I don't mean to beat a dead horse, but I just want to make sure that the exemption of concealed weapons are included.
That's correct. That is in there.
Okay,
And,
thank
and
you.
for the record, the NRA should note that if the council approves this, they will have voted for the Second Amendment.
So we have a motion. Would you please vote? Did you vote? His motion. His motion.
Move to,
He moved, so you have to just vote. So you have to vote.
Sorry,
Did it go through? Yes. Okay. All right. Please post. Thank you. That
Mayor,
motion carries.
If I can make
Yes,
one more comment.
please.
Please. Mr. Turner, do you think you could direct Mr. Reed to the Clark County Shooting Park? Thank you both.
Thank you for coming, both of you, and our best to Kevin Johnson in Sacramento. Now we're on to agenda item number 89. This is bill number 2012-53. Councilman Barlow, do you wish to have the bill read?
Yes, Mayor, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Thank you, Your Honor. Bill number 2012-53, First Amendment, an ordinance relating to secondhand dealers and dealers in scrap metal, revising LVMC Chapter 6.74 to update the city's secondhand dealer regulations generally and to conform with them conform them to the provisions of state law and provide for other related matters.
Thank
Move
you
for
very
approval.
much. Is there a motion?
Move for approval.
Thank you. This motion, please vote. And please post.
I just gave it to you. Yeah, this is Ward 1.
And that motion carries. We're on to items number 90 and 91. Let's see, items 90 and 91, bills 2012-54, 2012-55 are eligible for adoption at a later meeting. We'll move on to new bills. And this is bill number 2012-56. Items 92 through 94 Bills number 2012-56 through 2012-58 will be heard at the recommending committee meeting on Tuesday, December 18th. And so these will be assigned. Do we need these read?
Yes, Your Honor, with your permission, I'm going to have
Please.
Mr. Steed read them. I have a telephone conference call I've got to do very quickly, and then I'll be back.
Okay.
Mr. Steed?
Please, Mr. Steed.
Thank you. Bill number 2012-56, an ordinance to extend the boundaries of the city, to particularly describe the land to be annexed, to make its inhabitants subject to the laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and to provide for other related matters. Bill number 2012-57, an ordinance to expand the boundaries of the Order Out corridor that pertains to misdemeanor drug-related offenses, to include the area generally located south of West Lake Mead Boulevard, east and west of Jones Boulevard, and to provide for other related matters. And Bill number 2012-58, an ordinance to update the city's regulations regarding tavern and limited licensure, expand the prohibition on restricted gaming for tavern limited licensees, and provide for other related matters.
Thank you very much. These bills will be assigned to Councilman Barlow, Anthony, and Coffin. Thank you. To public hearing. Item 96, for possible action, any items from the afternoon session the council staff and/or applicant wish to be stricken, tabled, or withdrawn or held in abeyance to future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Councilwoman Tarkanian. There were none?
No, he's going to read it.
Oh. Okay.
Sorry.
Who has it? Oh, there we go. Well, we could just go ahead and read it. It's item 103-106, EOT 46998, EOT 47000, EOT 47001, and EOT 47002. Applicant owner Charleston Towers LLC on 2.05 acres, northwest corner of Charleston Boulevard and 10th Street. This is being obeyed to January 23rd, 2013. Oh, my. Do we vote on this separately? All together? And item number 108, SUP 46246, applicant Money Tree, Inc., owner Rainbow Vista LLC et al., at 6700 West Charleston Boulevard, Suite A. This is a withdrawal without prejudice requested by the applicant. So we move. Yes, I will go ahead and move to obey the first items to January 23rd, and 108, allow it withdrawn without prejudice. So there's a motion. Please vote. And please post. Okay. All right, item number 97, public hearing for possible action to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement of nuisance located 2520 Las Verdes Street for fees in the amount of $3,422 general fund, and assess a maximum of $19,950 in daily and failed inspection civil penalties for a total of $23,372. Property owner Mayor Robert Belon. This is in Ward 1, Councilman Tarkanian's public hearing, which I declare open. Mr. Bowes, center stage.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. The major cross streets to this property are Sahara and Valley View. This property is not a foreclosure. The property owner is deceased. The property is vacant. We did speak with the probate attorney. He said there's no executor to the estate, and he suggested that the city move forward on the case. This case was opened on March 8th of 2012 and closed on October 8th, 2012. We commenced abatement work on public nuisances on September 28th of this year and completed it on October 1st. The abatement work consisted of removal of refuge, waste, weeds, a dilapidated structure, a dead tree, repair of windows, bars, and then the securing of all openings. Our out-of-pocket expenses for that work was $3,422. The accrued daily civil penalties to date are $19,500 for a total of costs and penalties of $23,372. The property is valued by Zillow as of November 12th of this year at $79,829. Staff requests that the council approve the expense report and authorize the filing of the costs and the civil penalties as a lien against the property.
You said that the owner is deceased,
Yes, ma'am.
so it goes into the owner's estate?
If the property is in probate, we spoke with the attorney, he's not able to locate any executor. So I don't know if the state takes possession of the property at that point, or I'd have to defer to the city attorney, Mayor.
Thank you.
It would go into his estate, whether or not he has an executor appointed, it's his estate that needs, assuming there wasn't a survivorship clause in the deed, it goes into his estate, not the state.
Right, and therefore, at the time that they find somebody who is going to claim on the estate, those penalties would have to be satisfied on that property,
Yes, ma'am.
or a deal made, so to speak.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay, Councilwoman Deers.
Did did the gentleman die while all this was happening, or did this happen before he passed away?
Let me see if we have that information.
I'm just,
I thought maybe it was Bob Balin, the old doctor.
The owner passed away in 2009.
Oh, so it's been sitting for a while.
oh my goodness. Okay, I move that we go for fees in the amount of $3,422 and no inspection fees, no civil penalty fees, excuse me. I've got a feeling that he might have been in a condition where he couldn't have done anything.
So that's your motion?
That's my motion, I move.
Okay. So there's a motion just for the fees in the amount of $3,422, as
Which
I
were the
said.
costs we had to pay, right? So our costs would be...
Hard costs.
Hard
Yes, ma'am.
costs.
Okay, and open meeting, so please do.
Thank you. Todd Fowler, 240 North 19th Street. So it's been this way for 3 years. So who's taking care of the mosquitoes in that pool and stuff like this? And the other thing, I mean, this has to be resolved pretty soon because, I mean, we can't be taking mosquitoes out of that pool forever. So, I mean...
Is
how
it
long-
drained? Is the pool drained?
But even then, if rain comes in, you're going to
Right,
have
you got that.
mosquitoes in there.
Yeah.
So, I mean, how long can this thing remain without the estate being organized?
The pool is drained, Mayor, and if we get complaints that due to rainwater, that there's water back in the pool, code enforcement will go out, we will treat it with dunks, and then RRT will come out and pump it. So we will continue to monitor the pool to mitigate any health and safety issues associated with the accumulation of water.
So there's a stop-by process that we have in the city, because the pool's on the back side, not visible from the front, in case there is rain, that we go by on occasion to check it out, unless there's a complaint.
Typically, we do not, Mayor, because there's so many pools. If you want us to do that in this particular case, we could, but we have so many abandoned properties with pools, it would be difficult for us to monitor that. It would exceed our capacity.
Because we had a gentleman in our neighborhood who he was the first case of the West Nile virus from mosquitoes on an abandoned property from a swimming pool. And that's what UMC said without question, it was West Nile virus.
When we do get those complaints, Mayor, those are health and safety issues. Those are the highest priority, and we go out and inspect them that day if at all possible and put the dunks in the pool and get rapid response out within 72 hours and pump and drain them.
What, if I might add, what is what you put in the pool once there's something? Is there something, when a pool is drained, that you could just leave it there, and should it rain, then that activates?
I'm not aware of any product like that, Mayor, but we can research it and let you know.
Because then you wouldn't have to keep going back, but whatever water came, it would poison whatever's trying to lay larvae or larvae.
Again, we'll be happy
Okay.
to research that for you.
Good.
My question would be, I wouldn't want this to get lost in the cracks of things that can happen in large organizations such as a city. So I would want to have something set up so there is regular checks on that pool, since nobody's there whatsoever. And we can do that, can't we?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and the second thing is, it's a very good point you brought out about the fact that it's been so long, but we have no authority over that. If we place a lien on the home, that doesn't mean that it's going to change anything with the home. It's just that we get paid something when it's sold, right?
That's correct.
So there's nothing we could do. What authority is there that does something if a home sits empty 3 or 4 years?
If the home sits empty and nobody is identified as an heir to the property, then the taxes won't be paid. And at some point in time, the county treasurer's office will take possession of the property and it will be auctioned. And at the time that it's auctioned, the back taxes and our liens will be satisfied as part of that auction.
So basically, the county then would get the monies that might go to...
No, ma'am. They get their tax dollars, we get our lien dollars. But they both have to be paid at the same time at the auction.
Yeah. I think that that changes my thoughts a little bit.
Do you want to rescind what you have out
I
there?
would like to rescind it. Can I do that?
Withdraw
I
it?
withdraw that motion. And I move that we go for the full amount of $3,422 in general money for hard costs and for the $23,372 for civil penalties.
That's your motion.
That is my motion. I move that.
Okay, there is a motion. Please vote. Oh, sorry. Councilman Beers.
Thank you, Your Honor. We can continue voting, but while we're voting and posting, I know that the Health District has a vector control group. Where is the intersection of our work on abatement of these mosquitoes and their work?
We have an understanding with the county where the county will take care of vector issues such as pools, green pools in the county, and we treat them in the city of Las Vegas. And we do so because we're more responsive. We can do it quicker and sooner than the county health department. It's something that we've had some dialogue with the county about. We think that they have an obligation, and they do receive some tax revenues to provide that service. But they've chosen not to, and so we picked it up, and we take care of those issues in the city of Las Vegas.
When you say the county, are you talking about Clark County proper or the Southern Nevada Health District?
For clarification, the Southern Nevada Health District.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Huh. So the two of us who are board members on that organization will have
I
to
think
find
we
out
should
just
check
what the
that
heck
one
vector
out.
control does.
Absolutely. I think we should check that out.
All right. Thank you.
But my
Thank you.
motion still stands.
Okay, and we are still public hearing. Would you like to make comment? Do you want to say your name and turn on your microphone, please? Thank you.
My name is Ed Harley, 123 David. We seem to forget that even though it's sometimes a city, the city is in the county too. Remember, your cities are in the county.
Yes.
And so the cities are responsible government. But sometimes the two governments kind of interconnect depending on the situation, especially when it's a health situation concerning, a mosquito in West Nile and whatever. So I'm trying to say both governments sometimes is a very thin line when it comes down for health problems.
I think what
I
Councilman
just want to
Beers...
remind us of that.
I think what Councilman Beers was pointing to was the fact that we do pay money to the health department to handle this pool situation, but they don't handle it on the level we feel it needs to be handled in order to be safe for our citizens.
Okay, so
Did I
what you
state
said the
that
county is
correctly?
responsible, but the city paid them to do the job?
We pay them to do work for us, yes, but they don't do it. I mean, they don't do that action with the pools. And because they don't, and because we feel it should be done for the safety of the citizens, we then do it ourselves.
Okay, what you're saying is a neglect on the county part. Sorry, thank you.
Somehow.
Okay. Whoops. Did we post? I forgot to ask for posting. We haven't voted yet, but that is her motion, Councilwoman Tarkanian's, and somehow I voted.
Well, I made it a long time ago.
Okay, so now we post. Yes. Not only did we vote, we carried. Thank you very much. And now we will move on to item number 98, public hearing item, for possible action to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement of nuisance located 605 North Minnesota Street for fees in the amount of $2,249.75, general fund, and assess a maximum of $19,500 in daily and failed expension civil penalties for a total of $21,749.75. Property owner, trustee, Clark County Treasurer, care of Edgar I. Martinez. Again, Councilwoman Tarkanian, this is in your ward. This is a public hearing, which I declare open. Mr. Bouse.
Mayor and members of the council, the major cross streets to this property are Decatur and Washington. This property is not in foreclosure. The record indicates that the property is delinquent in property taxes. This case was opened on April 24th of this year and closed on October 8th of this year. We commenced abatement work on September 25th and completed it on October 1st. The abatement work consisted of the removal of all refuge, waste, high grass, weeds, dead vegetation, holiday lights, graffiti, and securing of all windows and doors. If you'll notice in your photographs, there's a dilapidated fence along one side of the property. We determined that that fence is the responsibility of the adjacent property owner, and he's received notice and order to repair that fence. Our out-of-pocket expenses for the abatement on this property were $2,249.75. Civil penalties totaled $19,500 for a total of all costs and penalties of $21,749.75. The property is valued by Zillow at $39,111, and the staff recommends that the council approve the expense report and authorize the filing of a lien to recover all costs and penalties.
Thank you, Mr. Bouse. Public hearing. Anybody wish to come forward to speak to this little house? Hearing none, close the public hearing. Councilwoman Tarkanian.
Could you tell me how much you said the house was worth?
According to the Zillow value as of November 12th of this year, $39,117.
All right, thank you very much. I move that we go for the full amount of the hard costs, which are $2,249.75, and also for the full amount of the civil penalties, which are $19,500, meaning that I move that we go for a lien of $21,749.75.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. And please post. Motion carries. Thank you. We are on to number 99. Public hearing for possible action to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement of nuisance located at 2210 Santa Clara Drive for fees in the amount of $2,218.15, general fund, and assess a maximum of $19,500 in daily and failed inspection civil penalties for a total of $21,718.15. Property owner, Deanna D. Myrtle. And this is in Ward 3, Councilman Coffin's ward. It's a public hearing. I declare it open. And Mr. Bouse.
Mayor and members of the City Council, the major cross streets to this property are Las Vegas Boulevard and Sahara. This property is not in foreclosure. We should note that we were in contact with the former property owner, Deanna Myrtle, and she advised us that she filed for bankruptcy. The bankruptcy was discharged. Bank of America on October 4th paid 5 years in back taxes, and then there was a reconveyance of the property back to Mrs. Martell. That's what the record indicates. Bank of America has indicated that they don't feel they're responsible for the property, and Mrs. Martell has indicated that she doesn't feel she's responsible for the property. And so it's something that they're going to have to sort out at some point in time. But in the meantime, we had to do this abatement work, and so we moved forward and opened a case on January 11th of this year, and closed it on October 8th. The abatement work we performed was the removal of refuge, waste, high grass, and weeds from all areas of the property. Our out-of-pocket expenses for that work were $22,018.15. Excuse me. The accrued daily civil penalties are $19,500 for a total of costs and penalties of $21,718.15. The property is valued by Zillow at $45,363. Staff recommends that the council approve the expense report and authorize the filing of a lien to recover all costs and civil penalties.
Thank you, Mr. Baus. This public hearing, anybody wish to come forward, please state your name.
Thank you. Todd Farley, 240 North 19th Street. There has to be a better way of cleaning up this ownership and getting these houses turned around. And I'm wondering if it, say the city dangled, say, $10,000. They say, here's the $10,000, and everybody sign off on the title, and we'll take it back and waive the fees. We get the house back, rehab it, and get the thing back with people in it. Is there some way of doing that? Dr. Steed?
Anybody can dangle anything. I'm not sure anybody would bite, but certainly it could be dangled.
Well, but there's got to be a motivation to get these houses back online. Because, I mean, we're sitting here eating these things for years and years.
Right. I mean, you're right. I wish there was some way we could come up with some suggestions.
Would it be legal for us to take it over for liens?
What do you mean take it over for liens?
Well, if you have a home that has all these liens on it, can we take it before it's sold? I mean, if this property owes us money, how long?
Potentially, we could foreclose on a lien of our own. If it doesn't look like we've liened a property for the purposes of acquiring it, we might be able to do that. Oftentimes, that's what it looks like. But if we have legitimately imposed liens, and at some point we're the only person in a position to foreclose on a lien, we could foreclose on the lien and take over the property.
Well, it's just that it might take care of a nuisance, which is going to be costing us money each time we have to go out and clean it up, and nobody's taking care of it.
Can we explore that option? It's a good idea.
Let's just check and see, because if enough time passes by, obviously you wouldn't want this to happen quickly, but when you're talking about 3-4 years has passed by, certainly the motive of doing it because we want to take somebody's property would be a little hollow.
There are, Mayor?
Please.
There are some NRS provisions that do provide for when a property goes to a tax sale. The city has the ability to acquire the property at that time, but for a public purpose, and the NRS is very specific in what those public purposes are. But we could prepare a briefing paper for you on that.
Well, we're building we're building houses now with federal money in order to help individuals. Isn't that correct? Didn't we take a certain area in our ward, and our city? I thought it was Mr. Beer's ward. But we do that, and we renovate houses, and we let people buy them so that they can get into a low-cost home. So I'm just saying this might be another avenue, because here is like an albatross. It's not worth anything to anybody if no one's going to live in it. It's costing more and more money to the city to keep it up. It might be just to add that situation to the program we have for obtaining other housing.
We'll explore that option.
If you would explore it, thank you.
Yes,
Okay, anybody else on this public hearing portion? We'll close it and we'll entertain a motion.
Your Honor.
Yes.
Your Honor.
Oh,
I have a
Councilman?
question for, hello? Oh,
Please.
are you recognizing me, or does somebody else need recognition? Okay. I'd like to find out one more thing. Now, you did say that the bank had paid 5 years property tax.
Yes,
right?
sir.
But they also reconveyed it?
Yes, sir.
Back to who?
Back to Deanna Mertel.
Okay, so we have to have them both in here, don't we, just to affirm in front of us that they did reconvey? Because they're saying they don't own it, but she says the bank owns it?
She doesn't. She's not saying the bank owns it. She's saying I gave up the property in bankruptcy. And so her position is I don't have the property. When we spoke to Bank of America, they said it's not their property. I don't know, Councilman, that might be an internal issue where the property preservation at B of A isn't talking to the bankruptcy division of B of A. I don't know. But all we know is that we had to move forward and take care of this property and get it cleaned up. We're recommending that you impose the lien and the penalties. At some point in time, an owner, a legitimate owner, will step forward. If they have issues with your action, they have the ability to come back and request a waiver and or reduction.
Okay, when will this appear for a request for a waiver, if we pass this?
When a new owner or the property owner is established.
I'm going to move to levy, and approve the report. My question is when we do that, if we do that, when will it come? Because somebody's going to appeal this. So when will it come back to us? Next month?
No, sir. Right now, the bank says it's not theirs, and Mrs. Mertel says it's not hers. So unless somebody steps forward and claims the property, if nobody pays the taxes, it's going to go to a tax sale. If one of those two parties decide it is their property and they become aware of this lien, then they can file a notice for reduction or waiver. And typically, we'll process those and get those to you within 30 days of us receiving.
Well, that was my question, is if this is not a request for waiver yet. This is simply to levy
yes,
what
sir.
we consider to be our expenses plus the direct and indirect costs. So,
yes.
Yeah, and I just needed to know when it would come back because they're going to appeal. Somebody's going to appeal. Does that give us enough time? Does 30 days give us enough time through these holidays to try to sort out who owns? We would have to have a copy of the bankruptcy.
We would have to have a copy of the bankruptcy. I went online and tried to get a copy of it. The federal government wants $90 for me to get a copy of the bankruptcy online, and I just figured, I want to get this before you get the lien on the property. So, in fact, somebody wants to buy it, at least the record's clear of what the action is that we've taken.
Well, at this time, Your Honor, I'm going to move for approval of item 99 on the direct costs of $2,218.15, and at this point, the maximum daily and failed inspection civil penalties for a total of $21,718.15.
Okay, there's a motion, but we have another comment, please.
I just wanted to say that this also might eventually lead into a program such as I mentioned with the other item that was in my ward.
Yes, ma'am.
And also, perhaps Bill Arndt, Scott Adams, or someone in that area that's involved with that. It might even be Harson's group. I'm not quite sure, but whoever is involved with that, if you met with them, they might be able to give us information if this could be done. But if we're doing it other ways, it just seems a waste of shelter when shelter is needed so much. Thank you.
Thank you very, I think I closed it, but we'll let you in.
No, it's closed, Anthony.
He's such an old-time friend, we have to let him in. No, you have to say your name. And you have to turn on your microphone. There you go.
My name is Anthony Hardy. The word bankruptcy was brought up, right?
Correct.
So bankruptcy is a pretty powerful statement. It has a lot of lead room in here. That's pretty powerful. Is it still in bankruptcy?
No, sir.
Oh, well, bankruptcy ain't got nothing to do with it, and neither do I.
It was in. Okay, there's a motion, please vote, and please post. And motion carries. We will move on to item 100. And this is public hearing for possible action to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement of nuisance located 413 Frederick Avenue for fees in the amount of $1,757.75, general fund maximum of $19,500 in daily and failed inspection, civil penalties for a total of $21,257.75. Property owner, trustee, Clark County Treasurer, care of Ruby Lee Garrels. This is in Ward 5, Councilman Barlow. It's a public hearing. I declare it open. The floor is yours, Mr. Bowes.
Mayor, members of the City Council, the major cross streets to this property are Alexander and H. The property is not in foreclosure. The property owner, Ruby Lee Garrels, passed away, left the property to her son, who is also deceased. We could find no record of probate, and we could locate no next of kin, but we do know that the properties are delinquent. We opened this case on June 6th of this year and closed it on October 8th. The abatement work we performed consisted of removal of waste, refuge, high grass, weeds, trimmed the trees that were hanging over the sidewalk, and securing of all open windows and doors. Our out-of-pocket expenses for that work was $1,757.75. The accrued daily civil penalties are $19,500 for a total cost and penalties of $21,257.75. The property is valued on Zillow at $44,955. Staff requests that the City Council approve the expense report and authorize the filing of a lien to recover our out-of-pocket expenses and the daily civil penalties.
If I might ask you, I really do think, so this is number 3, similar situation, deceased, that you meet with legal, EUD, whomever, Scott Adams, and say, what do we do with these types of properties? So whether or not to satisfy the fee, we become the owners, or what happens to them? Because this deceased and no heirs and can't find anybody, it will, just as Councilwoman said, it'll be there forever, and a blight to the neighborhood and everything else. So will you convene that or move forward with doing something?
Yes, ma'am. I will work
Great.
with Mr. Knight. We'll convene anybody and everybody we
Right.
can in city government
And
to
run
look
it, of
at
course,
this
through
issue.
legal. So we're not public domain and getting all...
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes,
Right,
ma'am.
we don't want to get into possession. So, anybody from the public wishing to be heard on this building? No. Closing the public hearing. Mr. Barlow, Councilman.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. I would like to move to follow staff's recommendation, subject to all conditions.
Okay, there's a motion. Please vote, and please post. Motion carries. On to item 101, public hearing for possible action to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement of nuisance located 1309 Smoke Tree Avenue for a fee in the amount of $2,080.90, general fund, assess a maximum of $19,500 in daily and failed inspection civil penalties for a total amount of $21,580.90, property owner Aurelia Wiggins. This is in Ward 5, Councilman Barlow. It's a public hearing. I declare it open. Mr. Bowes.
Mayor and members of the council, the major cross streets to this property are Rancho and Vegas. The property is not in foreclosure. We were able to talk with the lender, and the lender indicated that the owner is responsible for the maintenance of the property. We were unable to locate the owner or any relatives of the owner. So we moved forward. We opened a case on 10th of May this year and closed it on September 6th. The abatement work that we completed was removal of high grass, weeds, refuge waste, graffiti, securing all windows and doors. Our out-of-pocket expenses for that work was $2,080.90. The accrued daily civil penalties are $19,500 for a total of $21,580.90. The property is valued by Zillow at $41,711, and staff is recommending council approve the expense report and authorize the filing of a lien to recover the out-of-pocket expenses and the accrued daily civil penalties.
Anyone wishing to be heard on this building, please come forward.
Property in no foreclosure, nothing like that?
No, no foreclosure.
So the
Property
property
owner
owner
still owns it.
Well, go after them and get your money.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to be heard? I'll close the public hearing. Councilman Barlow.
Yes, Mayor. Move to follow staff's recommendation, subject to all conditions.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote, and please post. Motion carries. We're on to item number 102, public hearing for possible action to consider request for a waiver and/or reduction of fees totaling $2,470.75 in out-of-pocket costs, $1,450 in failed inspection civil penalties, and $25,550 in daily civil penalties for a total of $29,470.75 recorded against property located at 5908 Kane Holly Street. Property owner, Bank of New York, TRS. This is in Ward 6, Councilman Ross. It is a public hearing. I declare it open. And Mr. Bowes, and we have a gentleman. here with us, too. Are you, well, Mr. Bowes, please.
Mayor, members of the City Council, the major cross streets to this property are Topical and Rainbow. You first heard this waiver request at your September 19th meeting. There was no representative of the person requesting the reduction at that meeting, and so the waiver request was denied. This property is in foreclosure, and it is properly registered on the city's vacant foreclosure registry.
Magnificent.
We opened this case in August of 2011 and closed it in October of 2011. The abatement work we performed was removal of all refuge, waste, weeds from all areas of the property, and trimming of trees on the property and that were obstructing the right-of-way. The total out-of-pocket expenses for that work was $2,470.75. The accrued daily civil penalties and fees were $27,000 for a total out-of-pocket expenses and penalties of $29,470.75. You imposed that as a lien against the property by action at your December 7th, 2011 City Council meeting. The property is valued at a $107,000 on Zillow. Our standard recommendation for these types of requests are to deny the waiver, but if you're inclined to grant any reduced amount, we ask that you add a condition that any reduced amounts be paid within 30 days or the amount reverts back to the full amount due.
Sorry. Jay Martin, representing the Bank of New York. I'm actually with National Construction Management here, a Las Vegas company. We are a registered property preservation and construction company here in the state of Nevada. The reason why I'm here today is yes, the bank has asked for some relief on what they may feel is an excessive fee on top of the other items. I can speak today to the timeline. You know, that's just, I know.
He's the messenger.
Yes. Yes. Today, I can speak to my personal actions at the property that my company and I initially took when we first discovered this property to be vacated. On June 25th of 2012, I was given a work order by the bank to do an inspection on the property for occupancy, to see if anyone was still living in the home, determine its status at that point in time. While there, moved around the property, looked at what was visible within the house, but also had a neighbor, because they tend to come around if you're snooping around houses on occasion. And I at that point, spoke with him in regards to if anyone was still living in the property, if there's people had been around or not. At that time, the individual said that no one had been there for a period of about 2 to 3 months, that the people who had previously owned it had left probably a year before that, and he had believed that there had been renters in there for a period of about 6 months. So going off of that, he said he had not seen any activity, so I proceeded at that time to enter the property. When I entered the said property, I found personal belongings in the home still. The garage was full of personal property. There was a back room that still had personal belongings in it as well, so we followed the state document, which was we posted a 30-day notice regarding personal property in the home. That expired on July 25th of this year. At that point, we proceeded to clean the property out, again provide a yard service, and since that time, we've been providing bi-weekly yard services on that property. It is currently on the market for sale. This is something that's kind of holding the bank back from trying to get it sold because it is a large number and they're trying to make it all work out. But they have been providing bi-weekly, my company has been providing bi-weekly yard services there and monthly maid services to the interior of the home as well. So we believe as we're trying to be good partners with the community, and so we really do our best to take care of these properties. I've been working with Auckland Financial Services and All-Source for 3.5 years. We're their only contractor for Southern Nevada. We now actually do parts of Northern Nevada as well because they like what we do. But we try to work actively to make sure that we talk with the neighbors about what's going on in these homes. We make sure they know our local phone number to contact us, not to contact the bank if there's issues. We cover pools. We saw the issue on that other property. With us, we held the HUD guidelines, and we cover pools because it's a safety issue as well as the mosquito issue. We don't want the responsibility of people falling into pools. So we're very proactive with our properties to make sure that they look marketable and that we're good corporate citizens with our neighbors as well. So today, yes, we are asking for some relief, whatever that may be. That's truly at your discretion, and that's all I ask.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Please come forward, state your name.
Thank you, Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. Councilman Ross, I would ask you to do what Councilman Coffin did on one of those, whereas we obey the fees until we see what kind of a deal the bank will make to get these properties occupied. Because getting the thing occupied is the main thing. If they're going to sock it to the next buyer, well then that's not right. But if they say, you know, we won't charge you the fees, you know, let them come back and see what's going on there. But main thing, get it occupied.
Thank you. Anyone else wanting to be heard on this particular property? Hearing none, I'll close the public hearing and give it to you, Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Mayor, and Mr. Farlow, thank you very much for your input as well. You have no idea how frustrated I am. I think you actually do. You've seen me go on my little rants here at the City Council in regards to these properties. Mr. Martin, thank you very much. The company you work for again?
National Construction Management
Okay.
is our local company.
Nice to know that you're registered with the city and you're taking care of these properties in the whole 9 yards. That's wonderful. They're doing a good job on that one. Mr. Baus, can you tell the mayor and council again what the Zillow dollar amount was?
The Zillow value, Councilman, through the mayor, is $107,000.
Okay, that house is worth way more than $107,000. That is an awesome neighborhood. You know that. That's a great neighborhood, and that house is going to go quick.
Right.
Mr. Farlow, I can guarantee you what I do with the Bank of New York, which isn't here today, but the construction management company guy is, that concerns me. Mr. Martin, this is what you can tell Bank of New York. I would like you to help me recover the taxpayer money that we've already doled out. That would be the $2,470.75, the $1,450, and I will reduce the civil penalties of $25,550 by half. And that needs to be paid within 30 days or it reverts back to the full amount. That's my motion, Mayor and Council.
Thank you. Okay, there's a motion. Please vote. Bless you. And there it is. So done. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Baus. Thank you very much. And as I recall, because it's been a long day or morning, we have obeyed numbers 103 through 106 until January 23rd. And so we move on to 107. RQR 46744 in abeyance. I required review public hearing. Applicant Steve Yono, owner Richard Sturman and Beatrice Sturman, for possible action on a request of a required review of an approved review of condition ROC 1770, which allowed the sale of individual containers of any size beer, wine coolers or screw cap wine for an existing market at 611 Fremont, Suite 20. This is C2, General Commercial Zone, Ward 5, Councilman Barlow. Staff recommends approval. This is a public hearing which I declare open. Is the applicant present? Is there anyone wishing to be heard?
No, I asked them to go ahead and leave, Mayor.
Okay.
This item I obeyed last council meeting because I was informed that he was on a review of condition, and he has been operating in the downtown community for quite some time now, and I didn't see a need for him to, a need for this application to continue to come back on a review of condition. So I would like to move at this time to eliminate the review of condition and ask that our Director of Planning read into the record the removal clause.
Certainly be happy to do that. Condition number 1, which is in your backup in the staff report, says the sale of individual containers of any size beer, wine coolers, or screw cap wine at this location shall require no further reviews. So this is the final required review for this use.
And having said that, I am in agreement with that condition, and therefore I would like to move for approval of this item with all conditions.
One question.
Yes, Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Your Honor. Flynn, will this stay with the property? It doesn't move with the owner, does it?
The special use permit stays with the property, correct.
Okay, that's all I need. Thank you.
Okay, there's a motion, please vote, and please post. And that motion carries. Number 108 was withdrawn without prejudice. We're on to item number 109. EOT 47088, applicant Fun City Motel owner Sheetalk Development Corporation for possible action on a request for an extension of time on an approved special use permit SUP 34859 for proposed tavern with a waiver to allow a distance separation of 20 feet where 1,500 feet is required from a similar use at 2233 Las Vegas Boulevard. This is C2, General Commercial Zone, Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. The staff recommends approval. Is the applicant present?
Your Honor,
Yes.
I move for approval of item 109.
Thank you. So therefore, no comment, Mr. Fagg, is needed to make. There is a motion. Please vote. And please post.
Yeah.
Excuse me. And that motion carries. Thank you very much. With Councilman Ross in the affirmative, please add that. Thank you. And now we will move on to items 110 and 111. 110 EOT 47277, extension of time of an approved site development plan, SDR 4606, for a self-serve car wash and pet wash. A waiver of the distance required to allow a trash enclosure to be 28 feet from residential uses where 50 feet is required, and a waiver to reduce perimeter landscaping requirements. Item 111, EOT 47278, extension of time of an approved variance, VER 4671, to allow a 28.9-foot setback where residential adjacency standards require an 84.75-foot setback, in conjunction with a proposed self-service car wash and pet wash. I wonder if we could do that together. You just open your ceiling and let the car wash in and out, or just, hang your dog out the window?
Your Honor?
Yes. I'm
I
not
think we
finished reading, if it's okay.
Well, I just think it's important to know for sure if it has included permission to remove the cat's tail before they go through the wash. Good Lord.
Okay, I'm not the only one that's allowed this wonderful. You're absolutely right. So we're moving right along with, well, it's been a long day and just the barest minimum of refreshment. The applicant is David Mason, and the owner is H&GG Limited and David Mason on .43 acres at the northeast corner of Sky Point Drive and Ranch House Road. Staff recommends denial on both items. These items are in Ward 6, Councilman Ross, and are not public hearings. First, is the applicant present?
My name is Mary Mason. I'm representing David Mason.
Okay. Is he a relation?
He's my dad.
He's your dad? Oh, how nice. Mr. Fagg, would you care to make some comments here, please?
I just wanted to state that the reason staff is recommending denial is because this site plan and variance was originally approved back in 2004. Typically for entitlements, they're valid for a period of 2 years. This was approved 8 years ago. Because conditions have changed in the area, it would be our preference that the property owner submit a new application so that we can review that in the context in which it stands today.
Very interesting.
I was asked to...
Would you state your name again? I'm sorry,
Mary
for the
Mason.
record. Thank you.
My name's Mary Mason. I was asked to request that if the extension of time would not be able to happen, that he would like hard zoning, if that's possible.
Okay.
For both.
Okay, on both. All right, so Mr. Ross, Councilman Ross. Let's take them one at a time.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. Mr. Fagg, thank you for your input. Ms. Mason, I'm going to give you an opportunity here. I'm going to support staff and either make a motion for denial or give you the opportunity to withdraw both of these items without prejudice. Which would you prefer?
And could you explain to her what it means?
Yeah,
Can she come back?
Brad, do you want to explain that for Ms. Mason for me, please, the withdrawing without prejudice, what that
Right.
means as
If the
opposed to...
council were to deny the application on its merits today, there would be a timeout period of at least a year before you could reapply. If you withdraw it without prejudice, then you can come back at any point in time in the next week, 2 weeks, month, whatever, and reapply.
And I offer that to you because of this. It has been 8 years. And based on the economy, an extension of time would be a no-brainer for me because because the economy's taken such a hit. But 8 years is a long time to let this neighborhood sit there without knowing what's going to be built behind them. There's a real estate sign up on the property. It's got your dad's name on it, okay?
Yeah.
Okay? If he wants to flip it, I mean, any property with an entitlement has a higher value, you probably know that, okay? But the neighbors right there, they don't know what's going to be built there. And all of a sudden, you guys go to construction and it's going to be a car wash and they don't know it. It's been too long. So what would be your preference? Withdrawal without prejudice or just a denial for both items?
And just so I'm 100% clear on what that is, so I don't make a terrible decision. The withdrawal, that basically the difference, like what you said, is the withdrawal, I can come back and submit another application within
That's correct, at
whatever
any time.
and the denial, I can't come back until a year. Is that correct?
For a year. That's correct, Mr. Fagg? 1 year?
That would be correct. Let me also just add for the record, the applicant had stated they would like to see that the property is hard zoned. Per our geographic information system, our zoning maps, it indicates that the property is zone C2, so the zoning remains with the property. So if they come in at a later point in time with a new site plan, they would be eligible to do any type of a C2 use.
And just so you know, Ms. Mason, we may not require it in regards to a neighborhood meeting, but I'm going to require whoever has that property to have a neighborhood meeting in regards to whatever they want to build on it. So that's just for future reference. If you'd share that with your father, hearing that, and that's what you want is a withdrawal without prejudice. That's better. Okay. I'm going to move on agenda item 110 to accept her withdrawal of the item without prejudice.
There's a motion, please vote.
Thank you very much.
Wait, don't go, aren't you also on 1-1?
She is.
Oh, I guess I am.
So hold on, we have to do it again. Please post.
Yeah, I am curious about one thing, Your Honor, too, and I just keep
Please.
voting. I'm voting in the affirmative here. Please explain the concept of the pet wash in association with the car wash. I really was kind of joking when we first talked about this,
I'm actually...
but I think that's a good idea, and I'm just curious where you would, how it looks.
I let you hold you out of a lap.
I believe it's supposed to be something where it's just both services are offered, like they're not, they're just running parallel, not together. But I'm not 100%
So you don't
sure
strap
on
them on the
that.
top of the car like Romney and just
love it.
run it through?
I mean, you
Innovative.
never know.
Okay.
I don't really
I'll be
know.
interested to
I'm sorry.
find out what you do work out.
Wonderful. It's very innovative. We are creative here in Las Vegas. All right, on item 111, please.
Councilman Coffin, should they come in with the same idea, I will have you sit through that meeting.
I want it in Ward 3.
Oh, you want it in Ward 3?
Mayor, we need to post on 110.
Oh, we didn't post? Oh, we just voted. I'm so sorry. Thank you. We're having such a good time up here. I mean, we're beyond to get. Yes, please post. There it is. It carries. Now we're on to item number 111, Mr. Councilman, Mr. Ross.
Thank you, Mayor. And on agenda item 111, I would move to accept Ms. Mason's withdrawal of this agenda item without prejudice.
Thank you. There's a motion. If you'll please vote. And if you'll please post.
Been 8 years.
And that motion carries. And now I'm back. It says at the bottom of this page something about item number 94. Could you explain that to me, please? It's an error. You've never made an error. That's wonderful. First error today, December 5th at 4 o'clock. Okay. Now we will, and I understand there's a support letter on item number 112 that we have received. This is RQR 46121, public hearing, applicant owner Oxford Technology, Inc., for possible action on a required review of an approved special use permit U-023094 for an existing 40-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise sign at 2310 Las Vegas Boulevard South, C2, General Commercial Zone, Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Staff recommends denial, and could you tell us why, please?
Absolutely. This is a required review of an off-premise sign, which we do for most of the off-premise signs we have in the city of Las Vegas. In terms of the condition of the sign itself, it's being well maintained. We have no issues with that. The only recommendation for denial is based on the fact that this is located within the scenic byway overlay. In the scenic byway, we no longer permit off-premise signs, and that's to be consistent with the designation, the national designation that we received as a scenic byway in 2009. So that's the reason for our recommendation of denial. But again, the sign is in good condition and is otherwise well maintained.
And we don't grandfather in? I mean, is there something?
It is legally non-conforming because it was a conforming sign before we adopted the scenic byway overlay.
Okay, thank you. This is a public hearing. I declare it open. Do we have an applicant present? We do.
Is that on?
Yes, please state your
My
name.
name's Bruce Stoker, 5010 South Valley View. I'm the director of the Frias Real Estate Division, and I bring that up because Oxford Technology is the ownership entity of this property that we have under the Charles Frias Trust, and therefore I manage the properties. There's about 22 of them under Oxford Technology in the same area. I just wanted to say that the billboard's been there for a long time, and I appreciate the staff taking the time to visit the site and note the condition of the sign. We also have it professionally managed all the time. And as far as the off-site designation of the board, the advertisers that are typically on there, in fact, the overhead that was just up there, is one of the tenants in our commercial suite right there on site. And the other advertiser on the other side of the board is a Stratosphere, just a block up the street. So it's technically off-site, but our advertisers are generally the businesses in the local area.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard on this particular item? Okay, hearing none. Councilman Coffin?
Your Honor, I move for approval of item 112.
Thank you very much. There's a motion. Please vote. And please post. Motion carries. Thank you very much for coming. Item 114, citizen participation. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of city.
We skipped 113.
Goodness. Fingers aren't working. Mouth is working, but fingers no. Okay. Yes, you're right. Item 113, I would instruct the city clerk to set the public hearing dates and appeals from the City Planning Commission, meetings in dangerous buildings or nuisance litter abatements. Thank you for reminding me. I just love people who follow up. And now we're into item 114, citizen participation. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the City Council. No subject may be acted upon by the City Council unless that subject is on the agenda and is scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, come to the podium, give your name for the record. The amount of discussion on any single subject, as well as the amount of time any single speaker is allowed, may be limited. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak under this portion of the agenda? Please state your name for the record.
My name is Anthony Hodge. I live 123 Sir David. This is a very important year to all of us. According to the calendar, over 100 years in calendar, the first 12 years, you have triple digits each month on the calendar. Like, for instance, this is the 12th year, and so you'll have 12, 12, 12 next Wednesday. Then after that, you have to go 89 years into the first year of another century. I know we say that don't mean a lot, but it's only 12 years that you have the triple digits. But this picture I have is by the 1994 election of the state legislation going into 95. And Mr. Coleman, your picture's on it too. But anyway,
I'll be happy to autograph it after the meeting.
That's all right. But anyway, that was the year that history was made with me. The 1993 legislation, Senator Joe Neal kind of threw me under the bus. But I'm the type of guy that you don't throw me under nothing. That made me tougher. So back in 95, the 94 elected legislature in 1995 put the 4 city council seats before the legislature, and they passed it. I mean, you was up there. I don't know if you voted for it. It don't really matter that much, but at least it got through. I'm thankful. Then it had to appear 2 years later in 1997, right? It had to go through twice, and that legislature they passed it. And then 98, it went before the voters, right? In 98, all the voters of the city, the entire city. And then in 99, then Ward 5 and 6, Mr. Ross and you, Mr. Barlow, whatever, you came into existence, okay? And then Ward 8 and 9, 7 and 8, your husband said that was a part of the deal too, that someday it could be activated without having to go back to the state. But anyway, all I'm just saying is that this is a very important year, and after this year is over, triple digits won't occur anymore for 89 years. So we all should be proud. Next Wednesday, it'll be 12, 12, 12.
And last year had 11, 11, 11.
Yeah, and
And
so
the
forth,
year
and on
before,
back down to
10,
1, yeah.
10, 10.
Yeah,
So,
I know all the way back
yeah.
down to 1. But after 12, since the calendar,
Yeah.
we don't have no 13th month.
Correct.
So it ends at 12 years. So we have to go 8 or 9 years before we see triples again. And by the way, Mr. Kaufman, you was a nice-looking young fella. You ain't too bad looking now. I like you anyway. Thanks for having me come by, and have a good holiday, everybody.
Thank you. Mr. Barlow, did you have a
Thank you,
comment?
Todd
Oh,
Farlow,
okay.
240 North 19th Street. There's been a lot of ink in the national publications lately about the direction Las Vegas is taking. This is from the January 2013 issue of Reason magazine, and it's urban renewal, corporate style. It says Zappos.com founder tries to resurrect downtown Las Vegas, and it goes on about what a great job they're doing. And Mr. Shea has a lot to going for him on that. I mean, we appreciate what he's done. He risked a lot of money in that, and he brought it down. But still, Mr. Shea got his idea from an urbanist, Richard Florida, professor at both the University of Toronto and New York University, whose 2002 book, The Rise of the Creative Class, was instrumental in shaping Shea's vision of the downtown Las Vegas. Then he goes on to say, as someone who works in this field, I'm shocked at how fast he's been able to organize and move, says Florida. It shows what entrepreneurs can do versus what governments can do. That did not happen in a vacuum. Years ago, Bob Ginzer and then Margot Wheeler and now Ken Fagg took up the torch to speed up the process of the permitting process and that. So I know that government couldn't do it, but it was that thing that enabled Mr. Shea and the rest of the people to do what a fabulous job they're doing. And there will be a huge success. And I just believe that our planning and building departments need to be commended for the years of work that they've done. I mean, it sounds like, that this just dropped in out of the sky and everything happened. And it didn't happen that way. There was a lot behind that. And still, our directors of planning need to be commended for that.
Thank you. We couldn't agree more. And when you look at the 61 acres and you look at the Ruvo Institute and the beautiful Smith Center, all the museums, this was pre-planning for a long time. Our development services, our quick licensing now, our online services. before this wonderful gentleman came in with his concepts of a creative class and doing the wonderful things that he's going to do. So long time planning, and great applause to everybody that's been sitting up here all these years.
70, Mr. Tarwater was saying, of how he recruits and that. And
We
I
have
think he's
excellent
doing a great
staff.
job.
Yeah, we have the best staff, and we are now on the map internationally because of the Smith Center and the Cleveland Clinic. So it's exciting.
But the third thing that I had is that Cousin Jerbick's photo is now out in the hall.
Uh-oh.
And if you're a member of the NRA or anybody, please be welcome to use your magic markers on it. He would look great with a black Bart mustache or whatever. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, we'll close public hearing and move on to item 115, council member recognition. Comments made by individual city council members during this portion of the agenda will not be acted upon by the city council unless that subject is on the agenda scheduled for action. Are there any members of the council who wish to speak under this portion of the agenda? And Councilman Coffin, you're at the end this time with your pretty red apple, so you go first.
Thank you very much. And I appreciate being told I was decent looking now from the audience, so I'm ready
There's
to
only
talk
one
now.
person
I was
up
going to leave
front.
until I heard that. Your Honor, you're going to be active on Sunday, so I think we need to promote the fact that you're going to be lighting the menorah and the Christmas tree. I hope to show up for the Christmas tree lighting on Monday evening.
And we're also reading the Night Before Christmas on the 8th at the Las Vegas Philharmonic at Smith Center.
Is that the 8th, Your Honor?
At
or
2
the night
o'clock in the
before Christmas?
afternoon and at 8 o'clock performance at night.
Okay. All righty, well, I'll see you there. But there's a lot happening
Nice.
downtown and in Ward 3. And of course, every member of the council should come to all of these things. And I know some of you, if not all of you, are going to want to come. And anybody watching this, please come to Gary Reese Freedom Park as we dedicate the park. We're not removing freedom from the name of the park. We're adding longtime council member Gary, and Gary Reese will be honored in the morning, 10 o'clock till 11 o'clock, at the park, at the corner of Mojave and Washington. Come in off of Washington, so be sure to come in there. We'll have some light refreshments, and we want to have a good crowd there to honor Gary. And other things happening in the ward, we're going to have, and I want to extend an invitation to, effective Sunday, the former constituents of Councilman, shall we say, the former councilman here in Ward 3 now, you're going to be in Ward, well, we're moving your boundaries, Ricky. So Councilman Barlow's constituents who now live in Ward 3, senior citizens particularly, are invited to join us for our Ward 3 Senior Citizen Holiday Party. Come on over and have turkey and the trimmings at the Italian American Club at noon on Saturday the 15th. Now, that's a cozy place, and I think that people will have a good time there. Any member of the council is certainly welcome to come too. And that'll be from noon till 2 o'clock. The address of the Italian American Club is on East Sahara near the DMV, 2333 East Sahara. I would hope that anybody who wants to come certainly can. As a senior citizen, we want you, and there'll be music and dancing and some raffles, and our staff will be there. And Christy Garness will put on a good show for everybody. We'll have Santa, we'll have photographs, there will be dancing. And, Your Honor, you could play Santa if you wanted to.
Thank you. I'm getting
All right.
round enough.
You
That's
could
for
be
sure.
there. It's been a long day, Your Honor, and so to those who watch this, to those in the audience, and to members of the council, thank you very much for putting up with the stressful but nevertheless necessary debate on the issues of the day, and particularly that relating to F Street. I think in all harmony, I have always learned in my life, public life, to make sure that when the meeting is over, everybody is as friendly as they were at the beginning, and I think we've achieved that today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, Councilman Barlow, did you lose any of your coffee shops in this redistricting?
No.
Good.
I would have had to gerrymander the coffee shop.
Lost the beat.
Mayor and council, I've teamed up with Dollar General, who will be hosting a job fair this coming Friday, December 7th at Foundation for an Independent Tomorrow. And Foundation for Independent Tomorrow is located at 1931 Stella Lake Drive, near the corner of Martin Luther King and Lake Mead. The job fair will take place this Friday at 9 a.m., and it will be from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. Foundation for Independent Tomorrow will be hosting mock interviews starting today through tomorrow, in order that individuals will have an opportunity to prepare for their interviews on this coming Friday. So please come out if you are unemployed, or if you know someone who is unemployed and they're looking for a job. Dollar General will be hiring for 4 locations throughout the Las Vegas Valley. And so we want to make sure that we do our part as a city in promoting job fairs in order to reduce the unemployment roll and increase the opportunity for more families to provide for themselves once again. So please come out to the job fair. Myself and Dollar General, in conjunction with FIT, who will be opening their doors for the job fair to take place. Once again, that address is 1931 Stella Lake Drive, or you may contact FIT, Foundation for Independent Tomorrow. Their number is 367-4348. Okay? Next, Coffee with the Councilman. The first Thursday of every month, Starbucks, located at 751 North Rancho at Bonanza, allow me to play host to Coffee with the Councilman, where individuals from the business community as well as residents will have an opportunity to come and sit down with me and share with me any of their thoughts that they may have, or share with me any of their plans that they may have in order for them to be successful in their business, or issues relating to their community. So please come out. That's tomorrow, December 6th, from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. And Mayor, if you don't mind, I just want to pause for a second, because I see a young lady in the back of the room waving at me, so I want to wave at her as well. If we could turn the...
Waving at me.
She may be waving at... Why don't you come forward?
I was waving at her, too.
Bring her forward, Mayor, if you don't mind. We've already had a long day, so I think we can pause for a moment to see what this young lady is waving about. She's so cute. Come forward and state your name for the record, please. The microphone is right there. Just press the button. I'm not sure if you were waving at me or the mayor. Who were you waving at? Were you waving at the mayor? Push the button to the red light.
Oh, don't embarrass her. I'll share her with you.
What is your name?
Ashley.
Ashley, you are beautiful, Ashley. Thank you so very much for being here. Are you here on a special program or project for school?
Why don't you tell them your full name?
My name is Ashley Mesa, co-founder and CEO of the If You Win, We Win Foundation.
Oh! Well, Mayor, you know what's interesting? Because the next item that I was to speak about was the holiday toy drive. Now get this. 6-year-old Ashley Mesa, wave Ashley. Ashley Mesa is the co-founder and CEO of the If You Win, We Win Foundation, and she's teamed up with NBA star C.J. Watson, founder of the Quiet Storm Foundation. Wow. They've teamed up to organize a toy drive for families at Wendell P. Williams Elementary School, Summerlin Hospital, and the Shade Tree. They are asking for toys, and if you recall, on the 7th floor here at City Hall, there's a decorative toy box, or I should say a decorative box for toys. And Miss Mesa is the one who provided me that box for the council and the city staff to bring toys so that boys and girls ages 6 to 12 will have toys for the holiday. And so she's, I want to say, the youngest founder and CEO of a company. Ashley Mesa. Good to see you, Ashley.
Wonderful.
Go ahead.
Our poster girl. Wonderful.
So, as a matter of fact...
Speaking to the microphone, please.
Oh, sorry. As a matter of fact, we've been over the city pitching a few of the businesses and community members and seeing if they would support us. And I'd like Ashley to present the presentation about the whole toy drive, if that's okay. It'll be 1 minute.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Mayor, if you don't mind.
Absolutely, go ahead,
Okay.
please.
The whole speech.
Hello, my name is Ashley Meza, co-founder and CEO of the If You Win, We Win Foundation. This year, my foundation has teamed up with the Quiet Storm Foundation, which was co-founded by NBA player C.J. Watson, who played for the Chicago Bulls 3 years running, and this season he is the point guard for the new Brooklyn Nets. Our foundations are working in partnership to organize this year's toy drive for the families at Williams Elementary School, Summerlin Hospital, and the Shade Tree. What makes this toy drive a little different, not only does the person receiving win, but the person donating has a chance to win some very cool prizes. I hope you will join us by either allowing a toy drop box in your location, or maybe you would like to donate a prize that we can give away on the day of the drawing.
Absolutely wonderful. Good job.
Mayor, she's
Unbelievable.
the co-founder and CEO at age 6.
Are you 6?
Ashley Meza, 6 years
Awesome.
old.
And do you know, if you turn on Channel 2, on the dates that are on, I think they're probably listed in the agenda book, you can see yourself over and over and over again. And maybe we can even get a tape from our communications, so you will keep it forever.
Absolutely.
You just did a beautiful job. You have
Thank
got a winner there. Are you Dad?
Yes.
Awesome.
Good job.
Awesome.
Thank you so very much, Ashley.
I think we'd all like to take you home.
And thank you to C.J. Watson for teaming up with you to do this toy drive. And we're looking forward to fill those boxes up here at City Hall. And also, there's other stores located, Mayor and Council, that boxes are located at Smith Grocery Stores, located at Lake Mead and Rampart, and also Wallapai and Charleston. And in Ward 2. Yes, in Ward 2. So thank you so very much, Councilman, for participating in that. Really appreciate it. Ashley, what school do you attend?
Imagine View.
Say it again.
One more time.
Imagine View.
Mountain View. Mountain View?
No, Imagine View.
Oh, Imagine View.
Yeah, it's a charter school located off on Flamingo and Durango.
Oh, okay. Good deal. Well, thank you so
Well,
very much for
you
coming
must
out.
be an A student, for sure. Right? Yes, you are. Congratulations. And if you at some point will come by Councilman Barlow's office, we'll make sure that she gets some little special things to take home and keep to remind you of this time at City Council, okay? We'll sign one of our agenda for you, take it home and date it. Do we have an extra one?
Yes. Can we get the father's name for the record?
Would you spell your name, please?
Marco, like M-A-R-C-O, and Meza, M-E-Z-A.
Congratulations. How many of them do you have? How many children?
I believe in quality. I don't believe in quantity. I believe in quality.
Therefore, you have one child. Well done.
Good
Perfect.
deal. You did a wonderful job. Thank you so very much,
You
Ashley.
Come, we'll get you that and a picture too.
Okay, great. Oh, you think we could take a picture after the meeting?
Of course.
Sure.
Yes.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay.
Mayor, just two
You
more
can't
items
beat
real
there.
quick.
How can you go further beyond that?
I know. That is so special. That is so special, and Ashley invited me to participate. I'm very thankful for you allowing me to share that moment with you, Ashley, you and both C.J. Watson with your toy drive. Last two items. The Westside School Alumni Foundation, December 8th. The Westside School Alumni Foundation will hold its book launch and luncheon this Saturday, December 8th at 11 a.m. at Nevada Partners. Nevada Partners is located at 710 Westlake Mead. Come out to support the historic, fun-filled event and meet some of the storytellers. Now, Mayor and Council, the oldest storyteller at this event to talk about the historical, or Las Vegas, who's been here for 97 years. Yep, the storyteller is 97 years old. And it's an event that you do not want to miss. History unfolds in the never-before stories and unpublished photos in the book, The West Side School, Our Community, Our Time. More than 90 alumni tell their stories of growing up in Las Vegas between 1923 and 1967, and they all attended the West Side School. For ticket or book information, please call 702-489-3637 or 513-0195. And of course, you can look up West Side School Alumni Foundation, which is a 501c3 organization. And finally, the Ward 5 annual tree lighting ceremony will be taking place December 14th out at Lorenzi Park. You are invited to the Ward 5 holiday tree lighting ceremony. Bring the whole family to see the Ward 5 tree lit up in the park. Ornaments have been decorated by seniors and school children. There will be carol singers with Santa Claus, so family members, please come out and bring your children to take a photo with Santa and enjoy cookies and hot chocolate while supplies last. For more information, of course, you may go on to my website at www.lasvegasnevada.gov/Ward 5 or contact my office directly at 229-5443. And of course, you can follow your councilman on Facebook and Twitter. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilwoman.
Speaking about historical West Side Las Vegas, we have two individuals in our community who have put together a historical book, and they would like to come and explain it, just 10 minutes in front of the council. I wondered if it would be all right with you, and then give out the books and let people know that it's very historical. It's well done. I think it's separate from the one you're talking about. This was done by two former principals in the school district, and they asked if they could do that. They wanted... Excuse me?
I've heard about that. That's
Right. And it is very well done with archives, historical interest. I just thought, so could we do that, put that on for...
Let's try and pick an agenda either the 19th or in January.
Oh,
If
yeah.
you can contact Dave Riggleman and see, or Jason,
Yeah.
what would be the best time. Thank you.
Yeah, it
Thanks.
doesn't, it wouldn't be now, it's too crowded now. I also like to announce that our Clark High School neighborhood holiday Christmas party will be held on December 18th at 6 p.m. at Clark High School, and this is sponsored by the neighborhood association called Keene, which is keeping everyone's eyes on the neighborhood. We had 3,200 people there one time, so we get a big crowd. And it's a fun activity, so I hope that anybody who wants to come, comes. And that Clark High School is located on Penwood Avenue. And the other thing I wanted to say was that we had senior dinners during Thanksgiving, and we will have senior dinners again for Christmas at 4 of our senior homes. And anybody who wants to contribute or help, we would appreciate it. Thank you. And
That is
happy holidays.
And contacting your office.
Yes, just contact my office, 229-2299. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilman Beers, we have to save you, Councilman Ross, to the end because you have the most significant piece.
I have only two quick issues. One of them is that we have two of Ms. Mays' boxes set up, as Councilman Barlow noted. Thank you for the introduction, Councilman Barlow. Smith's Food Kings, one of them at Rampart and Lake Mead, the other out at Wallapai and Charleston. And that will be, I think, are they up now, John? They're there now. We got them there yesterday. They'll be up through the duration. And so folks out on the west part of town can help enjoy this charitable opportunity as well. And then this Saturday, just days away, is the Lakes Festival of Lights, an annual super shindig. This is really a good time if you've never been. It's really cool. They have a petting zoo and a car show and the kids' games and arts and crafts and food and exhibits. And the best part is the electric boat show, or the electric boat parade,
Right,
which will be out on the lake with all the boats lit up. I guess I'm the marshal for the parade.
Wonderful. Been there, done it.
So
Super fun.
you'll recognize me from the 4 life preservers that I will have on. That starts at noon, and the actual Parade of Lights is after dark, so it's at 5 o'clock at the lakes, Ballpark, Sahara, and Durango-ish. They've got a website, and
Just go south.
just Google Vegas Festival of Lights, and you can find all the details there. That's it.
Wonderful. You'll have a good time. Before you go, I'll do mine if you don't mind, because again, yours is more important. This Saturday, as I mentioned, at the Smith Center at 2 p.m. and at 8 p.m., former Mayor Oscar and myself will be doing the Night Before Christmas twice, once at 2, once at 8. On Sunday the 9th, we are holding a menorah lighting ceremony on Fremont Street and 4th at 4 p.m. Everyone's welcome to attend that celebration as well. And then on Monday the 10th at 5 p.m., we will be holding the Christmas tree lighting ceremony on Fremont and 3rd Street stage. Please join in that celebration and sharing the joy and wonder of the season. And then on Thursday the 13th, I will be joining the dedicated crew of Channel 8 and kicking off the season's Toys for Tots drive. Please consider, after we take care of this wonderful toy drive, picking up a toy for a child in need when you're out and about. There are numerous drop-off locations throughout Las Vegas, and your gift will make a real difference in the life of a child in this season. And our next City Council meeting, of course, will be held Wednesday, December 19th, here in our beautiful City Council chambers at 9 a.m. And we will see you between, well, Saturday is the first night of Hanukkah. I'm not sure when the first night of Kwanzaa is. The 26th, and of course we know when Christmas is. So at this point, that's all I have, and Councilman Ross, please.
Thank you, Mayor and council members, and just a lot of great stuff happening in this time of year. If you want to get in the holiday season, it's not hard to do in the city of Las Vegas, certainly. On a more serious note, there is a young lady we'd like to get home. In our continued partnership with Nevada Child Seekers, we are looking for Cynthia Irarte. She goes by the nickname of Pola. She's 17 years old, 5'2", 120 pounds. She is Hispanic with dark hair, brown eyes and brown hair. She was last seen November 26th. She does have braces and piercings. She was last seen in the area of North Pecos Road in East Washington. Cynthia was last seen wearing jeans and a black collared jacket with black and red shoes. She may be carrying a beige bag with personal belongings. Cynthia has a Monroe piercing on her lip, tongue piercings, and a belly button piercing. If anyone has any information about the whereabouts of this young lady, please contact Nevada Child Seekers at 702-458-7009 or the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, 702-828-3111. Let's get her home for the holidays. Thank you, Mayor and council members.
Thank you, and with that, we will adjourn, but we will all go down. If we could spare a moment for this photograph that we are going to take with our beautiful Ashley. Thank you all. The meeting is adjourned.